Peggy Larner got to the ferry bright and early in the morning, wearing her urgency like a tight corset so she could hardly breathe. White murderer Harrison was going to be president of the United States. She had to talk to Alvin, and this river, this Hio, was standing in her way. But the ferry was on the other side of the river, which made perfect sense, since the farmers on the other side would need to have it earliest, to bring their goods to market. So she had to wait, urgency or not. She could see the ferry already being pulled along, tied to a metal ring that slid along the cable that crossed the river some 40 feet overhead. Only that frail connection kept the whole thing from being washed downriver, and she imagined that when the river was in flood they didn't run the ferry at all some days, since even if the cable were strong enough, and the ring, and the rope, there'd be no trees strong enough to tie the ends to without fear of one or the other of them pulling out of the ground. Water was not to be tamed by cables, rings, or ropes, any more than dams or bridges, hulls or rafts, pipes or gutters, roofs or windows or walls or doors. If she had learned anything in her early years of looking out for Alvin, it was the untrustworthiness of water, the sneakiness of it. There was the river to be crossed, though, and she would cross it. As so many others had crossed. She thought of how many times her father had snuck down to the river and taken a boat across to rescue some runaway slave and bring him north to safety. She thought of how many slaves had come without help to this water, and, not knowing how to swim, had either despaired and waited for the finders or the dogs to get them, or struck out anyway, breasting the water until their feet found no purchase on the bottom mud and they were swept away. The bodies of such were always found on some downriver bank or bar or snag, made white by the water, bloated and horrible in death, but the spirit was free, for the owner who thought he owned the woman or the man, that owner had lost his property, for his property would not be owned whatever it might cost. So the water killed, yes, but just reaching this river meant freedom of one kind or another to those who had the courage or the rage to take it. Harrison, though, would take away all meaning from this river. If his laws came to be, the slave who crossed would still be a slave no matter what, only the slave who died would be free. One of the ferrymen, the one poling on this side, he looked familiar to her. She had met him before, though he'd not been missing an ear then, nor had he any kind of scar on his face. Now a gash marked him with a faint white line, a little puckering and twisting at the eyebrow and the lip. It had been a wicked fight. Once no one had been able to lay a hand of harm on this rough man, and in the sure knowledge of that he had been a bully. But someone took that lifelong hex away from him. Alvin had fought this man, fought him in defense of Peggy herself, and when the fight was done, this river rat had been undone. But not completely, and he was alive still, wasn't he? Mike Fink, she said softly when he stepped ashore. He looked sharp at her. Do I know you, ma'am? Of course he didn't. When they met before, not 2 years ago, she was covered in hexes that made her look many years older. I don't expect you to remember me, she said. You must take many thousands of people a year across the river. He helped her hoist her traveling bags onto the ferry. You'll want to sit in the middle of the raft, ma'am. She sat down on the bench that ran the middle of the raft. He stood near her, waiting, while another couple of people sauntered over to the ferry locals, obviously, since they had no luggage. A ferryman now, she said. He looked at her. When I knew you, Mike Fink, you were a full-fledged river rat. He smiled wanly. You was that lady, he said. Hexed up 6 ways to Tuesday. She looked at him sharply. You saw through them? No, ma'am. But I could feel them. You watched me fight that Hatrack River boy. I did. He took away my mother's hex, said Mike. I know. I reckon you know damn near everything. She looked at him again. You seem to be abundant in knowledge yourself, sir. You're Peggy the Torch, of Hatrack River Town. And the boy has whupped me and stole my hex. He's in jail in Hatrack now, for stealing gold off his master when he was apprentice smith. And I suppose that pleases you? Asked Peggy. Mike Fink shook his head. No, ma'am. And in truth, as she looked into his heartfire, she saw no future in which he harmed Alvin. Why are you still here? Not 10 miles from Hatrack Mouth, where he shamed you. Where he made a man of me, said Mike. She was startled then, for sure. That's how you think of it? My mother wanted to keep me safe. Tattooed a hex right into my butt. But what she never thought of was, what kind of man does it make a fellow, to never get hurt no matter what harm he causes to others? I've killed folks, some bad, but some not so bad. I'd bit off ears and noses and broken limbs, too, and all the time I was doing it, I never cared a damn, begging your pardon, ma'am. Because nothing ever hurt me. Never touched me, dot. And since Alvin took away your hex, you've stopped hurting people? Hell no. Mike Fink said, then roared with laughter. Why, you sure don't know a thing about the river, do you? No, every last man I ever beat in a fight had to come find me, soon as word spread that a Smith boy whupped me and made me howl. I had to fight every rattlesnake and weasel, every rat and pile of pigs hid on the river all over again. You see the scar on my face? You see where my hair hangs straight one side of my head? That's 2 fights I damn near lost. But I won the rest. Didn't I, Holly? The other ferryman looked over. I wasn't listening to your brag, you pitiful scab-eating squirrel fart, he said mildly. I told this lady I won every fight, every last one of them. That's right enough, said Holly. Course, mostly you just shot them dead when they made as if to fight you. Lies like that will get you sent to hell, Already got me a room picked out there, said Holly, and you to empty my chamber pot twice today. Only so's you can lick it out after. Who did Mike think? Peggy felt repulsed by their crudity, of course, but she also felt the spirit of camaraderie behind their banter. What I don't understand, Mr. Fink, is why you never sought vengeance against the boy who beat you. He wasn't no boy, said Fink. He was a man. I reckon he was probably born a man. I was the boy. A bully boy. He knew pain, and I didn't. He was fighting for right, and I wasn't. I think about him all the time, ma'am. Him and you. The way you looked at me, like I was a crusty toad on a clean bedsheet. I hear tell he's a maker. She nodded. So why's he letting them hold him in jail? She looked at him quizzically. Oh, come now, ma'am. A fellow as can wipe the tattoo off my butt without touching it, he can't be kept in no natural jail. True enough. I imagine he believes himself to be innocent, and therefore he wants to stand trial to prove it and clear his name. Well, he's a damn fool, then, and I hope you'll tell him when you see him. And why will I give him this remarkable message? Fink grinned. Because I know something he don't know. I know that there's a feller lives in Carthage City who wants Alvin dead. He plans to get Alvin extradited to Kennetuck. Extradited? That means one state tells another to give them up a prisoner. I know what it means, said Peggy. Then what was you asking, ma'am? Go on with your story. Only when they take Alvin in chains, with guards awake and watching him day and night, they'll never take him to Kennetuck for no trial. I know some of the boys they hired to take him. They know that on some signal, they're to walk away and leave him alone in chains. Why haven't you told the authorities? I'm telling you, ma'am, said Mike Fink, grinning. And I already told myself and Holly. Chains won't hold him, said Peggy. You reckon not? Said Mike. There was some reason that boy took the tattoo off my butt. If hexes had no power over him, I reckon he never would have had to clean mine off, do you think? So if he needed to get rid of my hex, then I reckon them as understands hexes right good might be able to make chains that'd hold him long enough for somebody to come with a shotgun and blow his head off. But she had seen nothing of the kind in his future. Course it'll never happen, said Mike Fink. Why not? She asked. 'Cause I owe that boy my life. My life as a man, anyway, a man worth looking at in the mirror, though I ain't half so pretty as I was before he dealt with me. I had a grip on that boy in my arms, ma'am. I meant to kill him, and he knowed it. But he didn't kill me. More to the point, ma'am, he broke both my legs in that fight. But then he took pity on me. He had mercy. He must have known I wouldn't live out the night with broke legs. I had too many enemies, right there among my friends. So he laid hands on my legs and he fixed them. Fixed my legs, so the bones was stronger than before. What kind of man does that to a man as tried to kill him not a minute before? A good man. Well, many a good man might wish to, but only one good man had the power, said Mike. And if he had the power to do that, he had the power to kill me without touching me. He had the power to do whatever he damn well pleased, begging your pardon. But he had mercy on me, ma'am. That was true. The only surprise to Peggy was that Mike Fink understood it. I aim to pay the debt. As long as I'm alive, ma'am, ain't no harm coming to Alvin Smith. And that's why you're here, she said. Came here with Holly as soon as I found out what was getting plotted up. But why here? Mike Fink laughed. The portmaster at Hatrack Mouth knows me real good, and he don't trust me. I wonder why. How long you reckon it'd be afore the Hatrack County Sheriff was on my back like a sweaty shirt? I suppose that also explains why you haven't made yourself known to Alvin directly. What's he going to think when he sees me, but that I've come to get even? No, I'm watching, I'm biding my time, I ain't showing my hand to the law nor to Alvin neither. But you're telling me. Because you'd know it anyway, soon enough. She shook her head. I know this, there's no path in your future that has you rescuing Alvin from thugs. His face grew serious. But I got to, ma'am. Why? Because a good man pays his debts. Alvin won't think you're in his debt, sir. Don't matter to me what he thinks about it, I feel the debt, so the debt's going to be paid. It's not just debt, is it? Mike Fink laughed. Time to push this raft away and get it over to the North Shore, don't you think? He hooted twice, high, as if he were some kind of steam whistle, and Holly hooted back and laughed. They set their poles against the floating dock and pushed away. Then, smooth as if they were dancers, he and Holly pulled them across the river, so smoothly and deftly that the line that tied them to the cable never even went taut. Peggy said nothing to him as he worked. She watched instead, watched the muscles of his arms and back rippling under the skin, watched the slow and graceful up and down of his legs as he danced with the river. There was beauty in it, in him. It also made her think of Alvin at the forge, Alvin at the anvil, his arms shining with sweat in the firelight, the sparks glinting from the metal as he pounded, the muscles of his forearms rippling as he bent and shaped the iron. Alvin could have done all his work without raising a hand, by the use of his knack. But there was a joy in the labor, a joy from making with his own hands. She had never experienced that her life, her labors, all were done with her mind and whatever words she could think of to say. Her life was all about knowing and teaching. Alvin's life was all about feeling and making. He had more in common with this one-eared scar-faced river rat than he had with her. This dance of the human body in contest with the river, it was a kind of wrestling, and Alvin loved to wrestle. Crude as Fink was, he was Alvin's natural friend, surely. They reached the other shore, bumping squarely against the floating dock, and the shoreman lashed the upstream comber of the raft to the wharf. The men with no luggage jumped ashore at once. Mike Fink laid down his pole and, sweat still dripping down his arms and from his nose and grizzled beard, he made as if to pick up her bags. She laid a hand on his arm to stop him. Mr. Fink, she said. You mean to be Alvin's friend, Dot. I had in mind more along the lines of being his champion, ma'am, he said softly. But I think what you really want is to be his friend. Mike Fink said nothing. You're afraid that he'll turn you away, if you try to be his friend in the open. I tell you, sir, that he'll not turn you away. He'll take you for what you are. Mike shook his head. Don't want him to take me for that. Yes you do, because what you are is a man who means to be good, and undo the bad he's done, and that's as good as any man ever gets. Mike shook his head more emphatically, making drops of sweat fly a little. She didn't mind the ones that struck on her skin. They had been made by honest work, and by Alvin's friend. Meet him face to face, Mr. Fink. Be his friend instead of his rescuer. He needs friends more. I tell you, and you know that I know it, Alvin will have few true friends in his life. If you mean to be true to him, and never betray him, so he can trust you always, then I can promise you he may have a few friends he loves as much, but none he loves more than you. Mike Fink knelt down and turned his face away toward the river. She could see from the glinting that his eyes were awash with tears. Ma'am, he said, that's not what I was daring to hope for. Then you need more courage, my friend, she said. You need to dare to hope for what is good, instead of settling for what is merely good enough. She stood up. Alvin has no need of your violence. But your honor, that he can use. She lifted both her bags herself. At once he leapt to his feet. Please ma'am, let me. She smiled at him. I saw you take such joy from wrestling with the river just now. It made me want to do a little physical work myself. Will you let me? He rolled his eyes. Ma'am, in all the tales of you I've heard around here, I never heard you was crazy. You have something to add to the legend, then, she said, winking. She stepped onto the floating dock, bags in hand. They were heavy, and she almost regretted turning down his help. I heard all you said, Mike told her, coming up behind her. But please don't shame me by letting me be seen empty-handed while a fine lady carried her own luggage. Gratefully she turned and handed the bags to him. Thank you, she said. I think some things must be built up to. He grinned. Maybe I'll build up to going to see Alvin, face to face. She looked into his heartfire. I'm sure of it, Mr. Fink. As Fink put her bags into the carriage in which the men who had crossed with them impatiently waited for her, she wondered, I just changed the course of events. I brought Mike Fink closer than he would ever have come on his own. Have I done something that will save Alvin in the end? Have I given him the friend that will confound his enemies? She found Alvin's heartfire almost without trying. And no, there was no change, except for a day when Mike Fink would go away from a prison cell in tears, knowing that Alvin would surely die if he wasn't there, but knowing also that Alvin refused to have him, refused to let him stand guard. But it was not the jail in Hatrack River. And it was not any time soon. Even if she hadn't changed the future much, she changed it a little. There'd be other changes, too. Eventually one of them would make the difference. One of them would turn Alvin away from the darkness that would engulf the end of his life. God be with you, ma'am, said Mike Fink. Call me Miss Larner, please, said Peggy. I'm not married. So far, anyway, he said. Asterisk. Even though he hardly slept the night before, Verily was too keyed up to be sleepy as he entered the courtroom. He had met Alvin Smith, after all these weeks of anticipation, and it was worth it. Not because Alvin had overawed him with wisdom time and to learn from him later. No, the great and pleasant surprise was that he liked the man. He might be a bit rough-hewn, more American and more countrified than Calvin. What of that? He had a glint of humor in his eyes, and he seemed so direct, so open. And I am his attorney. The American courtroom was almost casual, compared to the English ones in which Verily had always litigated up to now. The judge had no wig, for one thing, and his robe was a little threadbare. There could hardly be any majesty of law here, and yet law was law, and justice was not utterly unconnected to it, not if the judge was honest, and there was no reason to think he wouldn't be. He called the court into session and asked for motions. Marty Laws rose quickly. Motion to have the golden plow removed from the prisoner and placed into the custody of the court. It doesn't make any sense for the very item in question to remain in the possession of the prisoner when. Didn't ask for arguments, said the judge. I asked for motions. Any others? If it please the court, I move for dismissal of all charges against my client, said Verily. Speak up, young man, I couldn't hear a word you said. Verily repeated himself, more loudly. Well, wouldn't that be nice, said the judge. When the court is ready for argument, I'll be glad to explain why. Explain now, please, said the judge, looking just a little annoyed. Verily didn't understand what he had done wrong, but he complied. The point at issue is a plow that all agree is made of solid gold. Makepeace Smith has not a scintilla of evidence that he was ever in possession of such a quantity of gold, and therefore he has no standing to bring a complaint. Marty Laws pounced at once. Your Honor, that's what this whole trial is designed to prove, and as for evidence, I don't know what a scintilla is, unless it has something to do with the Odyssey, but... Amusing reference, said the judge, and quite flattering to me, I'm sure, but please sit back down on your Charybdis until I ask for rebuttal, which I won't have to ask for because the motion to dismiss is denied. Any other motions? I've got one, Your Honor, said Marty. A motion to postpone the matter of extradition until after. Extradition! Cried the judge. Now what sort of nonsense is this? It was discovered that there was an outstanding warrant of extradition naming the prisoner, demanding that he be sent to Kennetuck to stand trial for the murder of a slave finder in the act of performing his lawful duty. This was all news to Verily. Or was it? The family had told him some of the tale how Alvin had changed a half-black boy so the finders could no longer identify him, but in their search for the boy they got into the roadhouse where his adopted parents lived, and there the boy's mother had killed one of the finders, and the other had killed her, and then Alvin had come up and killed the one that killed her, but not until after the finder had shot him, so it was obviously self-defense. How can he be tried for this? Asked Verily. The determination of Polly Wiseman, who was sheriff at the time, was that it was self-defense. Marty turned to the man sitting, up to now silently, beside him. The man arose slowly. My learned friend from England is unaware of local law, Your Honor. Do you mind if I help him out? Go ahead, Mr. Webster, said the judge. So, the judge had already had dealings with Mr. Webster, thought Verily. Maybe that meant he was already biased, but which way? Mr. Cooper, am I right? Mr. Cooper, when Kennetuck, Tennessee, and Appalachia were admitted to the Union of American States, the Fugitive Slave Treaty became the Fugitive Slave Law. Under that law, when a slave finder engaged in his lawful duty in one of the free states is interfered with, the defendant is tried in the state where the owner of the slave being pursued has his legal residence. At the time of the crime, that state was Appalachia, but the owner of the slave in question, Mr. Cavil Planter, has relocated in Kennetuck, and so that is where by law Mr. Smith will have to be extradited to stand trial. If it is found there that he acted in self-defense, he will of course be set free. Our petition to the court is to set aside the matter of extradition until after the conclusion of this trial. I'm sure you'll agree that this is in the best interests of your client. So it seemed, on the surface. But Verily was no fool. If it was in the best interest of Alvin Smith, Daniel Webster would not be so keen on it. The most obvious motive was to influence the jury. If people in Hatrack, who mostly liked Alvin, came to believe that by convicting him of stealing Makepeace's plow they might keep him from being extradited to a state where he would surely be hanged, they might convict him for his own good. Your Honor, my client would like to oppose this motion and demand an immediate hearing on the matter of extradition, so it may be cleared up before he stands trial on the charges here. I don't like that idea, said the judge. If we have the hearing and approve the extradition, then this trial takes second place and off he goes to Kennetuck. Marty Laws whispered to Verily, don't be daft, boy. I'm the one who's pushed Webster into agreeing to this. It's crazy to send him to Kennetuck. For a moment Verily wavered. But by now he had some understanding of how Webster and Laws fit together. Laws might believe that he had persuaded Webster to put off the extradition, but Verily was pretty sure the reality went the other way. Webster wanted extradition postponed. Therefore Verily didn't. "I'm quite aware of that," said Verily, a statement that had become true not 5 seconds before. "Nevertheless, we wish an immediate hearing on the matter of extradition. I believe that is my client's right. We don't wish the jury to be aware of a matter of extradition hanging over him. But we don't want the defendant leaving the state while still in possession of Makepeace Smith's gold," cried Webster. "We don't know whose gold it is yet," said the judge. "This is all pretty darn confusing, I must say. Sounds to me like the prosecution is pleading the defense's cause, and vice versa. But on general principles I'm inclined to give the capital charge precedence over a matter of larceny. So the extradition hearing will be how long do you boys need?" "We could be ready in this afternoon," said Marty. "No you can't," said Verily. "Because you have to obtain evidence that at present is almost certainly in Kennetuck." "Evidence?" Marty looked genuinely puzzled. "Of what?" "All the witnesses of Alvin's killing that Finder fellow live right here in town. The crime for which extradition is mandatory is not killing a Finder, plain and simple. It's interfering with a Finder who is in pursuit of his lawful duty. So you must not only prove that my client killed the Finder, you must prove the Finder was in lawful pursuit of a particular slave." The thread that Verily was holding to was what the Miller family back in Vigor had told him about Alvin changing the half-black boy so the Finders couldn't find him anymore. Marty Laws leaned close to Daniel Webster and they conferred for a moment. "I believe we'll have to bring us a slave finder over the river from Wheelwright," said Laws, "and fetch the cachet. Only that's in Carthage City, so, by horse and then by train, day after tomorrow?" "That works for me," said the judge. "If it pleased the court," said Webster. "Nothing has pleased me much so far today," said the judge. "But go ahead, Mr. Webster. Since there is some considerable history of people hiding the slave in question, we'd like him taken into custody immediately. I believe the boy is in this courtroom right now." He turned and looked straight at Arthur Stewart. "On the contrary," said Verily Cooper. "I believe the boy Mr. Webster is indicating is the adopted son of Mr. Horace Gester, the owner of the roadhouse in which I have taken lodging, and therefore he has presumptive rights as a citizen of the state of Ohio, which decrees that he is presumed to be a free man until and unless it is proven otherwise." "Hell's bells, Mr. Cooper," said Marty Laws, "we all know the Finders picked the boy out and took him back across the river in chains. It is my client's position that they did so in error, and a panel of impartial Finders will be unable, using only the cachet, to pick the boy out from a group of other boys if his race is concealed from them. We propose this as the first matter for the court to demonstrate. If the panel of Finders cannot pick out the boy, then the Finders who died in this town were not pursuing their lawful business, and therefore Kennetuck has no jurisdiction because the fugitive slave law does not apply." "You're from England and you don't know diddly about what these Finders can do," said Marty, quite upset now. "Are you trying to get Arthur Stewart sent off in chains? And Alvin hanged?" "Mr. Laws," said the judge, "you are the state's attorney in this matter, not Mr. Smith's or Mr. Stewart's." "For crying out loud," said Marty. "And if the fugitive slave law does not apply, then I submit to the court that Alvin Smith has already been determined by the sheriff and attorney of Hattrack County to have acted in self-defense, and therefore to bring charges now would put him in double jeopardy, which is forbidden by—" "I know exactly who and what forbids double jeopardy," said the judge, now getting a little edgy with Verily. "What am I doing wrong?" Verily wondered. "All right, since it's Mr. Smith's neck that's on the line, I'll deny the prosecution's motion and grant the defense motion to set up a blind test of a panel of Finders. Let's add another day, we'll meet on Friday to see if they can identify Arthur Stewart. As for putting Arthur in custody, I'll ask the boy's adopted father, is old Horace in the court today?" Horace stood up. "Here I am, sir," he said. "You going to make my life difficult by hiding this boy, so I have to lock you up for the rest of your natural life for contempt of court? Or are you going to keep him in plain sight and bring him to court for that test?" "I'll bring him," said Horace. "He ain't going nowheres as long as Alvin's in jail, anyhow." "Don't get cute with me, Horace, I'm just warning you," said the judge. "Got no intention of being cute, damn it," murmured Horace as he sat back down. "Don't curse in my courtroom either, Mr. Gester, and don't insult me by assuming that my gray hair means I'm deaf." The judge rapped with his gavel. "Well, that does it for motions, Anne." "Your Honor," said Verily. "That's me," said the judge. "What, you got another motion?" "I do," said Verily. "There's the matter of arguments on the motion to produce the plow," offered Marty Laws helpfully. "Damn it," muttered the judge. "I heard that, Judge," cried Horace Gester. "Bailiff, Put Mr. Gester outside, said the judge. They all waited while Horace Gester got up and hurried out of the courtroom. What's your new motion, Mr. Cooper? I respectfully request to know the position of Mr. Webster in this courtroom. He seems not to be an official of the county of Hatrack or the state of Ohio. Ain't you co-counsel or some other fool thing? Asked the judge of Daniel Webster. I am, said Webster. Well, there you have it. Begging your pardon, Your Honor, but it seems plain to me that Mr. Webster's fees are not being paid by the county. I respectfully request to know who is paying him, or if he is acting out of the goodness of his heart. The judge leaned on his desk and cocked his head to look at Daniel Webster. Now that you mention it, I do recall never seeing you represent anybody as wasn't either very rich or very famous, Mr. Webster. I'd like to know myself who's paying you. I'm here volunteering my services, said Webster. So if I put you under oath and ask you to tell me if your time and expenses here are or are not being paid by someone other than your own self, you would say that you are receiving no payment? Under oath? Webster smiled faintly. I'm on retainer, and so my expenses are paid, but not for this case specifically. Let me ask it another way. If you don't want the bailiff to put you out with Mr. Gester, tell me who's paying you. I am on retainer with the Property Rights Crusade, located at 44 Harrison Street in the city of Carthage in the state of Wabash. Webster smiled thinly. Does that answer your respectful request, Mr. Cooper? The judge asked. It does, Your Honor. Then I'll declare this. Your Honor, cried Marty Laws. The matter of possession of the plow. All right, Mr. Laws, said the judge. Time for brief arguments. It's absurd for the defendant to remain in possession of the property in question, that's all, said Marty. Since the defendant himself is in the custody of the county jail, said Verily Cooper, and the plow is in his possession, then, like his clothing and his pen and ink and paper and everything else in his possession, the plow is obviously in the custody of the county jail as well. The state's motion is moot. How do we know that the defendant even has the plow? Asked Marty Laws. Nobody's seen it. That's a point, said the judge, looking at Verily. Because of special properties of the plow, said Verily, the defendant feels it unwise to let it out of his sight. Nevertheless, if the state wishes to designate 3 officers of the court to see it. Let's keep it simple, said the judge. Mr. Laws, Mr. Cooper, and I will go see this plow today, as soon as we finish here. Verily noticed with pleasure that Daniel Webster flushed with anger as he realized he was not going to be treated as an equal and invited alone. Webster tugged at Laws' coat and then whispered in his ear. Your Honor, said Laws. What message are you delivering for Mr. Webster? Asked the judge. We can't exactly call me, you, and Mr. Cooper as witnesses, us being, what we are, said Laws. I thought the point of this was to make sure the plow existed, said the judge. If you and me and Mr. Cooper see it, then I think we can fairly well assure everybody it exists. But in the trial, we'll want people other than the defendant and Mr. Makepeace Smith to be able to testify about the plow. Plenty of time for worrying about that later. I'm sure we can get a few witnesses to see it by then, too. How many do you want? Another whispered conference. 8 will do fine, said Laws. You and Mr. Cooper get together in the next while and decide which 8 people you'll settle on as witnesses. In the meantime, the 3 of us will go visit Mr. Alvin Smith in prison and get an eyeful of this marvelous legendary mythical golden plow that has, how did you put it, Mr. Cooper, special properties, said Verily. You Englishmen have such a fine way with words. Once again, Verily could sense some kind of nastiness directed toward him from the judge. As before, he had no idea what he had done to provoke it. Still, the judge's inexplicable annoyance aside, things had gone rather well. Unless, of course, the Millers had been all wrong and the slave finders could identify Arthur Stewart as the wanted runaway. Then there'd be problems. But, the nicest thing about this case was that if Verily performed quite badly, making it certain that Alvin would be hanged or Arthur Stewart returned to slavery, Alvin, being a maker, could always just take the boy and go away, and not a soul could stop them if Alvin didn't want to be stopped, or find them if Alvin didn't want to be found. Still, Verily had no intention of doing badly. He intended to win spectacularly. He intended to clear Alvin's name of all charges so the maker would be free to teach him all that he wanted to know. And another, deeper motive, one which he did not try to hide from himself though he would never have admitted it to another, he wanted the maker to respect him. He wanted Alvin Smith to look him in the eye and say, "Well done, friend." That would be good. Verily Cooper wanted that good thing. Chapter 14, Witnesses. All the time of waiting hadn't been so bad, really. Nothing was happening in the jail, but Alvin didn't mind being alone and doing nothing. It gave him thinking time. And thinking time was making time, he reckoned. Not like he used to do as a boy, making bug baskets out of pulled-up grass to keep the unmaker back. But making things in his head. Trying to remember the Crystal City as he saw it in the waterspout with Tenskwatawa. Trying to figure how such a place was made. Can't teach folks how to make it if I don't know what it is myself. Outside the jail he knew that the unmaker was moving in the world, tearing down a little here, knocking over a little there, setting a wedge in every tiny crack it found. And there were always people searching for the unmaker, for some awful destructive power outside themselves. Poor fools, they always thought that destruction was merely destruction, they were using it and when they were done with it, they'd set to building. But you don't build on a foundation of destruction. That's the dark secret of the unmaker, Alvin thought. Once he sets you to tearing down, it's hard to get back to building, hard to get your own self back. The digger wears out the ground and the spade. And once you let yourself be a tool in the unmaker's hand, he'll wear you out, he'll tear you down, he'll dull you and hole you, and all the time you'll be thinking you're so sharp and fine and bright and whole, and you never know till he lets go of you, lets you drop and fall. What's that clatter? Why, that was me. That was me, sounding like a wore-out tool. What you leaving me for? I still got yous left in me. But you don't, not when the unmaker's got you. What Alvin figured out was that when you're making, you don't use people like tools. You don't wear them out to achieve your purpose. You wear yourself out helping them achieve theirs. You wear yourself out teaching and guiding, persuading and listening to advice and letting folks persuade you, when it happens they're right. So instead of one ruler and a bunch of wore-out tools, you got a whole city of makers, all of them free fellow citizens, hard workers everyone. Except for one little problem. Alvin couldn't teach making. Oh, he could get people to sort of set their minds right and their work would be enhanced a little. And a few people, like Measure, mostly, and his sister Eleanor, they learned a thing or two, they caught a glimmer. But most was in the dark. And then there comes a one like this lawyer from England, this Verily Cooper, and he was just born knowing how to do in a second what Measure could only do after a whole day's struggle. Sealing a book shut like it was a single block of wood and cloth, and then opening it again with no harm to any of the pages and the letters still stuck on the surfaces. That was some making. What did he have to teach Verily? He was born knowing. And how could he hope to teach those as wasn't born knowing? And anyway, how could he teach anything when he didn't know how to make the crystal out of which the city would be made? You can't build a city of glass, it'll break, it can't hold weight. You can't build out of ice, either, because it ain't clear enough, and what about summer? Diamonds, they're strong enough, but a city made of diamond, even if he could find or make so much of it, no way would they be allowed to use such rich stuff for building, there'd be folks to tear it down in no time, each one stealing a bit of wall to make himself rich, and pretty soon the whole thing would be like a Swiss cheese, more hole than wall. Oh, Alvin could spin himself through these thoughts and wonderings, through memories and words of books he read when Miss Larner, when Peggy was teaching him. He could keep his mind occupied in solitude and not mind it a bit, though he also sure didn't mind when Arthur Stewart came to talk to him about goings-on. Today, though, things were happening. Verily Cooper would be fending off motions for this and that, and even if he was a good lawyer, he was from England and he didn't know the ways here, he could make mistakes, but there wasn't a blame thing Alvin could do about it even if he did. He just had to put his trust in other folks, and Alvin hated that. Everyone hates it, said a voice, a so familiar voice, a dreamed of, longed for voice with which he had had many a debate in his memory, many a quarrel in his imagination, a voice that he dreamed of whispering gently to him in the night and in the morning. Peggy, he whispered. He opened his eyes. There she was, looking just as she would if he had conjured her up, only she was real, he hadn't done no conjuring. He remembered his manners and stood up. Miss Larner, he said. It was kind of you to come and visit me. Not so much kind as necessary, she said, her tone businesslike. Businesslike. He sighed inwardly. She looked around for a chair. He picked up the stool that stood inside the cell and impulsively, thoughtlessly handed it right through the bars to her. He hardly even noticed how he made the bits of iron bar and the strands of woodstuff move apart to let each other through, only when he saw Peggy's wide eyes did he realize that of course she'd never seen anybody pass wood and iron right through each other like that. Sorry, he said. I've never done that before, I mean without warning or nothing. She took the stool. It was very thoughtful of you, she said. To provide me with a stool. He sat down on his cot. It creaked under him. If he hadn't toughened up the material, it would have given way under his weight days ago. He was a big man and he used furniture kind of rough, he didn't mind if it complained out loud now and then. They're doing pre-trial motions in court today, I understand. I watched part of it. Your lawyer is excellent. Verily Cooper, I think he and I ought to be friends, Alvin said. He watched for her reaction. She nodded, smiled thinly. Do you really want me to tell you what I know about the possible courses your friendship might take? Alvin sighed. I do, and I don't, and you know it. I'll tell you that I'm glad he's here. Without him, you'd have no chance of getting through this trial. So now I'll win? Winning isn't everything, Alvin. But losing is nothing. If you lost the case but kept your life and your life's work, then losing would be better than winning, and dying for it, don't you think? I'm not on trial for my life. Yes, you are, said Peggy. Whenever the law gets its hands on you, those who use the law to their own advantage will also turn it against you. Don't put your trust in the laws of men, Alvin. They were designed by strong men to improve their power over weaker ones. That's not fair, Miss Larner, said Alvin. Ben Franklin and them others has made the first laws, They meant well. But the reality for you is that whenever you put yourself in jail, Alvin, your life is in grave danger every moment. You came to tell me that? You know I can walk out of here whenever I want. I came so I could tell you when to walk away, if the need comes. I want my name cleared of Makepeace's lies. I also came to help with that, she said. I'm going to testify. Alvin thought of that night when Goody Gester died, Peggy's mother, though he hadn't known that Miss Larner was really Peggy Gester until she knelt weeping over her mother's ruined body. Right till the moment they heard the first gunshot, he and Peggy had been on the verge of declaring their love for each other and deciding to marry. And then her mother killed the finder, and the other finder killed her, and Alvin got there way too late to heal her from the shotgun blast, and all he could do was kill the man that shot her, kill him with his bare hands, and what did that do? What good did that do? What kind of making was that? I don't want you to testify, he said. I wasn't looking forward to it myself, she said. I won't do it if it's not needed. But you have to tell Verily Cooper what and who I am, and tell him that when he's all done with his other witnesses, he's to look to me, and if I nod, he's to call me as a witness, no arguments. Do you understand me? I'll know better than either of you whether my testimony is necessary or not. Alvin heard what she said and knew he'd go along, but there was a part of him that was seething with anger even though he didn't know why he'd been longing to see her for more than a year now, and suddenly she was here and all he wanted to do was yell at her. Well, he didn't yell. But he did speak up in a voice that sounded less than kind. Is that what you come back for? To tell poor stupid Alvin and his poor stupid lawyer what to do? She looked sharp at him. I met an old friend of yours at the ferry. For a moment his heart leapt within him. Tecumseh? He whispered. Goodness no, she said. He's out west past the Mississippi for all I know. I was referring to a fellow who once had a tattoo on an unmentionable part of his body, a Mr. Mike Fink. Alvin rolled his eyes. I guess the Unmaker's assembling all my enemies in one place. On the contrary, said Peggy. I think he's no enemy. I think he's a friend. He swears he means only to protect you, and I believe him. He knew she meant him to take that as proof that the man could be trusted, but he was feeling stubborn and said nothing. He came to the Wheelwright Ferry in order to be close enough to keep an eye on you. There's a conspiracy to get you extradited to Kennetuck under the fugitive slave law. Podogly told me he wasn't going to pay no mind to that. Well, Daniel Webster is here precisely to see to it that whether you win or lose here, you get taken to Kennetuck to stand trial. I won't go, said Alvin. They'd never let me get to trial. No, they never would. That's what Mike Fink came to watch out for. Why is he on my side? I took away his hex of protection. It was a strong one. Near perfect. And he suffered a few scars and lost an ear since then. But he's also learned compassion. He values the exchange. And you healed his legs. You left him with a fighting chance. Alvin thought about that. Well, you never know, do you? I thought of him as a stone killer. I think that a good person can sometimes do wrong out of ignorance or weakness or wrong thinking, but when hard times come, the goodness wins out after all. And a bad person can often seem good and trustworthy for a long time, but when hard times come, the evil in him gets revealed. So maybe we're just waiting for hard enough times to come in order to find out just how bad I am. She smiled thinly. Modesty is a virtue, but I know you too well to think for a minute you believe you're a bad man. I don't think much about whether I'm good or bad. I think a lot about whether I'm going to be worth a damn or not. Right now I reckon myself to be worth about 6 bits. Alvin, she said, you never used to swear in front of me. He felt the rebuke, but he rather liked the feeling of annoying her. It's just the bad in me coming out. You're very angry with me. Yes, well, you know all, you see all. I've been busy, Alvin. You've been doing your life's work, and I've been doing mine. Once upon a time I hoped it might be the same work, said Alvin. It will never be the same work. Though our labors may complement each other. I will never be a maker. I only see what is there to be seen. while you imagine what might be made, and then make it. Mine is by far the lesser gift, and mostly useless to you. That's the purest nonsense I ever heard. I don't speak nonsense, she said sharply. If you don't think my words sound true, then think again until you understand them. He imagined her as he used to see her, the severe-looking teacher lady at least 10 years older than Peggy really was. She still knew how to use her voice like a rap across her knuckles. It ain't useless to me to know what's coming in the future. But I don't know what's coming. I only know what might come. What seems likely to come. There are so many paths the future might take. Most people stumble blindly along, plunging into this or that path that I see in their heartfire, heading for disaster or delight. Few have your power, Alvin, to open up a new path that did not exist. There was no future in which I saw you push that stool through the bars of the cell. And yet it was an almost inevitable act on your part. A simple expression of the impulsiveness of a young man. I see in people's heartfires the futures that are possible for them in the natural course of events. But you can set aside the laws of nature, and so you can't be properly accounted for. Sometimes I can see clearly, but there are deep gaps, dark and wide. He got up from the cot and came to the bars, held them, knelt down in front of her. Tell me how I find out how to make the Crystal City. I don't know how you do it. But I've seen 1,000 futures in which you do. Tell me where I look then, in order to learn. I don't know. Whatever it is, it doesn't follow the laws of nature. Or at least I think that's why I can't see it. Violet Franker says my life ends in Carthage City, said Alvin. She stiffened. How does she know such a thing? 9. She knows where things come from and where they'll end up. Don't go to Carthage City. Never go there. So she's right. Never go there, she whispered. Please. I got no plans for it, he said. But inside his heart he thought, he cares for me after all. She still cares for me. He might have said something about it, or she might have talked a bit more tenderly and less businesslike. Might have, but then the door opened and in trooped the sheriff and the judge, and Marty Laws and Verily Cooper. "'Scuse us," said Sheriff Dodley. "But we got us a courtroom thing to do here." "I'm at your service, gentlemen," said Alvin, rising at once to his feet. Peggy also rose, then stooped to move the stool out of the way of the door. The sheriff looked at the stool. "It was so kind of you to allow Alvin's stool to be placed outside the bars for me," said Peggy. Dodley looked at her. He hadn't given any such order, but he decided not to argue the point. Alvin was Alvin. "Explain things to your client," said the judge to Verily Cooper. "As we discussed last night," said Verily, "we'll need to have various witnesses view the plow. The three of us will be enough to ascertain that the plow exists, that it appears to be made of gold, and—" "That's all right," said Alvin. "And we've agreed that after the jury is impaneled, we'll select 8 more witnesses who can testify to the existence and nature of the plow in open court." "As long as the plow stays in here with me," said Alvin. He glanced toward Sheriff Dodley. "The sheriff already knows," said the judge, "that he is not one of the designated witnesses." "Blame it all, Your Honor," said Dodley. "It sits in here for weeks in my jail and I can't even see it?" "I don't mind if he stays," said Alvin. "I do," said the judge. "It's better if he doesn't regale his deputies with tales of how big and how gold the thing is. I know we can trust Mr. Dodley. But why exacerbate the temptation that must already afflict at least some of his deputies?" Alvin laughed. "What's so funny, Mr. Smith?" asked the judge. "How everybody's all pretending they know what in hell the word exacerbate means." They all joined him in laughter. When it died down, Sheriff Dodley was still in the room. "I'm waiting to escort the lady out," he said. Alvin rolled his eyes. "She saw the plow on the night that it was made." "Nevertheless," said the judge, 3 witnesses on this official occasion. "You can show it to every visitor in the jail if you want to, but on this occasion, we have agreed to 3, and 3 it is." Peggy smiled at the judge. "You are a man of extraordinary integrity, sir," she said. "I'm glad to know you're presiding at this trial." When she was gone and the sheriff had closed the door to the jail, the judge looked at Alvin. "That was Peggy Gester? The torch girl?" Alvin nodded. "She grew up prettier than I ever expected," said the judge. "I just wish I knew whether she was being sarcastic." "I don't think so," said Alvin. "But you're right, she has a way of saying even nice things as if she's only barely holding back from telling a bunch of stuff that ain't so nice." "Whoever marries that one," said the judge, "he better have a thick skin." "Or a stout stick," said Marty Laws, and then he laughed. But he laughed alone, and soon fell silent, vaguely embarrassed, uncertain why his joke had fallen so flat. Alvin reached under the cot and slid out the burlap bag that held the plow. He pulled back the mouth of the sack so the plow sat exposed, surrounded by burlap, shining golden in the light from the high windows. "I'll be damned," said Marty Laws. "It really is a plow, and it really is gold." "Looks gold," said the judge. "I think if we're to be honest witnesses, we have to touch it." Alvin smiled. "I ain't stopping you, Dot." The judge sighed and turned to the county attorney. "We forgot to get the sheriff to open the cell door." "I'll fetch him," said Marty. "Please cover the plow, Mr. Smith," said the judge. "Don't bother," said Alvin. He reached over and opened the cell door. The latch didn't even so much as make a sound, nor did the hinges squeak. The door just opened, silent and smooth. The judge looked down at the latch and lock. "Is this broken?" he asked. "Don't worry," said Alvin. "It's working fine. Come on in and touch the plow, if you want." Now that the door was open, they hung back. Finally Verily Cooper stepped in, the judge after him. But Marty held back. "There's something about that plow," he said. "Nothing to be worried about," said Alvin. "You're just bothered because the door opened so easy," said the judge. "Come on in, Mr. Laws." "Look," said Marty. "It's trembling." "Like I told you," said Alvin, "it's alive." Verily knelt down and reached out a hand toward the plow. With no one touching it yet, the plow slid toward him, dragging the burlap with it. Marty yelped and turned his back, pressing his face into the wall opposite the cell door. "You can't be much of a witness with your back turned," said the judge. The plow slid to Verily. He laid his hand on the top of it. It slowly turned under his hand, turned and turned, around and around, smooth as an ice skater. "It is alive," he said. "After a fashion," said Alvin. "But it's got a mind of its own, so to speak. I mean, it's not like I've tamed it or nothing." "Can I pick it up?" asked Verily. "I don't know," said Alvin. "Nobody but me has ever tried." "It would be useful," said the judge, "if we could heft it to see if it weighs like gold, or if it's some other, lighter alloy." "It's the purest gold you'll ever see in your life," said Alvin, "but heft it if you can." Verily squatted, got his hands under the plow, and lifted. He grunted at the weight of it, but it stayed in his hands as he lifted it. Still, there was some struggle with it. "It wants to turn," said Verily. "It's a plow," said Alvin. "It reckon it wants to find good soil." "You wouldn't actually plow with this, would you?" said the judge. "I can't think why else I made it, if it ain't for plowing. I mean, if I was making a bowl I got the shape wrong, don't you think?" "Can you hand it to me?" asked the judge. "Of course," said Verily. He stepped close to the judge and held the plow as the older man wrapped his hands around it. Then Verily let go. At once the plow began to buck in the judge's hands. Before the judge could drop it, Alvin reached out and rested his right hand on the plow's face. Immediately it went still. "Why didn't it do that with Mr. Cooper?" asked the judge, his voice trembling a little. "I reckon it knows Verily Cooper is my attorney," said Alvin, grinning. "While I am impartial," essayed the judge. "Perhaps Mr. Laws is correct not to handle it. But he has to," said Verily. "He's the most important one to see it. He has to assure Mr. Webster and Makepeace Smith that it's the real plow, the gold plow, and that it's safe here in the jailhouse." The judge handed the plow to Alvin, then left the cell and put his hand on Marty Law's shoulder. "Come now, Mr. Laws, I've handled it, and even if it bucks a bit, it won't harm you." Laws shook his head. "Marty," said Alvin, "I don't know what you're afraid of, but I promise you that the plow won't hurt you, and you won't hurt it." Marty turned sideways. "It was so bright," he said. "It hurt my eyes." "Just a glint of sunlight," said the judge. "No, sir," said Marty. "No, Your Honor, it was bright. It was bright from way down deep inside itself. It shone right into me. I could feel it." The judge looked at Alvin. "I don't know," said Alvin. "It's not like I've been showing it to folks." "I know what he means," said Verily. "I didn't see it as light. But I felt it as warmth. When the bag fell open, the whole place felt warmer. But there's no harm in it, Mr. Laws. Please, I'll hold it with you." "As will I," said the judge. Alvin held the plow out to them. Marty slowly turned so he could watch, his head partly averted, as the other two witnesses got their hands on and under the plow. Only then did he sidle forward and gingerly lay his fingertips on and under the golden plowshare. He was sweating something awful, and Alvin felt plain sorry for him, but couldn't begin to understand what the man was going through. The plow had always felt comfortable and friendly like to him. What did it mean to Marty? When the thing didn't hurt him, Marty gained confidence and shifted his hands to get some of the weight of the plow. Still, his eyes were squinted and he looked sidelong, as if to protect one eye in case the other one was suddenly blinded. "I can hold it alone, I guess," he said. "Let Mr. Smith keep his hand on it, so it doesn't buck," said the judge. Alvin left his hand, but the others took their hands away, and Marty held the plow alone. "I reckon it weighs like gold," said Marty. Alvin reached under the plow and got hold of it. "I got it now, Marty," he said. Marty let go reluctantly, it seemed to Alvin. "Anyway, I reckon you can see why I don't just let anyone have a grab at it," said Alvin. "I'd hate to think what shape I'd be in if I dropped it on my toe," said the judge. "Oh, it lands easy," said Alvin. "It really is alive," said Verily softly. "You're a bold fellow," said the judge to Alvin. "Your attorney was quite adamant about having a hearing on the extradition matter before we even impaneled a jury about the larceny business." Alvin looked at Verily. "I reckon my attorney knows what he's doing, but..." "I told them," said Verily, "that my defense would be that the finder was not engaged in lawful business, since by the cachet they carried, Arthur Stewart could not possibly be identified." Alvin knew that this was more a question than a statement. "They walked right by Arthur Stewart that night," said Alvin. "We are going to bring a group of slave finders from Wheelwright to see if they can pick Arthur Stewart from a group of boys about his age," said Verily. "Their faces and hands will be hidden, of course." "Make sure," said Alvin, "to get a couple of Mock Berry's boys in the group, along with whatever white boys you settle on. I reckon those as spends their whole lives looking for black folks might have some ways of spotting which is which, even if they got gloves on and bags over their heads." "Mock Berry?" asked the judge. "He's a black fellow," explained Marty. "Free black, mind you. Him and Anga his wife, they've got a passel of young folks in a cabin in the woods not far from the roadhouse." "Well, that's a good idea, to have some black boys in the mix," said the judge. "And maybe I'll see to a few others things to make things stay fair." He reached out to the plow, which Alvin still held in his hands. "Mind if I touch it one more time?" He did, the plow trembled under his hand. "If the jury should decide that this is truly Makepeace Smith's gold," said the judge, "I wonder how he's going to get it home." "Your Honor," Marty protested. The judge glared at him. "Don't you even for a moment imagine that I'm going to be anything but completely fair and impartial in the conduct of this trial?" Marty shook his head and held out his hands as if to ward off the very thought of impartiality. "Besides," said the judge, "you saw what you saw, too. You going to turn the trial over to Mr. Webster, now that you've seen it move and shine and whatnot?" Marty shook his head. "The point at issue is whether Alvin Smith made the plow with gold that belonged to Makepeace. What the plow is like, its other properties, I don't see, but what that's completely irrelevant." "Exactly," said the judge. "All we needed to verify right now is that it exists, it's gold, and it should remain in Alvin's custody while Alvin remains in the custody of the sheriff. I think we've determined all 3 points to everyone's satisfaction. Right, gentlemen?" "Right," said Marty. Verily smiled. Alvin put the plow back in the burlap bag. As they left the cell, the judge carefully closed the door until the latch clicked. Then he tried to open it and couldn't. "Well, I'm glad to see the jail is secure." He didn't grin when he said it. He didn't have to. Podogly looked beside himself with curiosity as they emerged from the jail into the outer office. In moments he was inside the jail, looking through bars at Alvin, hoping to catch a glint of gold. "Sorry, Sheriff," said Alvin. "All put away." "You got no sense of sport, Alvin," said Dogley. "You couldn't even leave the top open a little bit?" "I won't mind a bit if you're one of the 8, said Alvin. "Let's see what happens." "Not a bad idea," said Dogley. "And thank you for not minding. I won't do that, though. Better to use 8 ordinary citizens, instead of a public official. I'm just curious, you know. Never saw that much gold in all my life, and I'd like to be able to tell my grandchildren." "So would I," said Alvin, and then, "Sheriff Dogley, Peggy Larner wouldn't still be out there, would she?" "No. Sorry, Al. She's gone. Reckon she went on home to say howdy to her pa." "Reckon so," said Alvin. "No matter. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Arthur Stewart would never have called himself a spy. He couldn't help it that he was short. He couldn't help it that his skin was dark and that, being shy, he tended to stand in shadows and hold very, very still so people overlooked him quite easily. He wasn't aware that some of the green song from his long journeys with Alvin still lingered with him, a melody in the back of his mind, so that his step was unusually quiet, twigs tended to bend out of his way, and boards didn't often squeak under his step. But when it came to his visit to Violet's house, well, it wasn't no accident she didn't see him. In fact, he made it a point not to step on the porch of the post office, so he couldn't very well walk through the front door and make the bell ring. Nor, when he got around to the back of Violet Franker's house, did he knock on her back door or ask her permission before climbing up on her rain barrel and leaning over to look through her window into her kitchen, where the teapot simmered on the stove and Violet sat drinking tea and carrying on quite a lively conversation with a salamander. Not a lizard, who even from the window, Arthur Stewart could see there were no scales. Besides, you didn't have to be some kind of genius to know a salamander from a lizard at 5 paces. Arthur Stewart was a boy, and boys tended to know such things. Moreover, Arthur Stewart had been an unusually solitary and inquisitive boy, and he had a way with animals, so even if some other boy might make a mistake, Arthur Stewart never would. It was a salamander. Violet would say something, and then sip her tea, glancing up from the cup now and then to nod or murmur something. I know, isn't it just awful? As if the salamander was saying something. But the salamander didn't say nothing. Didn't even look at her, most of the time, though truth to tell you never quite knew for sure what a salamander was looking at, because if one eye was looking there, the other might be looking here, and how would you know? Still in all, Arthur was pretty sure it looked right at him. Knew he was there. But didn't seem to get alarmed or nothing, so Arthur just kept on looking and listening. A man shouldn't trifle with a lady's affections, she was saying. Once a man goes down that road, the lady has a right to protect herself as best she can. Another sip. Another nod. Oh, I know. And the worst of it is, people are going to think so badly of me. But everyone knows that Alvin Smith has hidden powers. Of course I couldn't help myself. Another sip. And then, abruptly, tears streamed out of her eyes. Oh, my dear, dear soul, my friend, my beloved trusted friend, how can I do this? I really do care for the boy. I really do care for him. Why, oh why couldn't he have loved me? Why did he have to spurn me and make me do this? And so it went. Arthur wasn't no dummy. He knew right off that Violet Franker was planning some kind of devilment against Alvin, and he sort of hoped she might mention what it was, though that wasn't too likely, since all she talked about was how bad she felt and how she hated to do it, but it was a lady's right to defend her honor even though it might involve giving the appearance of having no honor, but that's why it was so good having such a good, true, wonderful friend. Ah, the tears that flowed. Ah, the sighs. Ah, the quart of tea she consumed while Arthur leaned on the sill, watching, listening. Oddly, though, as soon as the tears were done, her face just went clean. Not a streak. Not a trace of redness around the eyes. Not a sign that she had even shed a tear. The tea eventually took its toll. Violet slid her chair back and rose to her feet. Arthur knew where the privy was. He immediately jumped from the rain barrel and ran around the front of the house before the door even opened leading out to the back. Then, knowing she couldn't possibly hear the bell, he opened the post office door, went inside, clambered over the counter, and made his way into the kitchen from the front of the house. There was the salamander, licking a bit of tea that had spilled from the saucer. As Arthur entered, the salamander lifted its head. Then it scurried back and forth, making a shape on the table. One triangle. Another triangle crossing it. A hex. Arthur moved to the chair where Violet had been sitting. Standing, his head was just about at the height her head was at when she was seated. And as he leaned over her chair, the salamander changed. No, not really. No, the salamander disappeared. Instead, a woman was sitting in the chair across from him. You're an evil little boy, the woman said with a sad smile. Arthur hardly even noticed what she said. Because he knew her. It was old Peg Gester. The woman he called Mother. The woman who was buried under a certain stone marker on the hill behind the roadhouse, near his real mother, the runaway slave girl he never met. Old Peg was there. But it wasn't old Peg. It was the salamander. And you imagine things, you nasty boy. You make up stories. Old Peg used to call him her nasty boy, but it was a tease. It was when he repeated something someone else had said. She would laugh and call him nasty boy and give him a hug and tell him not to repeat that remark to anyone. But this woman, this pretend old Peg, she meant it. She thought he was a nasty boy. He moved away from the chair. The salamander was back on the table and old Peg was gone. Arthur knelt by the table to look at the salamander at eye level. It stared into his eyes. Arthur stared back. He used to do this for hours with animals in the forest. When he was very little, he understood them. He came away with their story in his mind. Gradually that ability faded. Now he caught only glimmers. But then, he didn't spend as much time with animals anymore. Maybe if he tried hard enough. Don't forget me, salamander, he whispered. I want to know your story. I want to know who taught you how to make them hexes on the table. He reached out a hand, then slowly let a single finger come to rest on the salamander's head. It didn't recoil from him, it didn't move even when his finger made contact. It just looked at him. What are you doing indoors? He whispered. You don't like it indoors. You want to be outside. Near the water. In the mud. In the leaves. With bugs. It was the kind of thing Alvin did, murmuring to animals, suggesting things to them. I can take you back to the mud if you want. Come with me, if you want. Come with me, if you can. The salamander raised a foreleg, then slowly set it down. One step closer to Arthur. And from the salamander he thought he felt a hunger, a desire for food, but more than that, a desire for freedom. The salamander didn't like being a prisoner. The door opened. Why, Arthur Stewart, said Violet. Imagine you coming to visit. Arthur had sense enough not to jump to his feet as if he was doing something wrong. Any letters for Alvin? He asked. Not a one. Arthur didn't even mention the salamander, which was just as well, because Violet never even looked at it. You'd think that if a lady was caught with a live salamander, or even a dead one, for that matter on her kitchen table, she'd at least offer some explanation. Want some tea? She asked. Can't stay, said Arthur. Oh, next time then. Give Alvin my love. Her smile was sweet and beautiful. Arthur reached out his hand, right in front of her, and touched the salamander's back. She didn't notice. Or at least she gave no sign of noticing. He moved away, backed out of the room, hopped the counter, and ran out the front door, hearing the bell ring behind him as he went. If the salamander was a prisoner, who had captured it? Not Violet. The salamander was making hexes to fool her into seeing somebody there. Though Arthur was willing to bet that it was an old peg-guester that Violet saw. But the salamander wasn't fooling her out of its own free will, because all it wanted was to be free to go back to being an ordinary salamander again. He'd have to tell Alvin about this, that was sure. Violet was planning to do something rotten to him, and the salamander that walked out hexes on the kitchen table, it had something to do with the plot. How could Violet be so stupid that she didn't even see me touching her salamander? Why didn't she get upset when she saw me in the kitchen when she got back from the privy? Maybe she wanted me to see the salamander. Or maybe someone else wanted me to see it. Wanted me to see Mother. For a moment, walking along the dusty main street of Hatrack River, he lost control of himself, almost let himself cry thinking about Mother, thinking about seeing her sitting across from him. It wasn't real, he told himself. It was all fakery. Humbug. Hoaxification. Whoever was behind all this was a liar, and a mean liar at that. Nasty boy indeed. Evil boy. He wasn't no evil boy. He was a good boy, and the real peg-guester would know that. She wouldn't say nothing like that to him. The real peg-guester would hug him up tight and say, "My good boy, Arthur Stewart, you are my own good boy." He walked it off. He walked the tears right out of his eyes, and when the sad feelings went away, another feeling came in its place. He was plain mad. Got no right making him see Mama. Got no right. I hate you, whoever you are, making me see my mama calling me names like that. He trotted up the stairs into the courthouse. The only good thing about Alvin being in jail was that Arthur Stewart always knew where he was. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was hard for Napoleon to believe that he had once come this close to killing the American boy Calvin. Hard to remember how frightened he had been to see the boy's power. How for the first few days, Napoleon had watched him closely, had hardly slept for fear that the boy would do something to him in the night. Remove his legs, for instance. That would be a cure for the gout. It only occurred to him because of the number of times he had wished, in the throes of agony, that in one of his battles a cannonball had severed his leg. Stumping around on sticks couldn't be worse than this. And the boy brought such relief. Not a cure, but a cessation of the pain. In exchange for that, Napoleon was content to let Calvin manipulate him. He knew who was really in control, and it wasn't an upstart, ignorant American boy. Who cared if Calvin thought he was clever, doling out a day's relief from pain in exchange for another lesson on how to govern men? Did he really imagine Napoleon would teach him anything that would give him the upper hand? On the contrary, with every hour, every day they spent together, Napoleon's control over a boy who could have been uncontrollable grew stronger, deeper. And Calvin had no idea. They never understood, none of them. They all thought they served Napoleon out of love and admiration, or out of greed and self-interest, or out of fear and discretion. Whatever motive drove them, Napoleon fed it, got control of it. Some were impelled by shame, and some by guilt, some by ambition, some by lust, some even by their excess of piety. For when the occasion demanded, Napoleon could convince some spiritually starved soul that he was God's chosen servant on earth. It wasn't hard. None of it was hard, when you understood other people the way Napoleon did. They gave off their desires like sweat, like the smell of an athlete after the contest or a soldier after a battle, like the smell of a woman. Napoleon didn't even have to think, he simply said the word, the exact words they needed to hear to win them to him. And on those rare occasions when someone was immune to his words, when they had some sort of protective amulet or hex, each one more clever than the last, well, that's what guards were for. That's why there was a guillotine. The people knew that Napoleon was not a cruel man, that few indeed were ever punished under his rule. They knew that if a man was sent to the guillotine, it was because the world would be better off with that particular mouth detached from those lungs, with those hands unconnected to that head. Calvin? Ah, the boy could have been dangerous. The boy had the power to save himself from the guillotine, to stop the blade from striking his neck. The boy might have been able to prevent anything that didn't come as a complete surprise. How would the emperor have defeated him? Perhaps a little opium to dull him, he had to sleep sometime. But it didn't matter. No need to kill after all. Only a little study, a little patience, and Napoleon had him. Not as his servant, no, this American boy was clever, he was watching for that, he was careful not to allow himself to succumb to any attempt by Napoleon to turn him into a slave, into one of those servants who looked at their emperor with adoring eyes. Now and then Napoleon made a remark, a sort of feint, so Calvin would think he was fending off the emperor's best strokes. But in fact, Napoleon had no need for this boy's loyalty. Just his healing touch. This boy was driven by envy. Who would have guessed it? All that innate power, such gifts from God or nature or whatever, and the boy was wasting it all because of envy for his older brother Alvin. Well, he wasn't about to tell Calvin he had to stop letting those feelings control him. On the contrary, Napoleon fed them, subtly, with little queries now and then about how Alvin might have done this or that, or comments about how awful it was having to put up with younger brothers who simply haven't the ability to measure up to one's own ability. He knew how this would rankle, how it would fester in Calvin's soul. A worm, twisting its way through the boy's judgment, eating tunnels in it. I have you, I have you. Look across the ocean, your gaze fixed upon your brother. You might have challenged me for the empire here, for half the world, but instead all you can think about is some useless fellow in homespun or deerskin or whatever who can make polished stone with his bare hands and heal the sick. Heal the sick. That's the one that Napoleon was working on now. He knew perfectly well that Calvin was deliberately not healing him. He also knew that if Calvin ever got the idea that Napoleon was really in command, he'd probably flee and leave him with the gout again. So he had to keep a delicate balance, taunt him because his brother could heal and he couldn't, at the same time, convince him that he'd already learned all the emperor had to teach, that it was just a matter of practice now before he was as good at controlling other men. If it worked out well, the boy, filled with confidence that he had squeezed the last drop of knowledge from Napoleon's mind, would finally show off that he was a match for his brother after all. He would heal the emperor, then leave the court at once and sail back to America to challenge his brother to attempt, using Napoleon's teachings, to get control over him. Of course, if he got there and nothing he learned from the emperor worked, well, he'd be back for vengeance. But Napoleon really was teaching him enough to play on the weaknesses of weak men, the fears of fearful men, the ambitions of proud men, the ignorance of stupid men. What Calvin didn't notice was that Napoleon wasn't teaching him any of the truly difficult arts, how to turn the virtues of good men against them. The most hilarious thing was that Calvin was surrounded by the very best men, the most difficult ones that Napoleon had won over. The Marquis de Lafayette, for instance, he was the servant who bathed the boy, just as he bathed the emperor. It would never occur to Calvin that Napoleon would keep his most dangerous enemies near him, oblivious to how he humiliated them. If Calvin only understood, he would realize that this was real power. Evil men, weak men, fearful men, they were so easy to control. It was only when men of virtue fell under Napoleon's control that he felt at last the confidence to reach for power, to unseat the king and take his place, to conquer Europe and impose his peace upon the warring nations. Calvin never sees that, because he is himself a fearful and ambitious man, and does not realize that others might be fearless and generous. No wonder he resents his older brother so much. From what Calvin said of him, it seemed to Napoleon that Alvin would be a very difficult case indeed, a very hard one to break. In fact, knowing that Calvin's brother existed was enough to cause Napoleon to hold off on his plan of building up his armies in Canada with an eye to conquering the 3 English-speaking nations of America. No reason to do anything to make Alvin Smith turn his eyes eastward. That was a contest Napoleon did not want to embark on. Instead, he would send Calvin home, armed with great skill at subversion, deception, corruption, and manipulation. He'd have no control over Alvin, of course, but he would surely be able to deceive him, for Napoleon well knew that just as evil, weak, and fearful people saw their own base motives in other people's actions, so also the virtuous tended to assume the noblest of motives for other people's acts. Why else were so many awful liars so successful at bilking others? If good people weren't so trusting of bad ones, the human race would have died out long ago. Most women never would have let most men near them. Let the brothers battle it out. If anyone can get rid of the threat of this Alvin Smith, it's his own brother, who can get close to him and not me, with all my armies, with all my skill. Let them fight. But not until my leg is healed. My dear Leon, you mustn't drift off with the covers down like that. It was Lafayette, checking on him before sleep. Napoleon let the fellow pull his blanket up. It was a coolish night. It was good to have such tender concern from a loving man of great responsibility, dependability, creativity. I have in my hands the best of men, and under my thumb the worst of them. My record is much better than God's. Clearly the old fellow chose the wrong son to make his only begotten. If I'd been in Jerusalem in the place of that dullard Jesus, I'd never have been crucified. I would have had Rome under my control in no time, and the whole world converted to my doctrine. Maybe that's what this Alvin was, a God's second try. Well, Napoleon would help with the script. Napoleon would send Alvin Smith his Judas. You need your sleep, Leon, said Lafayette. My mind is so full, said Napoleon. Of happy things, I pray. Happy indeed. No pain in your leg? It's good to have that American boy here, if he keeps you from that dreadful suffering. I know that when I'm in pain I'm so difficult to live with, said Napoleon. Not at all, never. Don't even think it. It's a joy to be with you. Do you ever miss it, my Marquis? The armies, the power? Government, politics, intrigues? Oh, Leon. How could I miss it? I have it all through you. I watch what you do and I marvel. I never could have done so well. I'm at school with you every day. You are the superb master. Am I? The master. The master of all is my dear Leon. How truly they named your house in Corsica, my dear. Buona part. Good parts. You are truly the lion of good parts. How sweet of you to say so, my Marquis. Good night. God bless you. The candle retreated from the room, and moonlight returned its dim light through the curtains. I know you're studying me, Calvin. Sending your doodling bug, as you so quaintly call it, into my legs, to find the cause of the gout. Figure it out. Be as smart as your brother about this one thing, so I can finally get rid of you and the pain both. Asterisk 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 dot. Verily had known debased men in his life. He had been offered large sums of money to defend one now and then, but his conscience was not for sale. He remembered one of them who, thinking that his minions had not been clear about just how much money he was offering, came to see Verily in person. When he finally realized that Verily was not simply holding out for a higher price, he looked quite hurt. Really, Mr. Cooper, why isn't my money as good as anyone else's? It isn't your money, sir, said Verily. What, then? What is your objection? I keep imagining, what if, through some gross miscarriage of justice, I won? Livid, the man hurled vile threats at him and left. Verily never knew whether it was this man or another who sent an assassin after him, a pathetic attempt, knife work in the dark. Verily saw the blade and the assassin's vicious smile. Obviously the fellow had chosen a profession that allowed him to satisfy his own predilections, and caused the blade to drop off the knife and shatter at the man's feet. The man couldn't have looked more crestfallen if Verily had made a eunuch of him. Debased men, but they all had something in common. They showed a keen regard for virtue, and tried to dress themselves in that costume. Hypocrisy, for all its bad reputation, at least showed a decent respect for goodness. These slave finders, however, were not noble enough to be hypocrites. Not having risen above the level of reptiles and sharks, they showed no awareness of their own despicableness, and thus made no attempt to hide what they were. One was almost tempted to admire their brazenness, until one remembered what callous disregard for decency they must have in order to spend their lives, in exchange for mere money, chasing down the most helpless of their fellow beings and returning them to lives of bondage, punishment, and despair. Verily was pleased that Daniel Webster seemed to be almost as repulsed by these men as he was. Fastidiously the New England lawyer disdained to shake their hands, managing to be busy with his papers as each one arrived. Nor did he even bother to learn their names. Having once ascertained that the entire group contracted for was properly assembled, he then addressed them only as a group, and without quite looking any of them in the eye. If they noticed his aloofness, they made no remark and showed no resentment. Perhaps this is how they were always treated. Perhaps those who hired them always did so with distaste, washing their hands after passing them the cachet of the slave they were to hunt down, washing again after giving them their finder's fee. Didn't they understand that it is the murderer who is filthy, and not the knife? It was 10:30 in the morning before the finders, seated at a single long table before the judge's bench, were satisfied that they had got the information they needed from the cachet belonging to a certain cattle planter of Oily Spring, Kennetuck. The judge had the deposition, carefully taken by Mr. Webster at Mr. Planter's home in Carthage City, Wabash. Planter had attempted to assert that the cachet was a collection of nail and hair clippings and a bit of dried skin taken from one Arthur Stewart of Hatrack River, but Webster insisted that he state the exact legal situation, which was that the items in the cachet were taken from an unnamed baby born on his farm in Appalachia to a slave woman belonging to Mr. Planter at the time, who had shortly afterward escaped with, as Planter insisted on adding, the help of the devil, who gave her the power to fly, or so it was rumored among the ignorant and superstitious slaves. The finders were ready, the boys were led in, one at a time, and lined up in a row in front of them. All the boys were dressed in ordinary clothing, and all were more or less of a size. Their hands were covered, not with gloves, but with burlap bags tied above their elbows. A finer sacking material also covered their heads with loose-fitting hoods. No scrap of skin was visible. Care had even been taken to make sure there was no gap between the buttons of their shirts. And just in case, a large placard with a number on it hung from each boy's neck, completely covering his shirt front. Verily watched carefully. Was there some difference between the black sons of Mockberry and the white boys? Something about their walk, their stance? Indeed, there were differences among the boys, this one's pose of insouciance, that one's nervous fidgeting, but verily could not tell which were white and which were black. Certainly he could not tell which one was Arthur Stewart, the boy who was not fully of either race. This did not mean, however, that the finders did not know or could not guess. Alvin assured him, though, that their knack would be useless to them, since Arthur Stewart was no longer a fair match for the cachet. And Alvin was right. The finders looked puzzled when the last boy was brought in and the judge said, "Well, which of them matches the cachet?" Clearly they had expected to know instantly which of them was their prey. Instead, they began to murmur. "No conference," said the judge. "Each of you must reach his conclusion independently. Write down the number of the boy you think matches the cachet, and have done with it." "Are you sure someone hasn't held out the boy in question?" asked one slave finder. "What you are asking me," said the judge, "is if I am either corrupt or a fool. Would you care to specify which accusation you are inquiring about?" After that the finders puzzled in silence. "Gentlemen," said the judge, and was his tone somewhat dry when he called them that? "You have had 3 minutes. I was told your identification would be instant. Please write and have done." They wrote. They signed their papers. They handed them to the judge. "Please, return to your seats while I tabulate the results," said the judge. Verily had to admire the way the judge showed no expression as he sorted through the papers. But it also frustrated him. Would there be no hint of the outcome? "I'm disappointed," said the judge. "I had expected that the much-vaunted powers and the famous integrity of the slave finders would give me unanimous results. I had expected that you would either unanimously point the finger at one boy, or unanimously declare that the boy could not be one of this group. Instead, I find quite a range of answers. 3 of you did declare under penalty of perjury that none of these boys matched the cachet. But 4 of you have named various boys, again, under penalty of perjury. Specifically, the 4 of you named 3 different boys. The only 2 who seem to be in agreement both happen to be seated together, at my far right. Since you are the only 2 who agree in accusing one of the boys, I think we'll check your assertion first. Bailiff, please remove the hood from the head of boy number 5. The bailiff did as he was asked. The boy was black, but he was not Arthur Stewart. "You 2, are you certain, do you swear before God, that this is the boy who matches the cachet? Remember please that it is your license to practice your profession in the state of Wabash that hangs in the balance, for if you are found to be unreliable or dishonest, you will never be permitted to bring a slave back across the river again." What they also knew, however, was that if they now backed down, they would be liable for charges of perjury. And the boy was black. "No sir, I am certain this is the boy," said one. The other nodded emphatically. "Now, let's look at the other 2 boys that were named. Take the hoods from numbers 1 and 2. One of them was black, the other white." The finder who named a white boy covered his face with his hands. "Again, knowing that your license is at stake, are you both prepared to swear that the boy you named is an exact match?" The finder who named the white boy began to stammer. "I don't know, I just don't, I was sure, I thought it was." "The answer is simple. Do you continue to swear that this boy is an exact match, or did you lie under oath when you named him?" The finders who had sworn that the cachet matched no one were smiling now. They knew, obviously, that the others had lied, and were enjoying their torment. "I did not lie," said the finder who named the white boy. "Neither did I," said the other defiantly. "And I still think I'm right. I don't know how these other boys could get it so wrong." "But you don't think you're right, do you?" You don't think some miracle turned that slave baby white, do you? No, sir. I must be mistaken. Give me your license. Right now. The miserable finder stood up and handed the judge a leather case. The judge took from the case a piece of paper with an official seal on it. He wrote in the margin and then on the back, then he signed it and crimped it with his own seal. There you go, he said to the finder. You understand that if you're ever caught attempting to practice the profession of slave finding in the state of Ohio, you will be arrested and tried and, when convicted, you will face at least 10 years in prison? I understand, said the humiliated man. And you are also aware that Ohio maintains a reciprocity arrangement with the states of Huron, Susquehanna, Iroquois, Pennsylvania, and New Sweden? So that the same or similar penalties will apply to you there if you attempt to practice this profession? I understand, he said again. Thank you for your help, said the judge. You should only be grateful that you were incompetent, for if I had cause to suspect you of perjury, it would have been prison and the lash, I assure you, for if I thought that you had willfully named this boy falsely, I would have no mercy on you. You may go. The others obviously got the message. As the unfortunate man fled the courtroom, the other three who had named one boy or another steeled themselves for what was to come. Sheriff Dogley, said the judge, would you kindly inform us of the identity of these two boys who stand identified by three of our panel of finders? Sure, Your Honor, said Dogley. These two is Mockberry's boys, James and John. Peter's near Grode and Andrew and Zebedee was too small. You're sure of their identity? They've lived here in Hatrack all their lives. Any chance that either of them is, in fact, the child of a runaway slave? No chance. For one thing, the dates are all wrong. They're both way too old. The Berry boys is always short for their age, kind of late blooming roses if you know what I mean, then they just shoot up like spring grass, 'cause Peter's about the tallest fellow around here. But these boys, they was already clever little tykes well known around town before ever the slave that Cachet belongs to was born. The judge turned to the finders. Well, now. I wonder how it happens that you appointed for slavery these two freeborn black children. One of them spoke up immediately. Your Honor, I will protest this whole procedure. We were not brought here to be placed on trial ourselves, we were brought here to practice our profession and... The gavel slammed down on the desk. You were brought here to practice your profession, that is true. Your profession requires that when you make an identification, it must be assumed by all courts of law to be both honest and accurate. Whenever you practice your profession, here or in the field, your license is on the line, and you know it. Now, tell me at once, did you lie when you identified these boys, or were you merely mistaken? What if we was just guessing? One of them asked. Verily almost laughed out loud. Guessing, in this context, would be lying, since you were swearing that the boy you named was a match for the Cachet, and if you had to guess, then he was not a match. Did you guess? The man thought about it for a moment. No sir, I didn't lie. I was just plain wrong, I reckon. Another man tried a different tack. How do we know this sheriff isn't lying? Because, said the judge, I already met all these boys, and their parents, and saw their birth records in the county archive. Any more questions before you decide whether you'll lose your license or be bound over for trial as perjurers? The two remaining finders quickly agreed that they had been mistaken. Everyone waited while the judge signed and sealed the limitation on their licenses. You gentlemen may also go. They went. Verily rose to his feet. Your Honor, may I request that these young men who were not identified be allowed to remove their hoods? I fear that they may be growing quite uncomfortable, but... By all means. Bailiff, it's certainly time. The hoods came off. The boys all looked relieved. Arthur Stewart was grinning. To the three remaining finders, the judge said, You are under oath. Do you swear that none of these boys matches the Cachet belonging to Mr. Cavil Planter? They all swore to it. I commend you for having the honesty to admit to not finding a match, when others were clearly tempted to find a match no matter what. I find your profession loathsome, but at least the three of you practice it honestly and with reasonable competence. Thank you, Your Honor, said one of them. The others, however, seemed to know they had just been insulted. Since this proceeding is a legal hearing under the fugitive slave law, I don't have to have your signatures on anything, but I'd prefer it if you'd stay long enough to sign your names to an affirmation that specifically states that this young man, the mix-up boy named Arthur Stewart, is definitely not a match with the Cachet. Can you sign such a statement under oath before God? They could. They did. They were dismissed. Mr. Webster, I can't think what in the world you'd have to say, but since you represent Mr. Cavil Planter in this matter, I must ask you for any statement you'd like to make on this matter before I issue my finding. Webster rose slowly to his feet. Verily wondered what the man could have the audacity to say, in the face of such evidence, what whining, sniveling complaint or protest he might utter. Your Honor, said Webster, it is obvious to me that my client is the victim of fraud. Not today, Your Honor, for these proceedings have clearly been honest. No, the fraud was more than a year ago, when two finders, hoping to collect a fee they had not earned, named this boy as Mr. Planter's property and proceeded to commit murder and get themselves killed in the effort to enslave a free boy. My client, believing them to be honest, naturally proceeded to secure the redress to which he would have been entitled by law, but now, I can assure you that as soon as my client learns that he was put upon most sorely by those finders, he will be as horrified as I am by how close he came to enslaving a free child and, what is worse, extraditing for prosecution the young man named Alvin Smith, who it now seems was acting in proper self-defense when he killed the second of those malicious, lying, fraudulent men pretending to be finders. Webster sat back down. It was a pretty speech. Webster's voice was lovely to hear. The man should go into politics, Verily thought. His voice would be a noble addition to the halls of Congress in Philadelphia. You pretty much summed up my summing up, said the judge. It is the finding of this court that Arthur Stewart is not the property of Mr. Cabell Planter, and therefore the finders who were trying to take him back to Appalachia were not acting lawfully, and therefore the interference Margaret Gester and Alvin Smith offered them was legal and appropriate under the circumstances. I declare Alvin Smith to be absolved of all responsibility, criminal or civil, in the deaths of these finders, and I declare Margaret Gester to be posthumously absolved in like manner. Under the terms of the Fugitive Slave Law, there may be no further attempt by anyone under any circumstances to bring Arthur Stewart into slavery regardless of any additional evidence. This action is final. Likewise, there may be no further attempt to try Alvin Smith on any charges arising out of the illegal expedition undertaken by those fraudulent finders, including their death. This action, likewise, is final. Verily loved hearing those words, for all that language insisting that such actions were final had been placed in the law for the purpose of blocking any effort on the part of anti-slavery forces to interfere with the recapture of a slave or the punishment of those who helped a runaway. This time, at least, that finality would work against the proponents of slavery. Hoist on their own petard. The bailiff took the burlap bags off the boy's hands. The judge, the sheriff, Verily, and Marty Laws all shook the boy's hands and gave them, except Arthur, of course, the 2 bits they were entitled to for their service to the court. Arthur got something more precious. Arthur got a copy of the judge's decision making it illegal for him to be accosted by anyone searching for runaway slaves. Webster shook Verily's hand, quite warmly. I'm glad things worked out this way, he said. As you know, in our profession we are sometimes called upon to represent clients in actions that we wish they would not pursue. Verily held his silence. He supposed that for most lawyers this was probably true. I'm glad that my presence here will not result in anyone entering a life of slavery, or of your client being extradited under false charges. Verily couldn't leave that statement alone. And you would have been sad to see him extradited if this hearing had turned out otherwise? Oh, not at all, said Webster. If the finders had identified young Mr. Stewart, then justice would have demanded that your client be tried in Kenneduck for murder. Justice? Verily didn't try to keep the contempt from his voice. The law is justice, my friend, said Webster. I know of no other measure available to us as mortal men. God has a better justice than ours, but until angels sit upon the bench, the justice of law is the best justice we can have, and I, for one, am glad we have it. If Verily had been tempted to feel even a glimmer of guilt over the fact that Arthur Stewart really was Cabell Planter's slave, by law, and that, again by law, Alvin Smith really should have been extradited, there was no chance of it now. Webster's narrow view of justice was just as truly satisfied by this outcome as Verily's much broader perspective. By God's justice, Arthur should be free and Alvin held to no penalty, and so the outcome had been just. But Webster's justice was as well served, for the letter of the law required the matching of the cachet to the slave, and if it so happened that Arthur Stewart had been changed somehow by a certain maker so the cachet no longer matched well, the law made no provision for exceptions, and so, as Webster had said, the law being satisfied, justice must also have been done. I'm grateful to know your mind upon the matter, said Verily. I look forward to discovering, in my client's trial for larceny, precisely what your commitment to justice is. And so you shall, said Webster. The gold belongs to Makepeace Smith, not his former apprentice. So when justice is done, Makepeace Smith will have his gold. Verily smiled at him. It shall be a contest, then, Mr. Webster. When 2 giants meet in battle, said Webster, 1 giant will fall. And loud shall be the noise thereof, said Verily. Webster took only a moment to realize that Verily was teasing him about his golden-voiced oratory, and when he did, instead of being insulted, he threw back his head and laughed, warmly, loudly, cheerfully. I like you, Mr. Cooper. I shall enjoy all that lies ahead of us. Verily let him have the last word. But in his own mind, he answered, not all, Mr. Webster. You shall not enjoy it all. *****. No one planned a meeting, but they arrived at Alvin's cell that evening almost at the same time, as if someone had summoned them. Verily Cooper had come to discuss what would happen during the selection of the jury and perhaps gloat a little over the easy victory in the hearing that morning. He was joined by Armor of God Weaver, who brought letters from family and well-wishers in Vigor Church. Arthur Stewart of course was there, as he was most evenings. Horace Gester had brought a bowl of roadhouse stew and a jug of the fresh cider. Alvin wouldn't take the cider that had turned, it dulled his mind, and no sooner were they all assembled in and around the open cell than the outer door opened and the deputy showed in Peggy Larner and a man that none but Alvin recognized. "Mike Fink, as I live and breathe," said Alvin. "And you're that Smithy boy who bent my legs and broke my nose." Mike Fink smiled, but there was pain in the smile, and no one was sure but what there might not be a quarrel here. "I see some scars and marks on you, Mr. Fink," said Alvin, "but I reckon from the fact you're standing here before us that those are marks of fights you won." "Won fair and square, and hard fought," said Fink. "But I killed no man as didn't require me to, on account of trying to stick a knife in me and there being no other way to stop them." "What brings you here, Mr. Fink?" asked Alvin. "I owe you," said Fink. "Not that I know of," said Alvin. "I owe you and I mean to repay." Still his words were ambiguous, and Arthur Stewart noticed how Papa Horace and Armor of God braced themselves to take on the powerful body of the riverman, if need arose. It was Peggy Larner who made it clear. "Mr. Fink has come to give us information about a plot against Alvin's life. And to offer himself as a bodyguard, to make sure no harm comes to you, Dot." "I'm glad to know you wanted to give me warning," said Alvin. "Come on in and sit down. You can share the floor with me, or sit on my cot, it's stronger than it looks. Don't have much to tell. I think Miss Larner already told you what I learned before, about a plot to kill you as they took you back for trial in Kennetuck. Well, the men I know, if you can rightly call them men, haven't been fired from the plan. In fact, what I heard this very afternoon was to pay no never mind to how the extradition was squished." "Quashed," offered Verily Cooper helpfully. "Mashed," said Fink. "Whatever. They got to pay no heed to it, because they'll still be needed. The plan is for you not to leave the town of Hattrack River alive." "And what about Arthur Stewart?" asked Alvin. "Not a word about no mix-up, boy," said Fink. "The way I see it, they don't give a damn about the boy, he's just an excuse for them to get you killed." "Please watch," Alvin began, mildly enough, but Mike Fink didn't need to hear him finish saying your language with the lady. "Beg your pardon, Miss Larner," he said. "Don't that beat all?" said Alvin admiringly. "He's already beginning to sound like one of your students." But was there a bite in his tone? There was certainly a bite in Peggy's answer. "I'd rather hear him swear than hear you say don't for doesn't." Alvin leaned close to Mike Fink to explain, though he never took his eyes from Peggy's face. "You see, Miss Larner knows all the words, and she knows just where they ought to be." Arthur Stewart could see the fury in her face, but she held her tongue. It was some kind of fight going on between the two of them, but what was it about? Miss Larner had always corrected their grammar, ever since she tutored Alvin and Arthur together when she was the schoolteacher in Hattrack River. What puzzled Arthur Stewart all the more was the way the older men, and not Verily, but Horace and Armor of God and even Mike Fink, sort of glanced around at each other and half-smiled like they all understood exactly what was going on between Alvin and Peggy, understood it better than those two did their own selves. Mike Fink spoke up again. Getting back to matters of life and death instead of grammar. At which point Horace murmured under his breath, and lovers' spats. "I'm sorry to say I can't learn no more of their plans than that," said Fink. "It's not like we're dear friends or nothing, more like they'd be as happy to stab me in the back as pee on my boots, depending on whether their knife or their, whatever, was in their hands." He glanced again at Peggy Larner and blushed. Blushed. That grizzled face, scarred and bent by battle, that missing ear, but still the blood rushed into his face like a schoolboy rebuked by his schoolmarm. But before the blush could even fade, Alvin had his hand on Fink's arm and pulled him down to sit beside him on the floor, and Alvin threw an easy arm over his shoulder. "You and me, Mike, we just can't remember how to talk fine in front of some folks and plain in front of others. But I'll help you if you'll help me." And there, in one easy moment, Alvin had put Mike Fink back to rights. There was just a kind of plain sincerity in Alvin's way of speaking that even when you knew he was trying to make you feel better, you didn't mind. You knew he cared about you, cared enough to try to make you feel better, and so you did feel better. Thinking of Alvin making folks feel better made Arthur Stewart remember something that Alvin did to make him feel better. "Why don't you sing that song, Alvin?" Now it was Alvin's turn to blush in embarrassment. "You know I ain't no singer, Arthur. Just because I sung it to you." "He made up a song," said Arthur Stewart. "About being locked up in here. We sung it together yesterday." Mike Fink nodded. "Seems like a maker got to keep making something." "I got nothing to do but think and sing," said Alvin. "You sing it, Arthur Stewart, not me." "You've got a good singing voice." I'll sing it if you want, said Arthur. But it's your song. You made it up, words and tune. You sing it, said Alvin. I don't even know if I'd remember all the words. Arthur Stewart dutifully stood up and started to sing, in his piping voice. I meant to be a journeyman, to wander on the earth. As quick as any fellow can, I left the country of my birth, it's fair to say I ran. Arthur Stewart looked over at Alvin. You got to sing the chorus with me, anyway. So together they sang the rollicking refrain. At daybreak I'll be rising, for never will my feet be still, I'm bound for the horizon oh. I'm bound for the horizon. Then Arthur went back to the verse, but now Alvin joined him in a kind of tenor harmony, their voices blending sweetly to each other. Till I was dragged from bed, and locked inside a little cell. My journeys then were in my head, on all the roads of hell. With the next verse, though, when Arthur began it, Alvin didn't join in, he just looked confused. Alone with my imagining, I dreamt the darkest dream. Wait a minute, Arthur Stewart, said Alvin. That verse isn't really part of this song. Well, it fits, and you sung it to this tune your own self. But it's a nonsense dream, it don't mean a thing. I like it, said Arthur. Can't I sing it? Alvin waved him to go ahead, but he still looked embarrassed. Alone with my imagining, I dreamt the darkest dream, of tiny men, a spider's sting, and in a land of smoke and steam, an evil golden ring. What does that mean? Asked Armor of God. I don't know, said Alvin. I wonder if sometimes I don't accidentally end up with somebody else's dream. Maybe that was a dream that belonged to somebody of ancient days, or maybe somebody who ain't even been born yet. Just a spare dream and I chanced to snag on it during my sleep. Verily Cooper said, when I was a boy, I wondered if the strange people in my dreams might not be just as real as me, and I was in their dreams sometimes too. Then let's just hope they don't wake up at an inconvenient moment, said Mike Fink dryly. Arthur Stewart went on with the last verse. The accusations all were lies, and few believed the tale, so I was patient, calm and wise. But legs grow weak inside a jail, and something in you dies. This song may be the saddest one I ever heard, said Horace Gester. Don't you ever have a cheerful thought in here? The chorus is pretty sprightly, said Arthur Stewart. I had cheerful thoughts today, said Alvin, thinking of 4 slave finders losing their license to carry off free men and put them into bondage in the South. And now I'm cheerful again, knowing that the strongest man I ever fought is now going to be my bodyguard. Though the sheriff may not take kindly to it, Mr. Fink, since he thinks I'm safe enough as long as I'm in the care of him and his boys. And you are safe, said Peggy. Even those deputies that don't like you would never raise a hand against you or allow you to be less than safe. There's no danger, then? Asked Horace Gester. Grave danger, said Peggy. But not from the deputies, and most particularly not till the trail is over, and Alvin prepares to leave. That's when we'll need more than a bodyguard to die along with Alvin. We'll need subterfuge to get him out of town in one piece. Who says I'll die? Asked Fink. Peggy smiled thinly. Against any 5 men I think you 2 would do well, but... So there'll be more than 5? Asked Alvin. There may be, said Peggy. Nothing is clear right now. Things are in flux. The danger is real, though. The plot's in place and men have been paid. You know when money's involved, even assassins feel obliged to fulfill their contracts. But for the nonce, said Verily Cooper, we're not to worry about our safety, or Alvin's? Prudence is all that's needed, said Peggy. I don't know why we're putting our trust in knackery, said Armor of God. Our Savior is guard enough for us all. Our Savior will resurrect us, said Peggy, but I haven't noticed that Christians end up any less dead at the end of life than heathens. Well, one thing's sure, said Horace Gester. If it wasn't for knackery Alvin wouldn't be in this blamed fix. Did you like the song? Asked Alvin. I mean, I thought Arthur sung it real good. Real well. Very well. Each correction won a bit more of a smile from Miss Larner. Sang it very well, said Peggy. But each version of the sentence was better than the one before. I got another verse, said Alvin. It's not really part of the song, on account of it isn't true yet, but do you want to hear it? You got to sing it alone, I don't know another verse, said Arthur Stewart. Alvin sang. I trusted justice not to fail. The jury did me proud. Tomorrow I will hit the trail, and sing my hiking song so loud, it's like to start a gale. They all laughed, and aloud as how they hoped he could soon sing it for real. By the time the meeting ended, they decided that Armor of God, with Mike Fink to watch his back and keep him safe, would head for Carthage City and learn all he could about the men who were paying Daniel Webster's salary and see for sure if they were the same ones paying the river rats and other scoundrels to lie in wait to take Alvin's life. Other than that, everything was in Verily Cooper's hands. And to hear him tell it, it was up to the witnesses and the jury. 12 good men and true. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There was a long line at the county clerk's office as Peggy came in for the first day of Alvin's trial. Early voters, Marty Laws explained. Folks that worry maybe the weather will keep them from casting their ballot election day. This Tippecanoe campaign has folks pretty riled up. Do you think they're voting for or against? I'm not sure, said Marty. You're the one who'd know, aren't you? Peggy didn't answer. Yes, she would know, if she cared to look. But she feared what she'd see. It's Podogly who knows about politics around here best. He says that if it was all up or down on the whole red business, Tippecanoe wouldn't get him a vote. But he's also been playing on the Western pride thing. How Tippecanoe is from our side of the Appalachian Mountains. Which don't make much sense to me, seeing as how old Hickory Andy Jackson, he's every bit as Western as Harrison. I think folks worry about how Andy Jackson, being from Tennessee, he's probably too much for slavery. Folks around here don't want to vote in somebody who'll make the slavery thing any worse than it is. Peggy smiled thinly. I wish they knew Mr. Harrison's real position on slavery. Marty cocked an eyebrow. You know something I don't know? I know that Harrison is the candidate that those who wish to expand slavery into the northern states will want to support. Ain't a soul here who wants to see that happen. Then they shouldn't vote for Harrison if he becomes president, it will happen. Marty stared long and hard at her. Do you know this the way most folks know their political opinions, or do you know it as? I know it, said Peggy. I don't say that of mere opinions. Marty nodded and looked off into space. Well damn. Wouldn't you know it? You have a habit of betting on the wrong horse lately, said Peggy. You can say that again, said Marty. I kept telling Makepeace for years that there wasn't a case against Alvin and I wasn't going to get him extradited from Wabash. But then he showed up here, and what could I do? I had Makepeace, and he had him a witness besides himself. And you never know what juries are going to do. I think it's a bad business. Then why don't you move to dismiss the charges? Asked Peggy. Marty glowered. I can't do that, Miss Peggy, for the plain good reason that there is a case to be made. I hope this English lawyer Alvin's folks found for him can win him free. But I'm not going to roll over and play dead. What you got to understand, Miss Peggy, is I like most of the people in this county, and most of the time the folks I got to prosecute, they're people that I like. I don't prosecute them because I don't like them. I prosecute them because they done wrong, and the people of Hattrack County elected me to set things right. So I hope Alvin gets off, but if he does, it won't be because I failed to fulfill my responsibilities. I was there on the night the plow was made. Why don't you call me as a witness? Did you see it made? Asked Marty. No. It was already finished when I saw it. Then what exactly are you a witness of? Peggy didn't answer. You want to get on that stand because you're a torch, and the people of Hattrack know you're a torch, and if you say Makepeace is lying, they'll believe you. But here's the thing I worry about, Miss Peggy. I know you and Alvin was once sweet for each other, and maybe still are. So how do I know that if you get on the stand, you won't commit some grievous sin against the God of truth in order to win the freedom of this boy? Peggy flushed with anger. You know, because you know my oath is as good as anyone's and better than most, but if you get on the stand, Miss Peggy, I will rebut you by bringing up witnesses to say you lived in Hattrack for many months in complete disguise, lying to everyone that whole time about who you were. Covered with hexes, pretending to be a middle-aged spinster schoolteacher when the whole time you were seeing the Smith's prentice boy under the guise of tutoring him. I know you had your reasons for doing all those things. I know there was a reason why on the night the plow was supposedly made, the same night your mother was killed, you and Alvin were seen running from the smithy together, only Alvin was stark naked. Do you get my drift, Miss Peggy? You're advising me not to testify. I'm telling you that while some folks will believe you, others will be sure you're just helping Alvin as his co-conspirator. My job is to make sure every possible doubt of your testimony is introduced. So you are Alvin's enemy, and the enemy of truth. Peggy hurled the words, meaning them to bite. Accuse me all you like, said Marty, but my job is to make the case that Alvin stole that gold. I don't think your testimony, based entirely on your unverifiable claim as a torch that Makepeace is a liar, should be allowed to stand unchallenged. If it did stand that way, then every half-baked dream speaker and soothsayer in the country would be able to say whatever he pleased and juries would believe them, and then what would happen to justice in America? Let me understand you, said Peggy. You plan to discredit me, destroy my reputation, and convict Alvin, all for the sake of justice in America? As I said, Marty repeated, I hope your lawyer can do as good a job defending Alvin as I'm going to do prosecuting him. I hope he can find as much damning evidence against my witnesses as Mr. Webster and I have found concerning Alvin. Because, frankly, I don't like my witnesses much, and I think Makepeace is a greedy lying bastard who should go to jail himself for perjury, but I can't prove it. How can you live with yourself, then, working in the service of evil when you know so clearly what is good tea? It's also good for the public prosecutor to prosecute, instead of setting himself up as judge. Peggy nodded gravely. As so often is the case, there is no clear choice that has all the good on its side, opposed to one that is nothing but bad. That's the truth, Peggy. That's God's honest truth. You advise me not to testify. Nothing of the kind. I just warned you of the price you'd pay for testifying. It's unethical for us to have had this conversation, isn't it? A little bit, said Marty. But your pa and I go back a long way. He'd never forgive you if you discredited me. I know, Miss Peggy. And that would break my heart. He nodded his goodbye, touching his forehead as if to tip the hat he wasn't wearing indoors. Good day to you. Peggy followed him into the courtroom. That first morning was spent questioning the 8 witnesses who had been shown the golden plow. First was Merlin Wheeler, who rolled in on his wheelchair. Peggy knew that Alvin had offered once, years ago, to heal him so he could walk again. But Merlin just looked him in the eye and said, I lost the use of my legs to the same men who killed my wife and child. If you can bring them back, then we'll see about my legs. Alvin didn't understand then, and truth to tell, Peggy didn't really understand now. How did it help his wife and children for Merlin to go around in a wheelchair all the time? But then, maybe it helped Merlin himself. Maybe it was like wearing widow's weeds. A public symbol of how he was crippled by the loss of those he loved best. Anyway, he made a sturdy witness, mostly because people knew he had a knack for seeing what was fair and right, making him a sort of informal judge, though it wasn't all that common for both parties in a dispute to agree to get him to arbitrate for him. One or the other of them, it seemed, always felt it somehow inconvenient to have the case decided by a man who was truly even-handed and fair. Anyway, the jury was bound to listen when Wheeler said, I ain't saying the plow's bewitched cause I don't know how it got to be the way it is. I'm just saying that it appears to be gold, it hefts like gold, and it moves without no hand touching it. Wheeler set the tone for all the others. Albert Whimsy was a clockmaker with a knack for fine metalwork, who fled to America when his business rivals accused him of using witchery in making his clocks. When he said the plow was gold, he spoke with authority, and the jury would entertain no further doubt about the metal it was made of. Jan Knickerbacker was a glassmaker who was said to have an eye to see things more clearly than most folks. Ma Bartlett was a frail old lady who once was a schoolteacher but now lived in the old cabin in the woods that Podogly built when he first settled in the area. She got a small pension from somewhere and mostly spent her days under an oak tree by Hatrack River, catching catfish and letting them go. People went to her to find out if they could trust other folks, and she was always right, which made it so many a budding romance got nipped in the bud, until folks sort of shied away from asking certain questions of her. Billy Sweet made candy, a young and gullible young fellow that nobody took all that seriously, but you couldn't help but like him no matter how foolish the things he said and did. Naomi Lerner made a little money tutoring, but her knack was ignorance, not teaching. She could spot ignorance a mile away, but wasn't much good at alleviating it. Jorboam Hemlet was a gunsmith, and he must have had a touch of fire knackery because it was well known that no matter how damp a day it might be, the powder in a Hemlet gun always ignited. And Goody Trader, whose first name was rumored to be either Chastity or Charity, both names used ironically by those who didn't like her, kept a general store on the new end of Main Street, where she was well known to stock her shelves, not just with the things folks wanted, but also with the things they needed without knowing it. All through their testimony, about hefting the plow, about how it moved, or hummed, or trembled, or warmed their hands, the jurors' eyes were drawn again and again to the burlap sack under Alvin's chair. He never touched it or did anything to call attention to it, but his body moved as if the plow inside the sack were the fulcrum of his balance. They wanted to see for themselves. But they knew, from Alvin's posture, that they would not see it. That these 8 had seen for them. It would have to be enough. The 8 witnesses were well known to the people in town, all of them trusted, though Billy Sweet was only trusted this far, seeing as how he was so trusting himself that any liar could get him to believe any fool thing, and all of them well enough liked, apart from the normal quarrels of small-town life. Peggy knew them all, better than they knew each other, of course, but perhaps it was that very knowledge of them that blinded her to a thing that only Arthur Stewart seemed to notice. Arthur was sitting beside her in the courtroom, watching the testimony, wide-eyed. It was only when all 8 of the witnesses were done testifying that he leaned up to Peggy and whispered, "Sure are a lot of folks with sharp necks here in Hatrack, aren't there?" Peggy grew up around here, and for all that a lot of folks had moved in after she left, she always felt that she pretty much knew everybody. But was that so? She had run off the first time just before Alvin got to Hatrack to start his apprenticeship with Makepeace Smith, and in the more than 8 years since then, she had only spent that single year in Hatrack less than a year, really when she was in disguise. During those 8 years a lot of people had moved in. More, in fact, by twice, than had lived here at the time she left. She had scanned their heartfires, routinely, because she wanted to get a sense of who lived in this place. But she hadn't realized until Arthur's whispered remark that of the newcomers, an unusual number had quite remarkable knacks. It wasn't that the 8 witnesses were different from the rest of the town. Knacks were thick on the ground here, much more so than any other place that Peggy had visited. Why? What brought them here? The answer was easy and obvious, so obvious that Peggy doubted it at once. Could they really have been drawn here because Alvin was here? It was in Hattrack that the apprentice learned to hone his knack until it became an all-encompassing power of powers. It was here that Alvin made the living plow. Was there something about his making that drew them? Something that kindled a fire inside them and set their feet to wandering until they came to rest in this place, where making was in the air? Or was it more than that? Was there someone perhaps guiding them, so it wasn't just the makery in Hattrack that drew them, but rather the same one who had brought Alvin to this town? Did it mean there was purpose behind it all, some master plan? Oh, Peggy longed to believe that, for it would mean she was not responsible for making things turn out all right. If God is tending to things here, then I can put away my broom and set aside my needle and thread. I have neither cleaning nor stitchery to do. I can simply be about my business. One way or the other, though, it was plain that Hattrack River was more than just the town where Alvin happened to be in jail right now. It was a place where people of hidden powers congregated in goodly numbers. Just as Verily Cooper had crossed the sea to meet Alvin, perhaps unwittingly all these others had also crossed sea or mountains or vast reaches of prairie and forest to find the place where the Maker made his golden plow. And now these 8 had handled the plow, had seen it move, knew it was alive. What did it mean to them? For Peggy, to wonder was to find out. She looked at their heartfires and found something startling. On past examination, none of them had shown paths in their future that were closely tied to Alvin's. But now she found that their lives were bound up in his. All of them showed many paths into the future that led to a crystal city by the banks of a river. For the first time, the crystal city of Alvin's vision in the tornado was showing up in someone else's future. She almost fainted from the relief of it. It wasn't just a formless dream in Alvin's heart, with no path guiding her as to how he would get there. It could be a reality, and if it was, all of these 8 souls would be a part of it. Why? Just because they had touched the living plow? Was that what the thing was? A tool to turn people into citizens of the Crystal City? No, not that. No, it would hardly be the free place Alvin dreamed of, if folks were forced to be citizens because of touching some powerful object. Rather, the plow opened up a door in their lives so they could enter into the future they most longed for. A place, a time where their knacks could be brought to full fruition, where they could be part of something larger than any of them were capable of creating on their own. She had to tell Alvin. Had to let him know that after all that trying in Vigor Church to teach those of feeble knack how to do what they could not really do, or not easily, here in his true birthplace his citizens were already assembling, those who had the natural gifts and inclinations that would make them co-makers with him. Another thought struck her, and she began to look into the heartfires of the jurors. Another group of citizens, randomly chosen, and again, while not all had spectacular knacks, they were all people whose knacks defined them, people who might well have been searching for what their gifts might mean, what they were for. People who, consciously or not, might well have found themselves gravitating toward the place where a maker had been born. A place where iron was turned to gold, where a mix-up boy had been changed so a cachet no longer named him as a slave. A place where people with knacks and talents and dreams might find purpose, might build something together, might become makers. Did they know how much they needed Alvin? How much their hopes and dreams depended on him? Of course not. They were jurors, trying to stay impartial. Trying to judge according to the law. And that was good. That was a kind of making, too, keeping to the law even when it hurt your heart to do it. Maintaining good order in the community. If they showed favoritism to one person just because they admired him or needed him or liked him or even loved him, that would be the undoing of justice, and if justice were ever undone, were ever openly disdained, then that would be the end of good order. To corrupt justice was the unmaker's trick. Verily Cooper would have to prove his case, or at least disprove Makepeace Smith's assertions. He would have to make it possible for the jury to acquit. But if they did acquit, then the paths that opened in their heartfire were like the paths of the witnesses. They would be with Alvin one day, building great towers of shimmering crystal rising into the sky, catching light and turning it into truth the way it had happened when Tenskwatawa took Alvin up into the waterspout. Should I tell Alvin that his fellow makers are here around him in this courtroom? Would it help his work or make him overconfident to know? To tell or not to tell, the endless question that Peggy wrestled with. Next to that one, Hamlet's little quandary was downright silly. Contemplations of suicide were always the unmaker's work. But truth-telling and truth-hiding, it could go either way. The consequences were unpredictable. Of course, for ordinary people consequences were always unpredictable. Only torches like Peggy were burdened by having such a clear idea of the possibilities. And there weren't many torches like Peggy. Asterisk 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 dot. Makepeace wasn't a very good witness in his own cause. Surly and nervous, not a winning combination, Verily knew. But that was why Laws and Webster had put him on first, so that his negative impression would be forgotten after the testimony of more likable and believable witnesses. The best thing Verily could do, in this case, was to let Makepeace have his say as memorably as possible, as negatively as possible. So he made no objection when Makepeace peppered his account with slurs on Alvin's character. He was always the laziest prentice I ever had. I never could get the boy to do nothing without standing over him and yelling in his ear. He was a slow learner, everybody knowed that. He ate like a pig even on days when he didn't lift a finger. The onslaught of slander was so relentless that everyone was getting uncomfortable with it, even Marty Laws, who was starting to glance at Verily to see why he wasn't raising any objections. But why should Verily object, when the jurors were shifting in their seats and looking away from Makepeace with every new attack on Alvin? They all knew these were lies. There probably wasn't a one of them that hadn't come to the smithy hoping that Alvin rather than his master would do the work. Alvin's skill was famous. Verily had learned that from overhearing casual conversation in the roadhouse at evening meals, so all Makepeace was doing was damaging his own credibility. Poor Marty was trapped, however. He couldn't very well cut short Makepeace Smith's testimony, since it was the foundation of his whole case. So the questioning went on, and the answering, and the slander. He made a plow out of plain iron. I saw it, and so did Polly Wiseman, who was sheriff then, and Arthur Stewart, and the two dead finders. It was setting on the workbench when they come by to get me to make manacles for the boy. But I wouldn't make no manacles, no sir. That's not decent work for a smith, to make the chains to take a free boy into slavery. So what do you know but Alvin himself, who said he was such a friend to Arthur Stewart, he up and says he'll make the manacles. That's the kind of boy he was and is today, no loyalty, no decency at all. Alvin leaned over to Verily and whispered in his ear. I know it's wicked of me, Verily, but I want so bad to give old Makepeace a bad case of rectal itch. Verily almost laughed out loud. The judge shot him a glare, but it wasn't about his near laughter. Mr. Cooper, aren't you going to object to any of these extraneous comments upon your client's character? Verily rose slowly to his feet. Your Honor, I am sure the jury will know exactly how seriously to take all of Mr. Makepeace Smith's testimony. I'm perfectly content for them to remember both his malice and his inaccuracy, Well, maybe that's how it's done in England, but I will instruct the jury to ignore Mr. Smith's malice, since there's no way to know whether his malice came as a result of the events he has recounted, or predated them. Furthermore, I will instruct Mr. Smith to make no more aspersions on the defendant's character, since those are matters of opinion and not of fact. Did you understand me, Makepeace? Makepeace looked confused. I reckon so. Continue, Mr. Laws. Marty sighed and went on. So you saw the iron plow, and Alvin made the manacles. What then? I told him to use the manacles as his journeyman piece. I thought it would be fitting for a traitorous scoundrel to go through his whole life knowing that the manacles he made for his friend were the judge interrupted, again glaring at Verily. Makepeace, it's words like traitorous scoundrel that's going to get you declared in contempt of court. Do you understand me now, I've been calling a spade all my life, Your Honor. Makepeace declared. At this moment you're digging a very deep hole with it, said the judge, and I'm the man to bury you if you don't watch your tongue. Cowed, Makepeace put on a very solemn look and faced forward. I apologize, Your Honor, for daring to live up to my oath to speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the gavel came down. Nor will I allow sarcasm directed at this bench, Mr. Smith. Continue, Mr. Laws. And so it went, till Makepeace had finished with his tale. It truly was a weak and whining little complaint. First there was an iron plow, made of the very iron Makepeace had provided for the journeyman piece. Then there was a plow made of solid gold. Makepeace could only think of two possibilities. First, that Alvin had somehow used some sort of hexery to change the iron into gold, in which case it was made from the iron Makepeace had given him and, according to time-honored tradition and the terms of Alvin's prentice papers, the plow belonged to Makepeace. Or it was a different plow, not made from Makepeace's iron, in which case where did Alvin get such gold? The only time Alvin had ever done enough digging to bring up buried treasure like that was when he was digging a well for Makepeace, which he dug in the wrong place. Makepeace was betting Alvin had dug in the right place first, found the gold, and then hid it by digging in another spot for the actual well. And if the gold was found on Makepeace's land, well, it was Makepeace's gold that way, too. Verily's cross-examination was brief. It consisted of two questions. Did you see Alvin take gold or anything like gold out of the ground? Angry, Makepeace started to make excuses, but Verily waited until the judge had directed him to answer the question yes or no. No. Did you see the iron plow transformed into a golden plow? Well, so what if I didn't? The fact is there ain't no iron plow, so where is it then? Again, the judge told him to answer the question yes or no. No, said Makepeace. No more questions for this witness, said Verily. As Makepeace got up and left the witness box, Verily turned to the judge. Your Honor, the defense moves for immediate dismissal of all charges, inasmuch as the testimony of this witness is not sufficient to establish probable cause. The judge rolled his eyes. I hope I'm not going to have to listen to motions like that after every witness. Just the pathetic ones, Your Honor, said Verily. Your point is made. Your motion is denied. Mr. Laws, your next witness? I would like to have called Makepeace's wife, Gertie, but she passed away more than a year ago. Instead, with the court's permission, I will call the woman who was doing kitchen help for her the day the golden plow was first evidenced. Anga Berry. The judge looked at Verily. This will make her testimony hearsay, after a fashion. Do you have any objection, Mr. Cooper? Alvin had already assured Verily that nothing Anga could say would do him any possible harm. No objection, Your Honor. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alvin listened as Anga Berry testified. She didn't really witness to anything except that Gertie told her about Makepeace's accusations the very next morning, so the charge wasn't one he dreamed up later. On cross-examination, Verily was kind to her, only asking her whether Gertie Smith had said anything to lead Anga to believe she thought Alvin was as bad a boy as Makepeace said. Marty rose to his feet. Hearsay, Your Honor. Impatiently the judge replied, Well, Marty, we know it's hearsay. It was for hearsay that you called her in the first place. Abashed, Marty Laws sat back down. She never said nothing about his smithery or nothing, said Anga. But I know Gertie set quite a store by the boy. Always helped her out, toted water for her whenever she asked, that's the worst job, and he was good with the children and just, always helping. She never said a bad word about him, and I reckon she had a high opinion of his goodness. Did Gertie ever tell you he was a liar or deceiver? Asked Verily. Oh, no, unless you count hiding some job he was doing till it was done, so as to surprise her. If that's deception, then he done that a couple of times. And that was it. Alvin was relieved to know that Gertie hadn't been unkind to him behind his back, that even after her death she was a friend to him. What surprised Alvin was how glum Verily was when he sat down at the table next to him. Marty was busy calling his next witness, a fellow named Hank Dowser whose tale Alvin could easily guess this was a man who did have malice and it wouldn't be pleasant to hear him. Still, he hadn't seen anything either, and in fact the well digging had nothing to do with the plow, so what did it matter? Why did Verily look so unhappy? Alvin asked him. Because there was no reason for Laws to call that woman. She worked against his case and he had to know that in advance. So why did he call her? Because he wanted to lay the groundwork for something. And since she didn't say anything new during his examination of her, it must have been during the cross-examination that the new groundwork was laid. All you asked Anga was whether Gertie had the same low opinion of me that her husband had. Verily thought for a moment. No. I also asked her if you had ever deceived Gertie. Oh, I'm such a fool. If only I could recall those words from my lips. What's wrong with that? Asked Alvin. He must have some witness that calls you a deceiver, a witness who is otherwise irrelevant to this case. In the meantime, the dowser, in a state of high dudgeon, was speaking of how uppity Makepeace's prentice was, how he dared to tell a dowser how to douse. He's got no respect for any man's knack but his own. Verily spoke up. Your Honor, I object. The witness is not competent to testify concerning my client's respect or lack of it toward other people's knacks in general. The objection was sustained. Hank Dowser was a quicker learner than Makepeace, there was no more problem with him. He quickly established that the prentice had obviously dug the well in a different place from the place where Hank had declared water could be found. Verily had only one question for him. Was there water in the place where he dug the well? That's not the question, declared Hank Dowser. I'm sorry to have to tell you, Mr. Dowser, that I am the one authorized by this court to ask questions at this time, and I tell you that it is the question that I would like you to answer. At this time. What was the question? Did my client's well reach water? It reached a kind of water. But compared to the pure water I found, I'm sure that what he got was a sludgy, scummy, foul-tasting brew. Do I take it that your answer is yes? Yes. And that was that. For his next witness, Marty called a name that sent a shiver down Alvin's spine. Amy Sump. A very attractive girl arose from the back of the courtroom and walked down the aisle. Who is she? Asked Verily. A girl from Vigor with a very active imagination. About what? About how she and I did what a man has no business doing with a girl so young. Did you? Alvin was annoyed by the question. Never. She just started telling stories and it grew from there. Grew. That's why I took off from bigger church, to give her lies a chance to settle down and die out. So she started telling stories about you and you fled? What does it have to do with the plow and Makepeace Smith? Verity grimaced. A certain matter of whether you deceive people or not. Marty Laws roped me in. Marty was explaining to the judge that, because he had had no chance to talk with this witness himself beforehand, his illustrious co-counsel would conduct the examination. The girl is young and fragile, and they have established a rapport. Verily thought that the idea of Webster and Amy having rapport wasn't very promising when it came to getting honest testimony from her, but he had to tread carefully. She was a child, and a girl child at that. He couldn't seem to be hostile or fearful of her before she spoke, and in cross-examination he'd have to proceed delicately lest he seem to be a bully. Unlike Makepeace Smith and Hank Dowser, who were obviously angry and malicious, Amy Sump was absolutely believable. She spoke shyly and reluctantly. I don't want to get Alvin in no trouble, sir, she said. And why not? Asked Daniel Webster. Her answer came in a whisper. Because I still love him. You still love him? Oh, Webster was a fine actor, worthy of the boards in Drury Lane. But why do you still love him? Because I am with child, she whispered. A buzzing arose through the courtroom. Again, Webster feigned grieved surprise. You are with. Are you married, Miss Sump? She shook her head. Glistening tears flew from her eyes onto her lap. Yet you are with child. The child of some man who didn't even have the decency to make an honest woman of you. Whose child, Miss Sump? This was already out of control. Verily leapt to his feet. Your Honor, I object on the grounds that this can have no conceivable connection with. It goes to the issue of deception, Your Honor. Cried Daniel Webster. It goes to the issue of a man who will say whatever it takes to get his way, and then absconds without so much as a farewell, having taken away that which is most precious from the very one who trusted him. The judge smacked down his gavel. Mr. Webster, that was such a fine summing up that I'm inclined to charge the jury and end the trial. Unfortunately, this is not the end of the trial, and I'd appreciate it if you'd refrain from jumping up on a stump and making a speech when it ain't speechifying time. I was responding to my worthy opponent's objection. Well, you see, Daniel, that's where you made your mistake. Because his objection was addressed to me being the judge here, and I didn't really need your help at that moment. But I'm grateful to know that your help is right there, ready for me, if ever I do need it. Webster answered the sarcasm with a cheerful smile. What did he care? His point was already made. The objection is overruled, Mr. Cooper, said the judge. Who is the father of your child, Miss Sump? She burst into tears, still on cue, despite the interruption. Alvin, she said, sobbing. Then she looked up and gazed soulfully across the court into Alvin's eyes. Oh, Al, it ain't too late. Come back and make a wife of me. I love you so. Chapter 15, Love. Verily Cooper, doing his best to hide his astonishment, turned languidly to look at Alvin. Then he raised an eyebrow. Alvin looked vaguely sad. It's true she's pregnant, he whispered. But it ain't true I'm the father. Why didn't you tell me if you knew? Verily whispered. I didn't know till she said it. Then I looked and yes, there's a baby growing in her womb. About the size of a nib. No more than 3 weeks along. Verily nodded. Alvin had been in jail for the past month, and traveling far from bigger church for several months before that. The question was whether he could get the girl to admit under cross-examination that she was barely a month along in her pregnancy. In the meantime, Daniel Webster had gone on, eliciting from Amy a lurid account of Alvin's seduction of her. No doubt about it, the girl told a convincing story, complete with all kinds of details that made it sound true. It seemed to Verily that the girl wasn't lying, or if she was, she believed her own lies. For a few moments he had doubts about Alvin. Could he have done this? The girl was pretty and desirable, and from the way she talked, she was certainly willing. Just because Alvin was a maker didn't mean he wasn't a man all the same. He quickly shook off such thoughts. Alvin Smith was a man with self-control, that was the truth. And he had honor. If he really did such things with this child, he'd certainly marry her and not leave her to face the consequences alone. It was a measure of how dangerous the girl's testimony was, if she could get Alvin's own attorney to doubt him. And then he left you, said Daniel Webster. Verily thought of objecting, but figured there was no point. It was my own fault, I know, said Amy, breaking down again into pathetic tears. I shouldn't have told my best friend Ramona about Alvin and me, because she mouthed it around to everybody and they didn't understand about our true love, and so of course my Alvin had to leave because he has great works to do in the world. He can't be tied down to Vigor Church just now. I didn't want to come here and testify. I want him to be free to do whatever he needs to do. And if my baby grows up without a pa, at least I can tell my child that she comes of noble blood, with Makery as her heritage. Oh, that was a nice touch, making her the suffering saint who was content that her Alvin is a lying, seducing, deceiving, abandoning bastard making cradle robber, because she loves him so. It was time for cross-examination. This had to proceed delicately indeed. Verily couldn't give a single hint that he believed her. At the same time, he didn't dare to be seen to attack her, because the jury's sympathy was all with the girl right now. The seeds of doubt had to be planted gently. I'm sorry you had to come all the way down here. It must be a hard journey for a young lady in your delicate condition. Oh, I'm doing all right. I just puke once in the morning and then I'm fine for the rest of the day. The jury laughed. A friendly, sympathetic, believing laugh. Heaven help me, thought Verily. How long have you known you were going to have a baby? A long time, she said. Verily raised an eyebrow. Now, that's a pretty vague answer. But before you hear my next question, I just want you to remember that we can bring your mother and father down here if need be, to establish the exact time this pregnancy began. Well, I didn't tell them till just a few days ago, said Amy. But I've been pregnant for. Verily raised his hand to silence her, and shook his head. Be careful, Miss Sump. If you think for just a minute, you'll realize that your mother certainly knows and your father probably knows that you couldn't possibly have been pregnant for more than a few weeks. Amy looked at him in a puzzled way for a long moment. Then dawning realization came across her face. She finally realized her mother would know, from washing rags, when she last menstruated. And it wasn't months and months ago. Like I was going to say all along, I got pregnant in the last month. Sometime in the last month. And you're sure that Alvin is the father? She nodded. But she was no fool. Verily knew she was doing the math in her head. She obviously had counted on being able to lie and say she'd been pregnant for months, since before Alvin left Vigor. When the baby was born she could say it had taken so long because it was a maker's child, or some such nonsense. But now she had to have a better lie. Or else she'd been planning this lie all along. That, too, was possible. Of course he is, she said. He comes to me in the night even now. He's really excited about the baby. What do you mean by even now? Asked Verily. You know that he's in jail. Oh, posh, said Amy. What's a jail to a man like him? Once again, Verily realized that he'd been playing into Webster's hands. Everybody knew Alvin had hidden powers. They knew he worked in stone and iron. They knew he could get out of that jail whenever he wanted. Your Honor, said Verily, I reserve the right to recall this witness for further cross-examination. I object, said Daniel Webster. If he recalls Miss Sump then she's his witness, it won't be cross-examination, and she's not a hostile witness. I need to lay the groundwork for further questioning, said Verily. Lay all you want, said the judge. You'll have some leeway, but it won't be cross. The witness may step down, but don't leave Hatrack River, please. Webster stood again. Your Honor, I have a few questions on redirect. Oh, of course. Miss Sump, I beg your pardon. Please remain seated and remember you're still under oath. Webster leaned back in his chair. Miss Sump, you say that Alvin comes to you in the night. How does he do that? He slips out of his cell and right through the walls of the jail and then he runs like a red man, all caught up in Red Song, so he reaches Vigor Church in a single hour and he ain't even tired. No, he is not tired. She giggled. Red Song. Verily had had enough conversation with Alvin by now to know that it was Green Song, and if he'd really had any intimacy with this girl she'd know that. She was remembering things she'd heard from his lessons months and months ago in Vigor Church, when she went to class with people trying to learn to be makers. That's all this was, of the imaginings of a young girl combined with scraps of things she learned about Alvin. But it might take the golden plow away from him, and perhaps more important, it might send him to jail and destroy his reputation forever. This was not an innocent fib, and for all her pretense at loving Alvin, she knew exactly what she was doing to him. Does he come to you every night? Oh, he can't do that. Just a couple of times a week. Webster was done with her, but now Verily had a couple more questions. Miss Sump, where does Alvin visit you? In Vigor Church. You're only a girl, Miss Sump, and you live with your parents. Presumably you are supervised by them. So my question is quite specific, where are you when Alvin visits you? She was momentarily flustered. Different places. Your parents let you go about unchaperoned? No, I mean we always start out at home. Late at night. Everybody's asleep. Do you have a room of your own? Well, no. My sisters sleep in the same room with me. So where do you meet Alvin? In the woods. So you deceive your parents and sneak into the woods at night? The word deceive was a red flag to her. I don't deceive nobody, she said, with some heat. So they know you're going to the woods alone to meet Alvin? No. I mean, I know they'd stop me, and it's true love between us, so I don't sneak out, because Papa bars the door and he'd hear me, so at the county fair I was able to slip away in. The county fair was in broad daylight, not at night, said Verily, hoping he was right. Argumentative, shouted Webster. But his interruption served not to help the girl but fluster her more. If this happens a couple of times a week, Miss Sump, you surely don't depend on the county fair to provide you with opportunities, do you? Asked Verily. No, that was just the one time. The other times. Verily waited, refusing to ease her path by filling her long silence with words. Let the jury see her making things up as she went along. He comes into my room, all silent. Right through the walls. And then he takes me out the same way, silent, through the walls. And then we run with the red song to the place where he gives me his love by moonlight. It must be an amazing experience, said Verily. For have your lover appear at your bedside and raise you up and carry you through the walls and take you silently across miles and miles in an instant to an idyllic spot where you have passionate embraces by moonlight. You're in your nightclothes. Doesn't it get cold? Sometimes, but he can make the air warm around me. And what about moonless nights? How do you see? He makes it light. We can always see. A lover who can do the most miraculous things. It sounds quite romantic, wouldn't you say? Yes, it is, very, very romantic, said Amy. Like a dream, said Verily. Yes, like a dream. I object, cried Webster. The witness is a child and doesn't realize the way the defense attorney can misconstrue her innocent simile. Amy was quite confused now. What did I say? She asked. Let me ask it very clearly, said Verily Cooper. Miss Sump, isn't it possible that your memories of Alvin come from a dream? That you dreamed all this, being in love with a strong and fascinating young man who was too old even to notice you? Now she understood why Webster had objected, and she got a cold look in her eye. She knows, thought Verily. She knows she's lying, she's not deceived, she knows exactly what she's doing and hates me for tripping her up, even a little. My baby ain't no dream, sir, she said. I never heard of no dream as gives a girl a baby. No, I've never heard of such a dream, either, said Verily. Oh, by the way, how long ago was the county fair? 3 weeks ago, she said. You went with your family? Webster interrupted, demanding to know the relevance. She gave the county fair as a specific instance of meeting Alvin, explained Verily, when the judge asked. The judge told him to proceed. Miss Sump, said Verily, tell me how you got off by yourself to meet Alvin at the fair. Had you already arranged to meet him there? No, he just showed up there. In broad daylight. And no one recognized him? Nobody saw him but me. That's a fact. It's a thing he can do. Yes, we're beginning to realize that when it comes to spending time with you, Alvin Smith can and will do the most amazing, miraculous things, said Verily. Webster objected, Verily apologized, and they went on. But Verily suspected that he was on a good track here. The way Amy made her story so believable was by adding detail. When it came to the events that didn't happen, the details were all dreamy and beautiful, but she wasn't just making them up, it was clear she had really had such dreams, or at least daydreams. She was speaking from memory. But there must be another memory in her mind, of the memory of her time with the man who was the true father of the child she carried. And Verily's hunch was that her mention of the county fair, which didn't fit in at all with the pattern she had established for her nighttime assignations with Alvin, was tied in with that real encounter. If he could get her drawing on memory with this one. So only you could see him. I imagine that you went off with him? May I ask you where? Under the flap of the freak show tent. Behind the fat lady. Behind the fat lady, said Verily. A private place. But, why there? Why didn't Alvin whisk you away into the forest? To some secluded meadow by a crystal stream? I can't imagine it was very comfortable for you, in the straw, perhaps, or on the hard ground, in the dark. That's just the way Alvin wanted it, she said. I don't know why. And how long did you spend there behind the fat lady? About 5 minutes. Verily raised an eyebrow. Why so hasty? Then, before Webster could object, he plunged into his next question. So Alvin escaped from the Hattrack County Jail in broad daylight, journeyed all the way to Vigor Church on the far side of the state of Wabash from here, in order to spend 5 minutes with you behind the fat lady? Webster spoke up again. How can this young girl be expected to know the defendant's motivations for whatever bizarre acts he performs? Was that an objection? Asked the judge. It doesn't matter, said Verily. I'm through with her for now. And this time he let a little contempt into his voice. Let the jury see that he no longer had any regard for this girl. He hadn't destroyed her testimony, but he had laid the groundwork for doubt. It was 3 in the afternoon. The judge adjourned them for the day. Alvin and Verily had supper in his cell that night, conferring over what was likely to happen the next day, and what had to happen in order to acquit him. They actually haven't proved anything about Makepeace, said Verily. All they're doing is proving you're a liar in general, and then hoping the jury will think this removes all reasonable doubt about you and the plow. The worst thing is that every step of the way, Webster and Laws have played me like a harp. They set me up, I introduced an idea they were hoping I'd bring up in my cross-examination, and presto. There's the groundwork for the next irrelevant, character-damaging witness. So they know the legal tricks in American courts better than you do, said Alvin. You know the law. You know how things fit together. Don't you see, Alvin? Webster doesn't care whether you're convicted or not. What he loves is the stories the newspapers are writing about this trial. Besmirching your reputation. You'll never recover from that. I don't know about never, said Alvin. Stories like this don't disappear. Even if we manage to find the man who impregnated her. I know who it was, said Alvin. What? How could you? Matt Thatcher. He's a couple of years younger than me, but all us boys knew him in Vigor. He was always a rapscallion of the first stripe, and when I was back there this past year he was always full of brag about how no girl could resist him. Every now and then some fellow'd have to beat him up cause of something he said about the fellow's sister. But after last year's county fair, he was talking about how he drove his tent spike into 5 different girls, in the freak show tent behind the fat lady. But that was more than a year ago. A boy like Matt Thatcher don't got much imagination, Verily. If he found himself a spot that worked once, he'll be back there. For what it's worth, though, he never did name any of the girls he supposedly got last year, so we all figured he just found the spot and wished he could get himself some girl to go with him there. I just figure that this year he finally succeeded. Verily leaned back on his stool, sipping his mug of warm cider. The thing that puzzles me is, Webster must have found Amy Sump when he visited in Vigor Church long before I got there. Before the county fair, too. She must not have been pregnant when he found her. Alvin smiled and nodded. I can just imagine him telling Amy's parents, well, it's a good thing she's not with child. Though if she were, I dare say Alvin's wandering days would be over. And she listens and goes and gets herself pregnant with the most willing but stupid boy in the county. Verily laughed. You imitate his voice quite well, sir. Oh, I'm nothing at imitations. I wish you could have heard Arthur Stewart back in the old days. Before? Before I changed him so the finders couldn't identify him. So you didn't just subvert their cachet. You changed the boy himself. I made him just a little bit less Arthur and a little bit more Alvin. I'm not glad of it. I miss the way he could make himself sound like anybody. Even a redbird. He used to sing right back to the redbird. Can't you change him back? Now that he has the official court decision, he can never be hauled into court again. Change him back? I don't know. It was hard enough changing him the first time. And I don't think I remember well enough how he used to be. The cachet has the way he used to be, doesn't it? But I don't have the cachet. Interesting problem. Arthur doesn't seem to mind the change, though, does he? Arthur's a sweet boy, but what he doesn't mind now he might well come to mind later, when he's old enough to know what I done to him. Alvin was drumming on his empty dish now. Clearly his mind kept going back to the trial. I got to tell you, it's only going to get worse tomorrow, Verily. How so? I didn't understand it till now, till what Amy said about me sneaking out of jail and all. But now I know what the plan is. Violet Franker came in here covered with hexes, maneuvered me close enough to her that the same hex worked on me, too, and overlooked me, and a right good one. Then in comes Billy Hunter, one of the deputies, and when he looks in the cell, he doesn't see anybody at all. He runs off and gets the sheriff, and when he comes back, Violet's gone, but here I am, and I tell them I've been nowhere, but Billy Hunter knows what he saw, or didn't see, and they're going to bring him into court, and Violet too. Violet too. So they'll have a witness to corroborate that you have indeed left your cell during your incarceration here. And Violet's likely to say anything. She's a notorious gossip. Goody Trader plain hates her, and so does Horace Gester. She also thinks of herself as quite a beauty, though those particular hexes don't work on me no more. Anyway, Arthur Stewart saw her. I was here when Arthur told you about her. About the salamander. That ain't no regular salamander, verily. That's the Unmaker. I've met it before. Used to come on me more direct-like. A shimmering in the air, and there it was. Trying to take me over, rule me. But I wouldn't have it. I'd make something a bug basket and he'd go away. Nowadays I'd be more likely to make up some silly rhyme or song and commit it to memory to drive him back. But here's the thing, the Unmaker has a way of being different things to different people. There was a minister in Vigor Church, Reverend Philadelphia Thrower. He saw the Unmaker as an angel, only it was a kind of terrible angel, and one time, well, it doesn't matter. Armor of God saw it, not me. With Violet, the Unmaker's got that salamander doing some kind of hexery that makes Violet see somebody. Somebody who talks to her and tells her things. Only that somebody is really speaking the words of the Unmaker. You know what Arthur Stewart saw? Old Peg Gester, the woman who was the only mother he knew. The Unmaker appears as somebody you can trust, somebody who fulfills your most heartfelt dream, but in the process he perverts everything so that without quite realizing it, you start destroying everything and everybody around you. This whole thing, you don't have to look toward Webster to find the conspiracy. The Unmaker is all the connection they need. Putting together Amy Sump and Violet Franker and Makepeace Smith and Daniel Webster, and not one of them thinks he's doing something all that awful. Amy probably thinks she really loves me. Maybe so does Violet. Makepeace has probably talked himself into believing the plow really belongs to him. Daniel Webster probably believes I really am a scoundrel. But the Unmaker makes everything work together to undo you. Alvin nodded. Alvin, that makes no sense, said Verily. If the Unmaker's really out to unmake everything, then how can he put together such an elaborate plan? That's a kind of making, too, isn't it? Alvin lay back on the cot and whistled for a moment. That's right, he said. The Unmaker sometimes makes things, then? No, said Alvin. No, the Unmaker can't make nothing. Can't. He just takes what's already there and twists and bends and breaks it. So I was wrong. The Unmaker's working on all these people, but if it's all fitting together into a plan, then somebody's planning it. Some person. Verily chuckled. I think we already have the answer, he said. Your speculation about Daniel Webster. He discovers Amy Sump as he searches in Vigor Church for any kind of dirt about you. She wasn't part of any plan, just a girl who started pretending that her daydreams were true. But then he puts into her head the idea of getting pregnant and the idea of testifying against you to clip your wings and force you to come home. She works out the rest herself, her own plan, and the Unmaker doesn't have to teach her anything. Then Daniel Webster comes here to hat-track, and of course he meets the town gossip as he searches for dirt about you here. Violet Franker barely knows you, but she does know everybody else's story, and they converse many times. He happens to let slip how Amy Sump's story will just sound like the imaginings of a dreamy but randy young girl unless they can get some kind of evidence that you actually do leave your cell. And then Violet comes up with her own plan and the Unmaker just sits back and encourages her. So the plan is all coming from Daniel Webster, only he doesn't even know it, said Alvin. He wishes for something, and then it just happens to come true. Don't give him too much credit for integrity, said Verily. I suspect this is a method he's been using for a long time, wishing for some key piece of evidence, and then trusting in his client or one of his client's friends to come up with the testimony that he needs. He never quite soils his hands, but the effect is the same. Yet nothing can ever be proven. The outer door opened, and Podogly came in with Peggy Larner. Sorry to interrupt your supper and confabulation, gentlemen, said the sheriff, but something's come up. You got you a visitor with special circumstances. He's come a long way, but he can only come in and see you after dark, and I'm the only guard as can let him in, on account of he already sat me down and told me a tale. Alvin turned to Verily. That means it's someone from home. Someone besides Armor of God. Someone who's under the curse. He shouldn't be under it, said Peggy. If it weren't for his grand gesture of including himself in a curse he didn't personally deserve. Measure, said Alvin. To Verily he explained, my older brother. He's coming, said the sheriff. Arthur Stewart's leading him in with his hat low and his eyes down so he won't see anybody who doesn't already know the story. Doesn't want to spend all night telling folks about the massacre at Tippecanoe. So the doors will be open here, but I'll still be outside, watching. Not that I think you'd try to escape, Alvin. You mean you don't think I'd been making twice-a-week trips to Vigor Church, ? For that girl? I don't think so. With that, Dogley walked out, leaving the outer door open. Peggy came on in and joined Alvin and Verily inside Alvin's cell. Verily stood up to offer her his stool, but with a gesture she declined to sit. "Howdy, Peggy," said Alvin. "I'm fine, Alvin. And you?" "You know I never did any of those things," she said, he told her. "Alvin," she said, "I know that you did find her attractive. She saw that you paid her a little special attention. She began to dream and wish. So you're saying it's my fault after all?" "It's her fault that dreams turned into lies. It's your fault that she had hopeless dreams like that in the first place." "Well, why don't I just shoot myself before I ever look at a woman with desire? It always seems to turn out pretty lousy when I do." She looked as if he slapped her. As usual, Verily felt a keen sense of being left out of half of what went on in Alvin's life. Why should it bother him so much? He wasn't here, and they were under no obligation to explain. Still, it was embarrassing. He got up. "Please, I'll step outside so you can have this conversation alone." "No need," said Peggy. "I'm sure Arthur is almost here with Measure by now." "She doesn't want to talk to me," said Alvin to Verily. "She'll try to get me acquitted because she wants to see the Crystal City get built, only she can't offer me a lick of help in trying to figure out how to build it, seeing as how I don't know and she seems to know everything. But just cause she wants me acquitted doesn't mean she actually likes me or thinks I'm worth spending time with." "I don't like being in the middle of this," said Verily. "You're not," said Peggy. "There's no this to be in the middle of." "There never was no this, either, was there?" asked Alvin. Verily was quite sure he had never heard a man sound so miserable. Peggy took a moment to answer. "I'm not there was and is a, it hasn't a thing to do with you, Alvin." "What doesn't have a thing to do with me?" "My still being crazy in love with you after a whole year with only one letter from you, and that one as cold as you please, like I was some kind of scoundrel you still had to do business with or something? Is that the thing that doesn't have anything to do with me? I asked you to marry me once. I understand that things have been pretty bleak since then, your mother getting killed and all, that was terrible, and I didn't press you, but I did write to you, I did think about you all the time, and I thought of you, Alvin, . Yes, well, you're a torch, so you know I'm thinking about you, or you do if you care to look, but what do I know when there's no sign from you? What do I know except what you tell me? Except what I see in your face? I know I looked in your face that night in the smithy, I looked in your eyes and I thought I saw love there, I thought I saw you saying yes to me. Did I make that up? Is that the this that there isn't one of?" Verily was thoroughly miserable, being forced to be a witness of this scene. He had tried to make his escape before, now it was clear they didn't want him to go. If only he knew how to disappear. How to sink through the floor. It was Arthur who saved him. Arthur, with Measure in tow, and, just as the sheriff had said, Measure had his hat so low and his head bent so far down that he really did need Arthur Stewart to lead him by the hand. "We're here," said Arthur. "You can look up now." Measure looked up. "Al," he said. "Measure!" Alvin cried. It took about one stride each, with those two long-legged men, for them to be in each other's embrace. "I've missed you like my own soul," said Alvin. "I've missed you too, you ugly scrawny jailbird," said Measure. And in that moment, Verily felt such a pang of jealousy that he thought his heart would break. He was ashamed of the feeling as soon as he was aware of it, but there it was, he was jealous of that closeness between brothers. Jealous because he knew that he would never be that close to Alvin Smith. He would always be shut out, and it hurt so deeply that for a moment, he thought he couldn't breathe. And then he did breathe, and blocked that feeling away in another part of himself where he didn't have to stare it in the face. In a few minutes the greetings were over, and they were down to business. "We found out Amy was gone and it didn't take no genius to figure out where she went. Oh, at first the rumor was she got pregnant at the county fair and was sent off to have the baby somewhere, but we all remembered the tale she told about Alvin and father and I went to her pa and got it out of him right quick, that she was off to testify in Hatrack. He didn't like it much, but they're paying them and he needs the money and his daughter swears it's true but you could tell looking at him that he don't believe her lies either. And in fact as we were leaving he says, when I find out who it was got my daughter pregnant I'm going to kill him. And pa says, no you ain't. And Mr. Sumpy says, I am so because I'm a merciful man, and killing him's kinder than making him marry Amy. They all laughed at that, but in the end they knew it wasn't exactly funny. Anyhow, Eleanor says, Amy's best friend is that mouse of a girl Ramona and I'm going to get the truth out of her. Alvin turned to Verily. Eleanor's our sister, Armor of God's wife. Another reminder that he wasn't inside this circle. But also a reminder that Alvin thought of him and wanted to include him. So Eleanor gets Ramona and sets her down inside that hex you made for her in the shop, Alvin, the one that makes liars get so nervous, only I don't know as how it was really needed. Eleanor says to her, who's the father of Amy's baby, and Ramona says, how should I know? Only it's a plain lie. And finally, when Eleanor won't let up, Ramona says, last time I told the truth it only caused Alvin Maker to have to run away cause of Amy's lies, but she swore it was true, she swore it and so I believed her, but now she's saying it was Alvin got her pregnant and I know that's not true cause she got into the freak show tent with. Alvin held up his hand. Matt Thatcher? Of course, said Measure. Why we didn't just castrate him along with the pigs I don't know. She saw them or is it hearsay? Asked Verily. Saw them and stood guard where they went under the tent and heard Amy cry out once and heard Matt panting and then it was done and she asked Amy what it was like and Amy looked positively stricken and says to her, it's awful and it hurts. Ramona's got no doubt Amy was a virgin up till then, so all the other stories is lies. She's not competent to testify about Amy's virginity, said Verily, but she'd still be a help. It would take care of the pregnancy and make it plain that Amy is something of a liar. Reasonable doubt. How long will it take to get her down here? She's here, said Peggy. I got her to the roadhouse and Horace Gester's feeding her. I want to talk to her tonight, said Verily. This is good. This is something. And until now, we had nothing. They have nothing, said Peggy. And yet they'd convict me if they voted right now, wouldn't they? Alvin asked. Peggy nodded. I thought they knew you better, Dot. This is all so extraneous to Makepeace's assertions, said Verily. None of this would have been permitted in an English court. Next time somebody tries to get me arrested for larceny and a crazy girl claims to be pregnant by me, I'll arrange to have it tried in London, said Alvin, grinning. Good idea, said Verily. Besides, we have a much higher grade of crazy girls in England. I'm going to testify, said Peggy. I don't think so, said Alvin. You aren't a witness of anything, said Verily. You saw how the rules go in this court, said Peggy. You can work me in. It won't help, said Verily. They'll chalk it up to your being in love with Alvin. Alvin sighed and lay back on his cot. No they won't, said Peggy. They know me. They know Alvin, too, said Verily. Don't mean to contradict you, sir, said Arthur Stewart, but everybody knows Miss Larner here is a torch, and everybody knows that before she tells a lie, you can boil an egg in a pan of snow. But if I testify, he won't be convicted, said Peggy. No, said Alvin. They'll drag you through the mud. Webster doesn't care about convicting me, you know that. He only wants to destroy me and everybody near me, because that's what the people who hired him want. We don't even know who they are, said Verily. I don't know their names, but I know who they are and what they want. To you it looks as though Amy's testimony is a sidetrack, but it's Amy's testimony they wanted. And if they could get testimony about me and Peggy in the smithy on the night the plow was made. I'm not afraid of their calumnies, said Peggy. It ain't calumnies I'm talking about, it's the plain truth, said Alvin. I was naked, we was alone in the smithy. Can't help what conclusions folks draw from that, and so I won't have you getting on the stand and all that story coming out in the papers in Carthage and Decane and heaven knows where else. We'll do it another way, Dot. Ramona will be a help, said Verily. Not Ramona either, said Alvin. It does no good to have one friend betray another for my sake. The others were flabbergasted. You got to be joking, cried Measure. After I brought her all the way here? And she wants to testify. I'm sure she does, said Alvin. But after the papers are through hacking at Amy, how will Ramona feel then? She'll always remember that she betrayed a friend, that's a hard one. It'll hurt her. Won't it, Peggy? Oh, you actually want my advice about something? I want the truth. Thee been telling the truth, and so have you, so just say it. Yes, said Peggy. It would hurt Ramona greatly to testify against Amy. So we won't do it, said Alvin. Nor do I want to see Violet humiliated by having her hexes removed. She sets a store by being taken for beautiful, Dot. Alvin, said Verily, I know you're a good man and wiser than me, but surely you can see that you can't let courtesy to a few individuals destroy all that you were put here on this earth to do. The others agreed. Alvin looked as miserable as Verily had ever seen a man look, and Verily had seen men condemned to hang or burn. Then you don't understand, he said. It's true that sometimes people have to suffer to make something good come to be. But when I have it in my power to save them from suffering it, and bear it myself, well then that's part of what I do. That's part of making. If I have it in my power, then I bear it. Don't you see? No, said Peggy. You don't have it in your power. Is that the honest torch talking? Or my friend? She hesitated only a moment. Your friend. This passage in your heartfire is dark to me. I figured it was. And I think the reason is because I got to do some making. I got to do something that's never been done before, to make something new. If I do it, then I can go on. If I don't, then I go to jail and my path through life takes another course. Would you go to jail? Asked Arthur Stewart. Would you really stay in prison for years and years? Alvin shrugged. There are hexes I can't undo. I think if I was convicted, they'd see to it that I was bound about like that. But even if I could get away, what would it matter? I couldn't do my work here in America. And I don't know that my work could be done anywhere else. If there's any reason to my life at all, then there's a reason I was born here and not in England or Russia or China or something. Here's where my work's to be done. So you're saying that I can't use the two best witnesses to defend you? Asked Verily. My best witness is the truth. Somebody's going to speak it, that's for sure. But it won't be Miss Larner, and it won't be Ramona. Peggy leaned down and looked Alvin in the eye, their faces not 6 inches apart. Alvin Smith, you wretched boy, I gave my childhood to you, to keep you safe from the Unmaker, and now you tell me I have to stand by and watch you throw all that sacrifice away? I already asked you for the whole rest of your life, said Alvin. What do I want with your ruin? You lost your childhood for me. You lost your mother for me. Don't lose any more. I would have taken everything, yes, and given you everything too, but I won't take less because I can't give less. You'll take nothing from me, so I'll take nothing from you. If that don't make sense to you, then you ain't as smart as you let on, Miss Larner. Why don't those two just get married and make babies? Said Arthur Stewart. Pa said that. Her face stony, Peggy turned away from them. It has to be on your terms, doesn't it, Alvin? Everything on your terms. My terms? Said Alvin. It wasn't my terms to say these things to you in front of others, though at least it's my friends and not strangers who have to hear them. I love you, Miss Larner. I love you, Margaret. I don't want you in that courtroom, I want you in my arms, in my life, in all my dreams and works for all time to come. Peggy clung to the bars of the jail, her face averted from the others. Arthur Stewart walked around to the outside of the cell and looked guilelessly up into her face. Why don't you just marry him instead of crying like that? Don't you love him? You're real pretty and he's a good-looking man. You'd have damn cute babies. Pa said that. Hush, Arthur Stewart, said Measure. Peggy slid down until she was kneeling, and then she reached through the bars and took Arthur Stewart's hands. I can't, Arthur Stewart, she said. My mother died because I loved Alvin, don't you see? Whenever I think of being with him, it just makes me feel sick and guilty and angry and what? My mama's dead too, you know, said Arthur Stewart. My black mama and my white mama both. They both died to date me from slavery. I think about that all the time, how if I'd never been born they'd both still be alive. Peggy shook her head. I know you think of that, Arthur, but you mustn't. They want you to be happy. I know, said Arthur Stewart. I ain't as smart as you, but I know that. So I do my best to be happy. I'm happy most of the time, too. Why can't you do that? Alvin whispered an echo to his words. Why can't you do that, Margaret? Peggy raised her chin, looked around her. What am I doing here on the floor like this? She got to her feet. Since you won't take my help, Alvin Smith, then I've got work to do. There's a war in the future, a war over slavery, and 1 million boys will die, in America and the Crown Colonies and even New England before it's done. My work is to make sure those boys don't die in vain, to make sure that when it's over the slaves are free. That's what my mother died for, to free one slave. I'm not going to pick just one, I'm going to save them all if I can. She looked fiercely at the men who watched her, wide-eyed. I've made my last sacrifice for Alvin Smith, he doesn't need my help anymore. With those words she strode to the outer door. I do so, murmured Alvin, but she didn't hear him, and then she wagged on. If that don't beat all, said Measure. I ask you, Alvin, why didn't you just fall in love with a thunderstorm? Why don't you just go propose to a blizzard? I already did, said Alvin. Verily walked to the door of the cell. I'm going to interview Ramona tonight in case you change your mind, Alvin, he said. I won't, said Alvin. I'm quite sure, but other than that there's nothing else I can do. He debated saying the next words, but decided that he might as well. What did he have to lose? Alvin was going to go to prison. And Verily's journey to America was going to turn out to have been in vain. I must say, I think you and Miss Larner are a perfect match. The two of you together must have more than 70% of the world's entire store of stupid bullheadedness. It was Verily's turn to head for the outer door. Behind him as he left, he heard Alvin say to Measure and Arthur, "That's my lawyer." He wasn't sure if Alvin spoke in pride or mockery. Either way, it only added to his despair. *****. Billy Hunter's testimony was pretty damaging. It was plain that he liked Alvin well enough and had no desire to make him look bad. But he couldn't change what he saw and had to tell the truth. He'd looked into the jail and then was nowhere Alvin and Violet could have hidden. Verily's cross-examination consisted merely of ascertaining that when Violet entered the cell, Alvin was definitely there, and that the pie she left behind tasted right good. "Alvin didn't want it?" asked Verily. "No, sir. He said he sort of promised it to an aunt." Some laughter. "But he let you have it anyway," said Verily. "I guess so, yes." "Well, I think that shows that Alvin is unreliable indeed, if he can't keep his word to an aunt." There were some chuckles at Verily's attempted humor, but that did nothing to ameliorate the fact that the prosecution had cut into Alvin's credibility, and rather deeply at that. It was Violet's turn then. Marty Laws laid the groundwork, and then came to the key point. "When Mr. Hunter looked into the jail and failed to see you and Alvin, where were you?" Violet made a great show of being reluctant to tell. He was relieved to see, however, that she wasn't quite the actress Amy Sump had been, perhaps because Amy half believed her own fantasies, while Violet, well, this was no schoolgirl, and these were no fantasies of love. "I should never have let him talk me into it, but I've been alone too long." "Just answer the question, please," asked Laws. "He took me through the wall of the jail." "We passed through the wall." "I held his hand." "And where did you go?" "Fast as the wind we went. I felt as though we were flying. For a time I ran beside him, taking strength from his hand as he held mine and led me along, but then it became too much for me, and I, fainting, could not go on. He sensed this in that way of his and gathered me into his arms. I was quite swept away." "Where did you go?" "To a place where I've never been." There were some titters at that, which seemed to fluster her a little. Apparently she was not aware of her own double entendre, or perhaps she was a better actress than Verily thought. "By a lake, not a large one. I suppose I could see the far shore. Waterbirds were skimming the lake, but on the grassy bank where we reclined, we were the only living things. This beautiful young man and I. He was so full of promises and talk of love and—" "Can we say he took advantage of you?" asked Marty. "Your Honor, he's leading the witness. He did not take advantage of me," Violet said. "I was a willing participant in all that happened. The fact that I regret it now does not change the fact that he did not force me in any way. Of course, if I had known then how he had said the same things, done the same things with that girl from Vigor Church. Your Honor, she has no personal knowledge of." "Sustained," said the judge. "Please limit your responses to the questions asked." Verily had to admire her skill. She managed to sound as if she were defending Alvin rather than trying to destroy him. As if she loved him. Chapter 16, Truth. When it came Verily's turn to question Violet, he sat for a moment contemplating her. She was the picture of complacent confidence, with her head just slightly cocked to the left, as if she were somewhat, but not very curious to hear what he would ask of her. "Miss Franker, I wonder if you can tell me when you passed through the wall from the jail, how did you get up to ground level, but—" She looked momentarily confused. "Oh, is the jail below ground?" "Well, I suppose when we went through the wall, no, of course we didn't. The jail is on the second floor of the courthouse, and it's about a 10-foot drop to the ground." "That was mean of you, to try to trick me." "My question still stands," said Verily. "That must have been quite a drop, coming through the wall into nothing." "We handled it gently. We floated to the ground. It was part of the remarkable experience. If I had known you wanted so much detail, I'd have said so from the start." "So Alvin floats. He is a remarkable young man." "I imagine so," said Verily. "In fact, one of his extraordinary talents is the ability to see through hexes of illusion." "Did you know that?" "No, no." She looked puzzled. "For instance, he sees through the hex you use to keep people from seeing that little trick you play with your false teeth." "Did you know that?" "Trick." She was mortified. "False teeth. What a terrible thing to say. Do you or do you not have false teeth?" Marty Laws was on his feet. "Your Honor, I can't see what relevancy false teeth have to the case at hand." "Mr. Cooper, it does seem a little extraneous," said the judge. "Your Honor has allowed the prosecution to cast far afield in trying to impugn the veracity of my client. I think the defense is entitled to the same latitude in impugning the veracity of those who claim my client is a deceiver." "False teeth is a bit personal, don't you think?" asked the judge. "And accusing my client of seducing her isn't?" asked Verily. The judge smiled. "Objection overruled. I think the prosecution opened the door wide enough for such questions." Verily turned back to Violet. "Do you have false teeth, Miss Franker? I do not. She said. You're under oath, said Verily. For instance, didn't you waggle your upper plate at Alvin when you said that he was a beautiful young man? How can I waggle an upper plate that I do not have? She said. Since that is your testimony, Miss Franker, would you be willing to appear in court without those 4 amulets you're wearing, and without the shawl with the hexes sewn in? I don't have to sit here and... Alvin leaned over and tugged at Verily's coattail. Verily wanted to ignore him, because he knew that Alvin was going to forbid him to pursue this line any further. But there was no way he could pretend that he didn't notice a movement so broad that the whole court saw it. He turned back to Alvin, ignoring Violet's remonstrances, and let Alvin whisper in his ear. Verily, you know I didn't want. My duty is to defend you as best I. Verily, ask her about the salamander in her handbag. Get it out in the open if you can. Verily was surprised, a salamander? But what good will that do? Just get it out in the open, said Alvin. On a table in the open. It won't run away. Even with the Unmaker possessing it, salamanders are still stupid. You'll see. Verily turned back to face the witness. Miss Franker, will you kindly show us the lizard in your handbag? Alvin tugged on his coat again. Mouth to ear, he whispered. Salamanders ain't lizards. They're amphibians, not reptiles. Your pardon, Miss Franker. Not a lizard. An amphibian. A salamander. I have no such. Your Honor, please warn the witness about the consequences of lying under. If there's such a creature in my handbag, I don't have any idea who put it there or how it got there, said Violet. Then you won't object if the bailiff looks in your bag and removes any amphibious creatures he might find? Overcoming her uncertainty, Violet replied, No, not at all. Your Honor, who is on trial here? Asked Marty Laws. I believe the issue is truthfulness, said the judge, and I find this exercise fascinating. We've watched you come up with scandal. Now I'll be interested to see an amphibian. The bailiff rummaged through the handbag, then suddenly hooted and jumped back. Excuse me, Your Honor, it's up my sleeve, he said, trying to maintain his composure as he wriggled and danced around. With a flamboyant gesture, Verily swept his papers off the defense table and pulled it out into the middle of the courtroom. When you retrieve the little fellow, he said, set him here, please. Alvin leaned back on his chair, his legs extended, his ankles crossed, looking for all the world like a politician who just won an election. Under his chair, the plow lay still inside its sack. Alone of all the people in the court, Violet paid no attention whatever to the salamander. She simply sat as if in a trance, but no, that wasn't it. No, she sat as if she were at a soiree where something slightly rude was being said, and she was pretending to take no notice of it. Verily had no idea what would come of this business with the salamander, but since Alvin wouldn't let him try any other avenue to discredit Violet or Amy, he'd have to make it do. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Alvin had been watching Violet during her testimony, watching close, not just with his eyes, but with his inner sight, seeing the way the material world worked together. One of the first things he marked was the way Violet cocked her head just a little before answering. As if she were listening. So he sent out his doodlebug and let it rest in the air, feeling for any tremors of sound. Sure enough, there were some, but in a pattern Alvin had never seen before. Usually, sound spread out from its source like waves from a rock cast into a pond, in every direction, bouncing and reverberating, but also fading and growing weaker with distance. This sound, however, was channeled. How was it done? For a while he was in danger of becoming so engrossed in the scientific question that he might well forget that he was on trial here and this was the most dangerous but possibly the weakest witness against him. Fortunately, he caught on to what was happening very quickly. The sound was coming from two sources, very close together, moving in parallel. As the sound waves crossed each other, they interfered with each other, turning the sound into mere turbulence in the air. When Alvin listened closely, he could hear the faint hiss of the chaotic noise. But in the direction where the sound waves were perfectly parallel, they not only didn't interfere with each other, but rather seemed to increase the power of the sound. The result was that for someone sitting exactly in Violet's position, even the faintest whisper would be audible, but for anyone anywhere else in the courtroom, there would be no sound at all. Alvin found this curious indeed. He hadn't known that the Unmaker actually used sound to talk to his minions. He had supposed that somehow the Unmaker spoke directly into their minds. Instead, the Unmaker spoke from two sound sources, close together. Then Alvin had to smile. The old saying was true, the liar spoke out of both sides of his mouth. Looking with his doodlebug into Violet's handbag, Alvin soon found the source of the sound. The salamander was perched on the top of her belongings, and the sound was coming from its mouth, though salamanders had no mechanism for producing a human voice. If only he could hear what the salamander was saying. Well, if he wasn't mistaken, that could be arranged. But first he needed to get the salamander out into the open, where the whole court could see where its speech was coming from. That was when he began to pay attention to the proceedings again, only to discover, to his alarm, that Verily was about to defy him and try to take away Violet's beautiful disguise. He reached out and tugged on Verily's coat, and whispered a rebuke that was as mild as he could make it. Then he told him to get the salamander out of the bag. Now, with the salamander in a panic, trapped in the bailiff's dark sleeve, it took Alvin a few moments to get his doodlebug inside the creature and start to help it calm down, to slow the heartbeat, to speak peace to it. Of course he could feel no resistance from the Unmaker. That was no surprise to Alvin. The Unmaker was always driven back by his making. But he could sense the Unmaker lurking, shimmering in the background, in the corners of the court, waiting to come back into the salamander so it could speak to Violet again. It was a good sign, the fact that the Unmaker needed the help of a creature in order to speak to Violet. It suggested that she was not wholly consumed by the lust for power or unmaking, so that the Unmaker could not speak to her directly. Alvin didn't really know that much about the Unmaker, but with years in which to speculate and reason about it, he had come to a few conclusions. He didn't really think of the Unmaker as a person anymore, though sometimes he still called it him in his own thoughts. Alvin had always seen the Unmaker as a shimmering of air, as something that retreated toward his peripheral vision. He believed now that this was the true nature of the Unmaker. As long as a person was engaged in making, the Unmaker was held at bay, and, in fact, most people weren't particularly attractive to it. It was drawn only to the most extraordinary of makers, and the most prideful destroyers, or destructively proud. Alvin wasn't sure if it made a difference. It was drawn to Alvin in the effort to undo him and all his works. It was drawn to others, though, like Philadelphia Thrower and, apparently, Violet Franker, because they provided the hands, the lips, the eyes that would allow the Unmaker to do its work. What Alvin guessed, but could not know, was that the people to whom the Unmaker appeared most clearly had a kind of power over it. That the Unmaker, having been drawn into relations with them, could not suddenly free itself. Instead, it acted out the role that its human ally had prepared for it. Reverend Thrower needed an angelic visitor that was ripe with wrath, so that was what the Unmaker became for him. Violet needed something else. But the Unmaker could not withhold itself from her. It could not sense that there was danger in being exposed, unless Violet sensed that danger herself. And since Violet was unable to be rational enough to know there even was a salamander svomething Alvin had learned from Arthur Stewart's report, there was a good chance that the Unmaker could be led to expose itself to the whole courtroom, as long as Alvin worked carefully and took Violet by surprise. So he watched as the bailiff finally took the calmer, anyway salamander from the collar of his shirt, whither it had fled, and set it gently on the table. Gradually Alvin withdrew his doodlebug from the creature, so that the Unmaker could come back into possession of it. Would it come? Would it speak again to Violet, as Alvin hoped? It did. It would. The column of sound arose again. Everyone could see the salamander's mouth opening and closing, but of course they heard nothing, and so it looked like the random movements of an animal. "Do you see the salamander?" asked Verily. Violet looked quizzical. "I don't understand the question." "On this table in front of you. Do you see the salamander?" Violet smiled wanly. "I think you're trying to play with me now, Mr. Cooper." A whisper arose in the courtroom. "What I'm trying to do," said Verily, "is determine just how reliable an observer you are." Daniel Webster spoke up. "Your Honor, how do we know there isn't some trick going on that the defense is playing? We already know that the defendant has remarkable hidden powers." "Have patience, Mr. Webster," said the judge. "Time enough for rebuttal on redirect." In the meantime, Alvin had been playing with the double column of sound coming from the salamander and leading straight to Violet. He tried to find some way to bend it, but of course could not, since sound must travel in a straight line, or at least to bend it was beyond Alvin's power and knowledge. What he could do, though, was set up a counter-turbulence right at the source of one of the columns of sound, leaving the other to be perfectly audible, since there would be no interference from the column Alvin had blocked. The sound would still be faint, however. Alvin had no way of knowing whether it could be heard well enough for people to understand it. Only one way to find out. Besides, this might be the new thing he had to make in order to get past the dark place in his heartfire where Peggy couldn't see. He blocked one of the columns of sound. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Verily was saying, "Miss Franker, since everyone in the court but you was able to see the salamander." Suddenly, a voice from an unexpected source became audible, apparently in mid-sentence. Verily fell silent and listened. It was a woman's voice, cheery and encouraging. "You just sit tight, Violet, this English buffoon is no match for you. You don't have to tell him a single thing unless you want to. That Alvin Smith had his chance to be your friend, and he turned you down, so now you'll show him a thing or two about a woman scorned. He had no idea of your cleverness, you sly thing. Who is that? Demanded the judge. Violet looked at him, registering nothing more than faint puzzlement. Are you asking me? She said. I am. The judge replied. But I don't understand. Who is what, dot? The woman's voice said, something's wrong but you just stay calm, don't admit a thing. Blame it on Alvin, whatever it is. Violet took a deep breath. Is Alvin casting some kind of spell that affects everyone but me? She asked. The judge answered sharply. Someone just said, blame it on Alvin, whatever it is. Who was it that said that? Ah! 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 Cried the woman's voice, which was obviously coming from the salamander's mouth. Ah! How could he hear me? I talk only to you. I'm your best friend, Violet, nobody else's. They're trying to trick you. Don't admit a thing. I don't know what you mean, said Violet. I don't know what you're hearing. The woman who just said, don't admit a thing, said Verily. Who is that? Who is this woman who says she's your best friend and no one else's? Ah! 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 Cried the salamander. My best friend? Asked Violet. Suddenly her face was a mask of terror except for her mouth, which still wore a pretty grin. Sweat beaded on her forehead. On impulse, Verily strode to her and took hold of her shawl. Please, Miss Franker, you seem overwarm. Let me hold your shawl for you. Violet was so confused she didn't realize what he was doing until it was done. The moment the shawl came from her shoulders, the smile on her mouth disappeared. In fact, the face that everyone knew so well was gone, replaced by the face of a middle-aged woman, somewhat wrinkled and sunburnt, and most remarkable of all, her mouth was wide open and inside it, the upper plate of her false teeth were clicking up and down, as if she were raising and lowering it with her tongue. The buzz in the courtroom became a roar. Verily, damn it, said Alvin. I told you not to. Sorry, said Verily. I see you need that shawl, Miss Franker. Quickly he replaced it. Aware now of what he had done to her, she snatched the shawl close to her. The clicking false teeth were immediately replaced by the same lovely smile she had worn before, and her face was again thin and young. I believe we have some idea of the reliability of this witness, said Verily. The salamander cried out, they're winning, you foolish ninny. They trapped you. They tricked you, you silly twit. Violet's face lost its composure. She looked frightened. How can you talk like that to me, she whispered. Violet wasn't the only one who looked frightened. The judge himself had shrunk back into the far corner of his space behind the bench. Marty Laws was sitting on the back of his chair, his shoes on the seat. To whom are you speaking? Asked the judge. Violet turned her face away from judge and salamander both. My friend, she said. My best friend, I thought. Then she turned to the judge. All these years, no one else has ever heard her voice. But you hear her now, don't you? I do, said the judge. You're telling them too much. Cried the salamander. Was its voice changing? Can you see her? Asked Violet, her voice thin and quavering. Do you see how beautiful she is? She taught me how to be beautiful, too. Shut up. Cried the salamander. Tell them nothing, you bitch. Yes, the voice was definitely lower in pitch now, thick in the throat, rasping. I can't see her, no, said the judge. She's not my friend, though, is she? Said Violet. Not really. I'll rip your throat out, you, the salamander let fly with a string of expletives that made them all gasp. Violet pointed at the salamander. She made me do it. She told me to tell those lies about Alvin. But now I see she's really hateful. And not beautiful at all. She's not beautiful, she's ugly as a newt. Salamander, said the judge helpfully. I hate you. Violet cried at the salamander. Get away from me. I don't want to see you ever again. The salamander seemed poised to move but not away from her. It looked more as if it meant to spring from the table, leap the distance between it and Violet, and attack her as its hideous voice had threatened. Alvin was searching carefully through the salamander's body, trying to find where and how the Unmaker had control of it. But however it was done, it left no physical evidence that Alvin could see. He realized, though, that it didn't matter. There were ways to get a person free of another person's control, an off-my-back hex. Couldn't it work for the salamander, if it was perfectly done? Alvin marked out in his mind the exact spots on the table where the hex would need to be marked, the order of the markings, the number of loops that would have to be run linking point to point. Then he sent his doodlebug into that part of the salamander's brain where such sense as it had resided. Freedom, he whispered there, in the way he had that animals could understand. Not words, but feelings. Images. The salamander seeking after food, mating, scampering over mud, through leaves and grass, into cool mossy stone crevices. Free to do that instead of living in a dry handbag. The salamander longed for it. Just do this, said Alvin silently into the salamander's mind. And he showed it the loops to make to get to the first mark. The salamander had been poised to leap from the table. But instead it ran the looping pattern, touched one toe on the exact point. Alvin made it so the toe penetrated the wood just enough to make a mark, though no human eye could have seen it, the mark was so subtle. Scamper, loop, mark, and mark again. 6 tiny prickings of the table's surface, and then a bound into the middle of the hex. And the unmaker was gone. The salamander raced in a mad pattern, too fast to follow clearly, ran, then stopped stock-still in the middle of the table. And then, suddenly, the intelligence seemed to go out of its movements. It no longer looked at Violet. No longer looked at anyone in particular. It nosed across the table. Not certain yet whether the spell that bound the creature was done or not, no one moved toward it. It ran down the table leg, then scurried straight toward Alvin. It nosed the sack under his chair that contained the plow. It ran inside the sack. Consternation broke out in the courtroom. "What's happening?" cried Marty Laws. "Why did it go in that sack?" "Because it was spawned in that sack," cried Webster. "You can see now that Alvin Smith was the source of all this mischief. I have seen the face of the devil and he sits cocky as you please in yonder chair." The judge banged with his gavel. "He's not the devil," said Violet. "The devil wears a much more lovely face than that." Then she burst into tears. "Your Honor," said Webster, "the defendant and his lawyer have turned this court into a circus. Not until after you turned it into a cesspool of scandalous lies and filthy innuendos." Verily roared back at him. And as he roared, the spectators burst into applause. The judge banged the gavel again. "Silence. Come to order, or I'll have the bailiff clear the court. Do you hear me?" And, after a time, silence again reigned. Alvin bent over and reached into the sack. He took out the limp body of the salamander. "Is it dead?" asked the judge. "No, sir," said Alvin. "She's just asleep. She's very, very tired. She's been rode hard, so to speak. Rode hard and given nothing to eat. It ain't evidence of nothing now, Your Honor. Can I give her to my friend Arthur Stewart to take care of till she has her strength back? Does the prosecution have any objection?" "No, Your Honor," said Marty Laws. At the same time, Daniel Webster rose to his feet. "This salamander never was evidence of anything. It's obvious that it was introduced by the defendant and his lawyer and was always under their command. Now they've taken possession of an honest woman and broken her. Look at her." And there sat beautiful Violet Franker, tears streaming down her smooth and beautiful cheeks. "An honest woman?" she said softly. "You know as well as I do how you hinted to me about how you needed corroboration for that Amy Sump girl, how if you just had some way of proving that Alvin did indeed leave the jail, then she would be believed and no one would believe Alvin. Oh, you sighed and pretended that you weren't suggesting anything to me, but I knew and you knew, and so I learned the hexes from my friend and we did it, and now there you sit, lying again." "Your Honor," said Webster, "the witness is clearly distraught. I can assure you she has misconstrued the brief conversation we had at supper in the roadhouse." "I'm sure she has, Mr. Webster," said the judge. "I have not misconstrued it," said Violet, furious, whirling on the judge. "And I'm sure you have not," said the judge. "I'm sure you're both completely correct." "Your Honor," said Daniel Webster, "with all due respect, I don't see dash." "No, you don't see," cried Violet, standing up in the witness box. "You claim to see an honest woman here? I'll show you an honest woman." She peeled her shawl off her shoulders. At once the illusion of beauty about her face disappeared. Then she reached down and pulled the amulets out of her bodice and lifted their chains from around her neck. Her body changed before their eyes. Now she was not svelte and tall, but of middle height and a somewhat thick and middle-aged body. There was a stoop to her shoulders, and her hair was more white than gold. "This is an honest woman," she said. Then she sank down into her seat and wept into her hands. "Your Honor," said Verily, "I believe I have no more questions for this witness." "Neither does the prosecution," said Marty Laws. "That's not so," cried Webster. "Mr. Webster," said Marty Laws quietly, "you are discharged from your position as co-counsel. The testimony of the witnesses you brought me now seems inappropriate to use in court, and I think it would be prudent of you to retire from this courtroom without delay." A few people clapped, but a glare from the judge quieted them. Webster began stuffing papers into his briefcase. "If you are alleging that I behaved unethically to any degree—" "Nobody's alleging anything, Mr. Webster," said the judge, "except that you have no further relationship with the county attorney of Hattrack County, and therefore it's appropriate for you to step to the other side of the railing and, in my humble opinion, to the other side of the courtroom door." Webster rose to his full height, tucked his bag under his arm, and without another word strode down the aisle and out of the courtroom. On his way out, he passed a middle-aged woman with brown and gray hair who was moving with some serious intent toward the judge's bench. No, toward the witness stand, where she stepped into the box, put her arm around Violet Franker's shoulders, and helped the weeping woman rise to her feet. "Come now, Violet, you did very bravely, you did fine, we're right proud of you." "Goody Trader," Violet murmured, "I'm so ashamed." "Nonsense," said Goody Trader. "We all want to be beautiful and truth to tell, I think you still are. Just mature, that's all." The spectators I watched in silence as Goody Trader led her erstwhile rival from the courtroom. "Your Honor," said Verily Cooper, "I think it should be clear to everyone that it is time to return to the real issue before the court. We have been distracted by extraneous witnesses, but the fact of the matter is that it all comes down to Makepeace Smith and Hank Dowser on one side, and Alvin Smith on the other. Their word against his. Unless the prosecution has more witnesses to call, I'd like to begin my defense by letting Alvin give his word, so the jury can judge between them at last." "Well said, Mr. Cooper," said Marty Laws. "That's the real issue, and I'm sorry I ever moved away from it. The prosecution rests, and I think we'd all like to hear from the defendant. I'm glad he's going to speak for himself, even though the Constitution of the United States allows him to decline to testify without prejudice." "A fine sentiment," said the judge. "Mr. Smith, please rise and take the oath." Alvin bent over, scooped up the sack with the plow in it, and hoisted it over his shoulder as easy as if it was a loaf of bread or a bag of feathers. He walked to the bailiff, put one hand on the Bible and raised the other, sack and all. "I do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God," he said. "Alvin," said Verily, "just tell us all how this plow came to be." Alvin nodded. "I took the iron my master gave me in Makepeace, he was my master in those days, and I melted it to the right hotness. I'd already made my plow mold, so I poured it in and let it cool enough to strike off the mold, and then I shaped and hammered and scraped all the imperfections out of it, till near as I could tell it had the shape of a plow as perfect as I could do it." "Did you use any of your knack for making as you did it?" asked Verily. "No sir," said Alvin. "That wouldn't be fair. I wanted to earn the right to be a journeyman smith. I did use my doodlebug to inspect the plow, but I made no changes except with my tools and my two hands." Many of the spectators nodded. They knew something of this matter, of wanting to do something with their hands, without the use of the extraordinary knacks that were so common in this town these days. "And when it was done, what did you have?" "A plow," said Alvin. "Pure iron, well shaped and well tempered. A good journeyman piece. Whose property was that plow?" asked Verily. "I ask you not as an expert on law, but rather as the apprentice you were at the time you finished it. Was it your plow?" "It was mine because I made it, and his because it was his iron. It's custom to let the journeyman keep his piece, but I knew it was Makepeace's right to keep it if he wanted." "And then you apparently decided to change the iron." Alvin nodded. "Can you explain to the court your reasoning on the matter?" "I don't know that it could be called reasoning, rightly. It wasn't rational, as Miss Larner would have defined it. I just knew what I wanted it to be, really. This had nothing to do with going from prentice to journeyman smith. More like going from prentice to journeyman maker, and I had no master to judge my work, or if I do, he's not yet made himself known to me." "So you determined to turn the plow into gold?" Alvin waved off the idea with one hand. "Oh, now, that wouldn't be hard. I've known how to change one metal to another for a long time. It's easier with metals, the way the bits line up and all. Hard to change air, but easy to change metal." "You're saying you could have turned iron to gold at any time?" asked Verily. "Why didn't you? I reckon there's about the right amount of gold in the world, and the right amount of iron. A man doesn't need to make hammers and saws, axes and plowshares out of gold, he needs iron for that. Gold is for things that need a soft metal." "But gold would have made you rich," said Verily. Alvin shook his head. "Gold would have made me famous. Gold would have surrounded me with thieves. And it wouldn't have got me one step closer to learning how to be a proper maker." "You expect us to believe that you have no interest in gold?" "No sir. I need money as much as the next fellow. At that time I was hoping to get married, and I hardly had a penny to my name, which isn't much in the way of prospects. But for most folks, gold stands for their hard labor, and I don't see how I should have gold that didn't come from my hard labor, too. It wouldn't be fair, and if it's out of balance like that, then it ain't good making, if you see my point. And yet you did transform the plow into gold, didn't you? Only as a step along the way, said Alvin. Along the way to what? Well, you know. To what the witnesses all said they seen. This plow ain't common gold. It moves. It acts. It's alive. And that's what you intended? The fire of life. Not just the fire of the forge. How did you do it? It's hard to explain to them as don't have the sight of a doodlebug to get inside things. I didn't create life inside it that was already there. The bits of gold wanted to hold the shape I'd given them, that plow shape, so they fought against the melting of the fire, but they didn't have the strength. They didn't know their own strength. And I couldn't teach them, either. And then all of a sudden I thought to put my own hands into the fire and show the gold how to be alive, the way I was alive. Put your hands into the fire? Asked Verily. Alvin nodded. It hurt something fierce, I'll tell you. But you're unscarred, said Verily. It was hot, but don't you see, it was a maker's fire, and finally I understood what I must have known all along, that a maker is part of what he makes. I had to be in the fire along with the gold, to show it how to live, to help it find its own heart fire. If I knew exactly how it works, I could do a better job of teaching folks. Heaven knows I've tried, but ain't nobody learned it right yet, though a couple or so is getting there, step by step. Anyway, the plow came to life in the fire. So now the plow was as we have seen it, or rather, as we have heard it described here. Yes, said Alvin. Living gold. And in your opinion, whom does that gold belong to? Alvin looked around at Makepeace, then at Marty Laws, then at the judge. It belongs to itself. It ain't no slave. Marty Laws rose to his feet. Surely the witness isn't asserting the equal citizenship of golden plows. No sir, said Alvin. I am not. It has its own purpose in being, but I don't think jury duty or voting for president has much to do with it. But you're saying it doesn't belong to Makepeace Smith and it doesn't belong to you either, said Verily. Neither one of us. Then why are you so reluctant to yield possession of it to your former master? Asked Verily. Because he means to melt it down. He said as much that very next morning. Of course, when I told him he couldn't do that, he called me thief and insisted that the plow belonged to him. He said a journeyman piece belongs to the master unless he gives it to the journeyman, and, I think he said, I sure as hell don't. Then he called me thief. And wasn't he right? Weren't you a thief? No sir, said Alvin. I admit that the iron he gave me was gone, and I'd be glad to give that iron back to him, 5-fold or 10-fold, if that's what the law requires of me. Not that I stole it from him, mind you, but because it no longer existed. At the time, of course, I was angry at him because I was ready to be a journeyman years before, but he held me to all the years of the contract anyway, pretending all the time that he didn't know I was already the better smith. Among the spectators, Makepeace leapt to his feet and shouted, a contract is a contract. The judge banged the gavel. I kept the contract, too, said Alvin. I worked the full term, even though I was kept as a servant, there wasn't a thing he could teach me after the first year or so. So I figured at the time that I had more than earned the price of the iron that was lost. Now, though, I reckon that was just an angry boy talking. I can see that Makepeace was within his rights, and I'll be glad to give him the price of the iron, or even make him another iron plow in place of the one that's gone. But you won't give him the actual plow you made. If he gave me gold to make a plow, I'd give him back as much gold as he gave me. But he gave me iron. And even if he had a right to that amount of gold, he doesn't have the right to this gold, because if it fell into his hands, he'd destroy it, and such a thing as this shouldn't be destroyed, especially not by them as has no power to make it again. Besides, all his talk of thief was before he saw the plow move. He saw it move? Asked Verily. Yes sir. And then he said to me, get on out of here. Take that thing and go away. I never want to see your face around here again. As near as I can recall them, those were his exact words, and if he says otherwise then God will witness against him at the last day, and he knows it. Verily nodded. So we have your view on it, he said. Now, as to Hank Dowser, what about the matter of digging somewhere other than the place he said? I knew it wasn't a good place, said Alvin, but I dug where he said, right down till I reached solid stone. Without hitting water? Asked Verily. That's right. So then I went to where I knew I should have dug in the first place, and I put the well there. And it's drawing pure water even today, I hear tell. So Mr. Dowser was simply wrong. He wasn't wrong that there was water there, said Alvin. He just didn't know that there was a shelf of rock and the water flowed under it. Bone dry above. That's why it was a natural meadow, no trees grew there, then or now, except some scrubby ones with shallow roots. Thank you very much, said Verily. Then, to Marty Laws, your witness. Marty Laws leaned forward on his table and rested his chin on his hands. Well, I can't say as how I have much to ask. We've got Makepeace's version of things, and we've got your version. I might as well ask you, is there any chance that you didn't actually turn iron into gold? Any chance that you found the gold in that first hole you dug, and then shaped it into a plow? No chance of that, sir, said Alvin. So you didn't hide that old iron plow away in order to enhance your reputation as a maker? I never looked for no reputation as a maker, sir, said Alvin. And as for the iron, it ain't iron anymore. Makepeace nodded. That's all the questions I've got. The judge looked back at Verily. Anything more from you? Just one question, said Verily. Alvin, you heard the things Amy some said about you and her and the baby she's carrying. Any truth to that? Alvin shook his head. I never left the jail cell. It's true that I left Vigor Church at least partly because of the stories she was putting out about me. They were false stories, but I needed to leave anyway, and I hoped that with me gone, she'd forget about dreaming me into her life and fall in love with some fellow her own age. I never laid a hand on her. I'm under oath and I swear it before God. I'm sorry she's having trouble, and I hope the baby she's carrying turns out fine and strong and makes a good son for her. It's a boy? Asked Verily. Oh yes, said Alvin. A boy. But not my son. Now we're finished, said Verily. It was time for final statements, but the judge didn't give the word to begin. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes for a long moment. Folks, this has been a strange trial, and it's taken some sorry turns along the way. But right now there's only a few points at issue. If Makepeace Smith and Hank Dowser are right, and the gold was found not made, then I think it's fair to say the plow is flat out Makepeace's property. Damn straight! Cried Makepeace. Bailiff, take Makepeace Smith into custody please, said the judge. He's spending the night in jail for contempt of court, and before he can say another word I'll inform him that every word he says will add another night to his sentence. Makepeace nearly burst, but he didn't say another word as the bailiff led him from the courtroom. The other possibility is that Alvin made the gold out of iron, as he says, and that the gold is something called living gold, and therefore the plow belongs to itself. Well, I can't say the law allows any room for farm implements to be self-owning entities, but I will say that since Makepeace gave Alvin a certain weight of iron, then if Alvin made that iron disappear, he owes Makepeace the same weight of iron back again, or the monetary equivalent in legal tender. This is how it seems to me at this moment, though I know the jury may see other possibilities that escape me. The trouble is that right now I don't know how the jury can possibly make a fair decision. How can they forget all the business about Alvin maybe or maybe not having scandalous liaisons? A part of me says I ought to declare a mistrial, but then another part of me says, that wouldn't be right, to make this town go through yet another round of this trial. So here's what I propose to do. There's one fact in all of this that we can actually test. We can go out to the smithy and have Hank Dowser show us the spot where he called for the well to be dug. Then we can dig down and see if we find either the remnants of some treasure chest and water or a shelf of stone, the way Alvin said, and not a drop of water. It seems to me then we'll at least know something, whereas at the present moment we don't know much at all, except that Violet Franker, God bless her, has false teeth. Neither the defense nor the prosecution had any objections. Then let's convene this court at Makepeace's smithy at 10 in the morning. No, not tomorrow, that's Friday, election day. I see no way around it, we'll have to do it Monday morning. Another weekend in jail, I'm afraid, Alvin. Your Honor, said Verily Cooper. There's only the one jail in this town, and with Makepeace Smith forced to share a cell in the same room with my client. All right, said the judge. Sheriff, you can release Makepeace when you get Alvin back over there. Thank you, Your Honor, said Verily. We're adjourned till 10 on Monday. The gavel struck and the spectacle ended for the day. Chapter 17, Decisions. Because Calvin used to keep to himself so much in Vigor Church, he always thought of himself as a solitary sort of fellow. Everybody in Vigor who wasn't besotted with Alvin turned out to be pretty much of an idiot, when it came down to it. What did Calvin want with pranks like luring skunks under porches or pushing over outhouses? Alvin had him cut out of anything that mattered, and any other friends he might have had didn't amount to much. In New Amsterdam and London, Calvin was even more alone, being concentrated as he was on the single-minded goal of getting to Napoleon. It was the same on the streets of Paris, when he was going around trying to get a reputation as a healer. And once he got the emperor's attention, it was all study and work. For a while. Because after a few weeks it became pretty clear that Napoleon was going to stretch out his teaching as long and slow as possible. Why should he do otherwise? As soon as Calvin was satisfied that he had learned enough, he'd leave and then Napoleon would be the victim of gout. Calvin toyed with the idea of putting on some pressure by increasing Napoleon's pain, and with that in mind he went and found the place in the emperor's brain where pain was registered. He had some idea of using his doodling bug to poke directly into that place of pure agony, and then see if Napoleon didn't suddenly remember to teach Calvin a few things that he'd overlooked till now. That was fine for daydreaming, but Calvin wasn't no fool. He could do that agony trick once, and get one day's worth of teaching, but then before he next fell asleep, he'd better be long gone from Paris, from France, and from anywhere on God's green earth where Napoleon's agents might find him. No, he couldn't force Napoleon. He had to stay and put up with the excruciatingly slow pace of the lessons, the sheer repetitiveness. In the meantime, he observed carefully, trying to see what it was Napoleon was doing that Calvin didn't understand. He never saw a thing that made sense. What was left for him, then, but to try out the things Napoleon had taught him about manipulating other people, and see if he could figure out more by pure experimentation? That was what finally brought him into contact with other people, the desire to learn how to control them. Trouble was, the only people around were the staff, and they were all busy. What's worse, they were also under Napoleon's direct control, and it wouldn't do to let the emperor see that somebody else was trying to win control of his toadies. He might get the wrong idea. He might think Calvin was trying to undermine his power, which wasn't true. Calvin didn't care a hoot about taking Napoleon's place. What was a mere emperor when there was a maker in the world? Two makers, that is. Two. Who could Calvin try out his new learned powers on? After a little wandering around the palace and the government buildings, he began to realize that there was another class of person altogether. Idle and frustrated, they were Calvin's natural subjects, the sons of Napoleon's clerks and courtiers. They all had roughly the same biography. As their fathers rose to positions of influence, they got sent away to steadily better boarding schools, then emerged at 16 or 17 with education, ambition, and no social prestige whatsoever, which meant that most doors were closed to them except to follow in their father's footsteps and become completely dependent upon the emperor. For some of them, this was perfectly all right. Calvin left those hard-working, contented souls alone. The ones he found interesting were the desultory law students, the enthusiastically untalented poets and dramatists, the gossiping seducers looking around for women rich enough to be desirable and stupid enough to be taken in by such pretenders. Calvin's French improved greatly the more he conversed with them, and even as he followed Napoleon's lessons and learned to find what vices drove these young men, so he could flatter and exploit and control them, he also discovered that he enjoyed their company. Even the fools among them were entertaining, with their lassitude and cynicism, and now and then he found some truly clever and fascinating companions. Those were the most difficult to win control of, and Calvin told himself that it was the challenge rather than the pleasure of their company that kept him coming back to them again and again. One of them most of all, Honor. A skinny, short man with prematurely rotten teeth, he was a year older than Calvin's brother Alvin. Honor was without manners. Calvin soon learned that it wasn't because he didn't know how to behave, but rather because he wished to shock people, to show his contempt for their stale forms, and most of all because he wished to command their attention, and being fatally repulsive all the time had the desired effect. He might start with their contempt or disgust, but within 15 minutes he always had them laughing at his wit, nodding at his insights, their eyes shining with the dazzlement of his conversation. Calvin even allowed himself to think that Honor had some of the same gift Napoleon had been born with, that by studying him Calvin might learn a few of the secrets the emperor still withheld. At first Honor ignored Calvin, not in particular but in the general way that he ignored everyone who had nothing to offer him. Then he must have heard from someone that Calvin saw the emperor every day, that in fact the emperor used him as his personal healer. At once Calvin became acceptable, so much so that Honor began inviting him along on his nighttime jaunts. "I am studying Paris," said Honor. "No, let me correct myself, I am studying humankind, and Paris has a large enough sampling of that species to keep me occupied for many years. I study all people who depart from the norm, for their very abnormalities teach me about human nature. If the actions of this man surprise me, it is because I must have learned, over the years, to expect men to behave in a different way. Thus I learn not only the oddity of the one, but also the normality of the many." "And how am I odd?" asked Calvin. "You are odd because you actually listen to my ideas instead of my wit. You are an eager student of genius, and I half suspect that you may have genius yourself." "Genius?" asked Calvin. "The extraordinary spirit that makes great men great. It is perfect piety that turns men into saints or angels, but what about men who are indifferently pious but perfectly intelligent or wise or perceptive? What do they become? Geniuses. Patron saints of the mind, of the eye, of the mind's eye. I intend, when I die, to have my name invoked by those who pray for wisdom. Let the saints have the prayers of those who need miracles." He cocked his head and looked up at Calvin. "You're too tall to be honest. Tall men always tell lies, since they assume short men like me will never see clearly enough to contradict them." "Can't help being tall," said Calvin. "Such a lie," said Honord. You wanted to be tall when you were young, just as I wanted to be closer to the earth, where my eye could see the details large men miss. Though I do hope to be fat someday, since fatness would mean I had more than enough to eat, and that, my dear Yankee, would be a delicious change. It's a commonplace idea that geniuses are never understood and therefore never become popular or make money from their brilliance. I think this is pure foolishness. A true genius will not only be smarter than everyone else, but will be so clever that he'll know how to appeal to the masses without compromising his brilliance. Hence, I write novels. Calvin almost laughed. Those silly stories women read. The very ones. Fainting heiresses. Dullard husbands. Dangerous lovers. Earthquakes, revolutions, fires, and interfering ants. I write under several noms de plume, but my secret is that even as I master the art of being popular and therefore rich, I am also using the novel to explore the true state of humankind in this vast experimental tank known as Paris, this hive with an imperial queen who surrounds himself with drones like my poor stingless unflying father, the seventh secretary of the morning rotation. You gave him a hotfoot once, you miserable prankster. He wept that night at the humiliation of it, and I vowed to kill you someday, though I think I probably won't. I have never kept a promise yet. When do you write? You're here all the time. Calvin gestured to include the environs of the government buildings. How would you know, when you aren't here all the time? By night I pass back and forth between the grand salons of the cream of society and the finest brothels ever created by the scum of the earth. And in the mornings, when you're taking emperor lessons from M. Bonaparte, I hole up in my miserable poet's garret where my mother's housekeeper brings me fresh bread every day, so don't weep for me yet, not until I get syphilis or tuberculosis, and I write furiously, filling page after page with scintillating prose. I tried my hand at poetry once, a long play, but I discovered that by imitating Racine, one learns primarily to become as tedious as Racine, and by studying Molière, one learns that Molière was a lofty genius not to be trifled with by pathetic young imitators. I haven't read either of them, said Calvin. In truth, he had never heard of either one and only deduced that they were dramatists from the context. Nor have you read my work, because in fact it is not yet genius, it is merely journeyman work. In fact, I fear sometimes that I have the ambition of a genius, the eye and ear of a genius, and the talent of a chimney sweep. I go down into the filthy world, I come up black, I scatter the ashes and cinders of my research onto white papers, but what have I got? Paper with black marks all over it. Suddenly he gripped Calvin's shirt front and pulled him down until they were eye to eye. I would cut off my leg to have a talent like yours. To be able to see inside the body and heal or harm, give pain or relieve it, I would cut off both legs. Then he let go of Calvin's shirt. Of course, I wouldn't give up my more fragile parts, for that would be too great a disappointment to my dear Lady de Berny. You will be discreet, of course, and when you gossip about my affair with her you will never admit you heard about it from me. Are you really jealous of me? Asked Calvin. Only when I am in my right mind, said Honor, which is rare enough that you don't yet interfere with my happiness. You are not yet one of the major irritations of my life. My mother, now I spent my early childhood pining for some show of love from her, some gentle touch of affection, and instead was always greeted with coldness and reproof. Nothing I did pleased her. I thought, for many years, that it was because I was a bad son. Then, suddenly, I realized that it was because she was a bad mother. It wasn't me she hated, it was my father. So one year when I was away at school, she took a lover, and she chose well. He is a very fine man whom I respect greatly, and got herself impregnated and gave birth to a monster. Deformed? Asked Calvin, curious. Only morally. Otherwise he is quite attractive, and my mother dotes on him. Every time I see her fawning on him, praising him, laughing at his clever little antics, I long to do as Joseph's brothers did and put him in a pit, only I would never be soft-hearted enough to pull him out and sell him into mere slavery. He will also probably be tall and she will see to it he has full access to her fortune, unlike myself, who am forced to live on the pittance my father can give me, the advances I can extort from my publishers, and the generous impulses of the women for whom I am the god of love. After careful contemplation, I have come to the conclusion that Cain, like Prometheus, was one of the great benefactors of humankind, for which of course he must be endlessly tortured by God, or at least given a very ugly pimple in his forehead. For it was Cain who taught us that some brothers simply cannot be endured, and the only solution is to kill them or have them killed. Being a man of lazy disposition, I lean toward the latter course. Also, one cannot wear fine clothes in prison, and after one is guillotined for murder, one's collars never stay on properly, they're always sliding off to one side or the other. So I'll either hire it done or see to it he gets employed in some miserable clerical post in a far-off colony. I have in mind reunion in the Indian Ocean. My only objection is that its dot on the globe is large enough that Henry may not be able to see the entire circumference of his island home at once. I want him to feel himself in prison every waking moment. I suppose that is uncharitable of me. Uncharitable? Calvin laughed in delight, and regaled Honor in turn with tales of his own horrible brother. Well, then, said Honor, you must destroy him, of course. What are you doing here in Paris, with a great project like that in hand? I'm learning from Napoleon how to rule over men. So that when my brother builds his crystal city, I can take it away from him. Take it away? Such shallow aims, said Honor. What good is taking it away? Because he built it, said Calvin, or he will build it, and then he'll have to see me rule over all that he built. You think this because you are a nasty person by nature, Calvin, and you don't understand nice people. To you, the end of existence is to control things, and so you will never build anything, but rather will try to take control of what is already in existence. Your brother, though, is by nature a maker, as you explain it, therefore he cares nothing about who rules, but only about what exists. So if you take away the rule of the crystal city when he builds it, you have accomplished nothing, for he will still rejoice that the thing exists at all, regardless of who rules it. No, there is nothing else for you to do but let the city rise to its peak and then tear it down into such a useless heap of rubble that it can never rise again. Calvin was troubled. He had never thought this way, and it didn't feel good to him. Honor, you're joking, I'm sure. You make things to your novels, at least, And if you hated me, you wouldn't just take away my royalties, my creditors do that already, thank you very much. No, you would take my very books, steal the copyright, and then revise them until nothing of truth or beauty or, more to the point, my genius remained in them, and then you would continue to publish them under my name, causing me to be shamed with every copy sold. People would read and say, Honor de Balzac, such a fool. That is how you would destroy me. I'm not a character in one of your novels. More's the pity. You would speak more interesting dialogue, you were. So you think I'm wasting my time here? I think you're about to waste your time. Napoleon is no fool. He's never going to give you tools powerful enough to challenge his own. So leave. How can I leave, when he depends on me to keep his gout from hurting? I'd never make it to the border. Then heal the gout the way you used to heal those poor beggars. That was a cruel thing for you to do, by the way, a miserable selfish thing, for how did you think they were going to feed their children without some suppurating wound to excite pity in passers-by and eke out a few sous from them? Those of us who were aware of your one-man messianic mission had to go about after you, cutting off the legs of your victims so they'd be able to continue to earn their livelihood. Calvin was appalled. How could you do such a thing? Honor roared with laughter. I'm joking, you poor literal-minded American simpleton. I can't heal the gout, said Calvin, coming back to the subject that interested him, his own future. Why not? I've been trying to figure out how diseases are caused. Injuries are easy. Infections are, too. If you concentrate, anyway. Diseases have taken me weeks. They seem to be caused by tiny creatures, so small I can't see them individually, only en masse. Those I can destroy easily enough, and cure the disease, or at least knock it back a little and give the body a chance to defeat it on its own. But not all diseases are caused by those tiny beasts. Gout baffles me completely. I have no idea what causes it, and therefore I can't cure it. Honord shook his oversized head. Calvin, you have such native talents, but they have been bestowed unworthily upon you. When I say you must heal Napoleon, of course I don't care whether you actually cure the gout. It isn't the gout that bothers him. It's the pain of the gout. And you already cure that every day. So cure it once and for all, thank Napoleon kindly for his lessons, and get out of France as quickly as possible. Have done with it. Get back about your life's work. I'll tell you what, I'll even pay your passage to America. No, I'll do more. I'll come with you to America, and add the study of that astonishingly crude and vigorous people to my vast store of knowledge about humankind. With your talent and my genius, what is there we couldn't accomplish? Nothing, said Calvin happily. He was especially happy because not 5 minutes before, Calvin had decided that he wanted Honor to accompany him to America, and so by the tiniest of gestures, by certain looks and signs that Honor was never aware of, he caused the young novelist to like him, to be excited by the work that Calvin had to do, and to want so much to be a part of it that he would come home to America with him. Best of all, Calvin had brought it off so skillfully that Honor obviously had no idea that he had been manipulated into it. In the meantime, Honor's idea of curing Napoleon's pain once and for all appealed to him. That place in the brain where pain resided still waited for him. Only instead of stimulating it, all he had to do was cauterize it. It would not only cure Napoleon's gout, but would also cure all other pains he might feel in the future. So, having thought of it, having decided to do it, that night Calvin acted. And in the morning, when he presented himself to the emperor, he saw at once that the emperor knew what he had done. I cut myself this morning, sharpening a pen, said Napoleon. I only knew it when I saw the blood. I felt no pain at all. Excellent, said Calvin. I finally found the way to end your pain from gout once and for all. It involved cutting off all pain for the rest of your life, but it's hard to imagine you'd mind. Napoleon looked away. It was hard for Midas to imagine that he would not want everything he touched to turn to gold. I might have bled to death because I felt no pain. Are you rebuking me? Said Calvin. I give you a gift that millions of people pray for, to live a life without pain, and you're rebuking me? You're the emperor. Assign a servant to watch you day and night in order to make sure you don't unwittingly bleed to death. This is permanent? Asked Napoleon. I can't cure the gout, the disease is too subtle for me. I never pretended to be perfect. But the pain I could cure, and so I did. I cured it now and forever. If I did wrong, I'll restore the pain to you as best I can. It won't be a pleasant operation, but I think I can get the balance back to about what it was before. Intermittent, wasn't it? A month of gout, and then a week without it, and then another month? You've grown saucy. No sir, I merely speak French better, so my native sauciness can emerge more clearly. What's to stop me from throwing you out, then? Or having you killed, now that I don't need you anymore? Nothing has ever stopped you from doing those things, said Calvin. But you don't needlessly kill people, and as for throwing me out, well, why go to the trouble? I'm ready to leave. I'm homesick for America. My family is there. Napoleon nodded. I see. You decided to leave, and then finally cured my pain. My beloved emperor, you wrong me, said Calvin. I found I could cure you, and then decided to leave. I still have much to teach you. And I have much to learn. But I fear I'm not clever enough to learn from you. At the last several weeks you have taught me, and yet I keep feeling as if I have learned nothing new. I'm simply not a clever enough pupil to master your lessons. Why should I stay? Napoleon smiled. Well done. Very well done. If I weren't Napoleon, you would have won me over completely. In fact, I would probably be paying your passage to America. I was hoping you would, anyway, in gratitude for a pain-free life. Emperors can't afford to have petty emotions like gratitude. If I pay your passage, it's not because I'm grateful to you, it's because I think my purpose will be better served with you gone and alive than with you, say, here and alive, or, perhaps, here and dead, or the most difficult possibility, gone and dead. Napoleon smiled. Calvin smiled back. They understood each other, the emperor and the young maker. They had used each other and now were done with each other and would cast each other aside, but with style. I'll take the train to the coast this very day, begging your consent, sir. My consent? You have more than my consent. My servants have already packed your bags and they are doubtless at the station as we speak. Napoleon grinned, touched his forelock in an imaginary salute, and then watched as Calvin rushed from the room. Calvin the American maker and Honor Balzac the annoyingly ambitious young writer, both gone from the country in the same day. And the pain of the gout now gone from him. I'll have to be careful getting into the bath. I might scald myself to death without knowing it. I'll have to get someone else to climb into the water before me. I think I know just the young servant girl who should do it. I'll have to have her scrubbed first, so she doesn't foul the water for me. It will be interesting to see how much of the pleasure of the bath came from the slight pain of hot water. And was pain a part of sexual pleasure? It would be infuriating if the boy had interfered with that. Napoleon would have to have him hunted down and killed, if the boy had ruined that sport for him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. It didn't take long for the ballots to be counted in Hattrack River by 9 p.m. Friday. The elections clerk announced a decisive victory countywide for Tippy Canoe, Old Red Hand Harrison. Some had been drinking all through the election day, now the liquor began to flow in earnest. Being a county seat, Hattrack drew plenty of farmers from the hinterland and smaller villages, for whom Hattrack was the nearest metropolis, having near 1,000 people now. It was swollen to twice that number by 10 in the evening. As word came in from each of the neighboring counties and from some across river that Tippy Canoe was winning there, too, guns were shot off and so were mouths, which led to fisticuffs and a lot of traffic into and out of the jail. Podogly came in about 10:30 and asked Alvin if he'd mind too much being put on his own parole to go spend the night in the roadhouse. Horace Gester was standing bail for him, and did he give his solemn oath etc. because the jail was needed to hold drunken brawlers 10 to a cell. Alvin took the oath and Horace and verily escorted him through back lots to the roadhouse. There was plenty of drinking and dancing downstairs in the common room of the roadhouse, but not the kind of rowdiness that prevailed at rougher places and out in the open, where wagons filled with liquor were doing quite a business. Horace's party, as always, was for locals of the more civilized variety. Still, it wouldn't do no good for Alvin to show his face there and get rumors going, especially since there was bound to be some in the crowds infesting Hattrack River as wasn't particular friends of Alvin's, and a few that was particular friends of Makepeace's. Not to mention them as was always a particular friend of any amount of gold that might be obtained by stealth or violence. It was up the back stairs for Alvin, and even then he stooped and had his face covered and said nary a word the whole jaunt. Up in Horace's own bedroom, where Arthur Stewart and Measure already had cots, Alvin paced the room, touching the walls, the soft bed, the window as if he had never seen such things before. "Even cooped up in here," said Alvin, "it's better than a cell. I hope never to be back in such a place again." "Don't know how you've stood it this far," said Horace. "I'd go plain bonkers in a week." "Who's to say he didn't?" said Measure. Alvin laughed and agreed with him. "I was crazy not to let Verily go with his plans, I know that," said Alvin. No, said Verily. "You were right, you came through in your own defense. But what if I hadn't figured out how to let the salamander's voice be heard? I've been thinking about that ever since yesterday. What if I hadn't done it? They was all talking like I could do anything, like I could fly or do miracles on the moon just by thinking about it. I wish I could. Sometimes I wish I could. It's still nip and tuck with the jury, ain't it, Verily?" Verily agreed that it was. But they all knew that he wasn't likely to get convicted of anything now, assuming, of course, that the shelf of rock was still there in the spot Hank Dowser marked for a well. The real damage was to his good name. The real damage was to the Crystal City, which now would be harder to build because of all them stories going around about how Alvin Smith seduced young girls and old women and walked through walls to get to them. Never mind that the story had turned out to be lies and foolishness, there was always folks stupid enough to say, "Where there's smoke there's fire," when the saying should have been, "Where there's scandalous lies there's always malicious believers and spreaders around, regardless of evidence." The whooping and hollering in the street, with youngsters or drunken oldsters riding their horses at a breakneck speed up and down until Sheriff Dogley or some deputy could either stop the horse or shoot it, that guaranteed no sleep for anyone, not early, anyway. So they were all still awake, even Arthur Stewart, when two more men came into the common room of the roadhouse, looking wore out and dirty from hard travel. They waited at the counter, nursing a mug of cider each, till Horace came downstairs to check on things and recognized them at once. "Come on up, he's here, he's upstairs," whispered Horace, and the three of them was up the stairs in a trice. "Armor," said Alvin, greeting him with a brotherly hug. "Mike." And Mike Fink got him a hug as well. "You picked a good night to return." "We picked a damn good night," said Fink. "We was afraid we might be too late. The plan was to take you out of the jail and hang you as part of the election night festivities. Glad the sheriff thought ahead. He just needed the space for drunk and disorderly," said Alvin. "I don't think he had any inkling about no plot." "There's 20 boys here," said Fink. 20 at least, all of them well paid and liquored up. I hope well enough paid that they're really liquored up so they'll just fall down, puke, and go to sleep, and then slink off home to Carthage in the morning." "I doubt it," said Measure. "I've been caught up in plots against Alvin before. Somebody once pretty much took me apart." Fink looked at him again. "You wasn't so tall then," he said. "I was plain ashamed of what I done to you," he said. "It was the worst thing I ever done, but—" "I didn't die," said Measure. "Not for lack of trying on my part," said Fink. Verily was baffled. "You mean this man tried to kill you, Measure?" "Governor Harrison ordered it," said Measure. "And it was years ago. Before I was married. Before Alvin came here to Hatrack River as apprentice boy. And if I recall aright, Mike Fink was a little prettier in those days." "Note in my heart," said Frank. "But I bore you no malice, Measure. And after Harrison had me do that to you, I left him, I wanted no truck with him. It don't make up for nothing, but it's the truth, that I'm not a man who'd let such as him boss me around, not anymore. If I thought you was the type of man to get even, I wouldn't run, I'd let you do it. But you ain't that kind of man." "Like I said," Measure answered, "no harm done. I learned some things that day, and so did you. Let's have done with that now. You're Alvin's friend now, and that makes you my friend as long as you're loyal and true." There were tears in Mike Fink's eyes. "Jesus himself couldn't be more kind to me, and me less deserving." Measure held out his hand. Mike took and held it. Just for a second. Then it was done, and they set it behind them and went on. "Found out a few things," said Armor of God. "But I'm glad Mike was with me. Not that he had to do any violence, but there was a couple of times that some fellows didn't take kindly to the questions I was asking." "I did throw a fellow into a horse trough," said Fink, "but I didn't hold him under or nothing, so I don't think that counts." Alvin laughed. "No, I reckon that was just playing around." "It's some old friends of yours behind all this, Alvin," said Armor of God. "The property rights crusade is mostly Reverend Philadelphia Thrower and a couple of clerks opening letters and mailing out letters. But there's some money people behind him, and he's behind other people who need money." "Like?" asked Horace. Like one of his first and longest and loyalist contributors is a fellow name of Cavil Planter, who once owned him a farm in Appalachia and still clings to a certain cachet like it was gold bullion, said Armor of God, with a glance at Arthur Stewart. Arthur nodded. You're saying that's the white man is raped my mama to make me? Most likely, said Armor of God. Alvin stared at Arthur Stewart. How do you know about such things? I hear everything, said Arthur Stewart. I don't forget none of it. People said things about that stuff when I was too young to understand it, but I remembered the words and said them to myself when I was older and could understand them. Damn, said Horace. How was old Peg and me supposed to know he'd be able to figure it out later? You did nothing wrong, said Verily. You can't help the knacks your children have. My parents couldn't predict what I'd do, either, though heaven knows they tried. If Arthur Stewart's knack let him learn things that were painful to know, then I'd also have to say his inward character was strong enough to deal with it and let him grow up untroubled by it. I ain't troubled by it, that's true, said Arthur Stewart. But I'll never call him my pa. He hurt my mama and he wanted to make a slave of me, and that's no pa. He looked at Horace Gester. My black mama died trying to get me here, to a real pa and to a ma who'd take her place when she died. Horace reached out and patted the boy's hand. Alvin knew how Horace had never liked having the boy call him his father, but it was plain Horace had reconciled himself to it. Maybe it was because of what Arthur just said, or maybe it was because Alvin had taken the boy away for a year and Horace was realizing now that his life was emptier without this half-black mix-up boy as his son. So this Cavil Planter is one of the money men behind Thrower's little group, said Verily. Who else? A lot of names, we didn't get but a few of them, but it's prominent people in Carthage, and all of them from the pro-slavery faction, either openly or clandestine, said Armor. And I'm pretty sure about where most of the money's going to. We know some of it went to pay Daniel Webster, said Alvin. But a lot more of it went to help with white murderer Harrison's campaign for president, said Armor. They fell silent, and in the silence more gunshots went off, more cheering, more galloping of horses and whooping and hollering. Tippecanoe just carried him another county, said Horace. Maybe he won't do so well back east, said Alvin. Who knows? Said Measure. I can guarantee you he didn't get a single vote in Vigor Church. But that ain't enough to turn the tide. It's out of our hands for now, said Alvin. Presidents ain't forever. I think what's important here, said Verily, is that the same people whose candidate for president just won the election are also out to get you killed, Alvin. I'd think about lying low for a while, said Measure. I've been lying low, said Alvin. I had about all the low lying I can stand. Being in jail so's they know right where you be ain't lying low, said Mike Fink. You got to be where they don't think to look for you, or where if they do find you they can't do nothing to hurt you. The first place I can think of that fills those requirements is the grave, said Alvin, but I reckon I don't want to go there yet. There was a soft rap on the door. Horace went to it, whispered, "Who's there?" "Peggy," came the answer. He opened the door and she came in. She looked around at the assembled men and chuckled. Planning the fate of the world here? Too many of them remembered what happened the last time they met together for her casual tone to be easily accepted. Only Armor and Fink, who weren't there in Alvin's cell that night, greeted her with good cheer. They filled her in on all that had happened, including the fact that Harrison's election was taken for a sure thing all along the route from Carthage City to Hatrack. "You know what I don't think is fair?" said Arthur Stewart. "That old red hand Harrison is walking around with blood dripping off in him and they made him president, while Measure here has to stay half-hid and all them other good folks Darris and leave Vigor Church cause of that curse. It seems to me like the good folks is still punished and the worstest one got off scot-free." "Seems the same to me," said Alvin. "But it ain't my call." "Maybe it ain't and maybe it is," said Arthur Stewart. They all looked at him like he was a mess on the floor. "How is it Alvin's call?" asked Verily. "That red chief ain't dead, is he?" said Arthur Stewart. "That red prophet what put the curse on, right? Well, him as puts on a curse can take it off, can't he?" "Nobody can talk to them wild reds no more," said Mike Fink. "They fogged up the river and nobody can get across. There ain't even no trade with New Orleans no more, damn near broke my heart." "Maybe nobody can get across the river," said Arthur Stewart. "But Alvin can." Alvin shook his head. "I don't know," he said. "I don't think so. Besides, I don't know if Tenskwatawa's going to see things the same way as us, Arthur. He might say, the white people of America are bringing destruction on themselves by choosing white murderer Harrison to be their leader. But the people of Vigor Church will be saved from that destruction because they respected the curse I gave them. So he'll say the curse is really a blessing." "If he says that," said Measure, "then he ain't as good a man as I thought. He sees things a different way, that's all," said Alvin. I'm just saying you can't be sure what he'll say. Then you can't be sure either, said Armor of God. I'm thinking something, Alvin, said Measure. Miss Larner here told me somewhat about how she and Arthur figured out there's a lot of people with sharp knacks in this place. Maybe drawn here 'cause you was born here, or 'cause you made the plow here. And there's all them people you've been teaching up in Vigor, folks who maybe don't got so sharp a knack but they know the things you taught them, they know the way to live. And I also have my own idea that maybe the curse forced us all to live together there, so we had to get along no matter what, we had to learn to make peace among ourselves. If the curse was lifted from the folks of Vigor Church, them as wanted to could come here and teach them as has the knacks. And teach them meantime how to live together in harmony. Or folks from here could go there, said Alvin. Even if the curse ain't lifted. Measure shook his head. There's like 100 people or more in Vigor Church who's already trying to follow the Maker way. Nobody here even knows about it, really. So if you said to the folks in Vigor, please come to Hatrack, they'd come, but if you said to the folks in Hatrack, please come to Vigor, they'd laugh. But the river's still fogged up, said Mike Fink, and the curse is still on. If it comes to that, said Miss Larner, there might be another way to talk to Tenskwatawa without crossing the river. You got a pigeon knows the way to the Red Prophet's wigwam? Asked Horace, scoffing. I know a weaver, said Miss Larner, who has a door that opens into the west, and I know of a man named Isaac who uses that door. She looked at Alvin, and he nodded. I don't know what you're talking about, said Measure, but if you think you can talk to Tenskwatawa, then I hope you'll do it. I hope you will. I will for you, said Alvin. For your sake and the sake of my family and friends in Vigor Church, I'll ask even though I fear the answer will be worse than no. What could be worse than no? Asked Arthur Stewart. I could lose a friend, said Alvin. But would I weigh that friend against the people of Vigor in the hope that they might help teach other folks to be makers and help build the Crystal City, then I don't see as how I've got no choice. I was a child when I went there, though, to that weaver's house. He was silent for a moment. Miss Larner knows the way, if she'll guide me there. It was his turn to look at her, waiting. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. One way or another, though, said Verity Cooper, you will leave this place as soon as the trial's over. Win or lose, said Alvin. Win or lose. And if anybody tries to stop him or harm him, they'll have to deal with me first, said Mike Fink. I'm going with you, Alvin, wherever you go. If these people have the president in their pocket, they're going to be all the more dangerous and you ain't going nowhere without me to watch your back. I wish I was younger, said Armor of God. I wish I was younger. I don't want to travel alone, said Alvin. Rut, there's work to be done here, especially if the curse is lifted. And you have responsibilities, too, you married men. It's only the single ones, really, who are free to wander as I'll have to wander. Whatever I find out at the Weaver's house, whatever happens when and if I talk to Tenskwatawa, I still have to learn how to build the Crystal City. Maybe Tenskwatawa can tell you, said Measure. If he knows, then he could have told me back when you and I was boys and in his company, said Alvin. I'm unmarried, said Arthur Stewart. I'm coming with you. I reckon so, said Alvin. And Mike Fink, I'll be glad of your company, too. I'm not married either, said Verily Cooper. Alvin looked at him oddly. Verily, you're already a dear friend, but you're a lawyer, not a woodsman or a wandering tradesman or a river rat or whatever the rest of us are. All the more reason you need me, said Verily. There'll be laws and courts, sheriffs and jails and writs wherever you go. Sometimes you'll need what Mike Fink has to offer. And sometimes you'll need me. You can't deny me, Alvin Smith. I came all this way to learn from you. Measure knows all I know by now. He can teach you as well as I can, and you can help him. Verily looked at his feet for a moment. Measure's learned from you, and you from him, since you're brothers and have been for a long time. May it not be taken as an offense, I beg you, if I say that I'd be glad of a chance to learn from you directly for a while, Alvin. I mean to belittle no one else by saying that. No offense taken, said Measure. If you hadn't said it, I would have. These three then to go with me on the long road, said Alvin. And Miss Larner to go with me as far as Becca Weaver's house. I'll go too, said Armor of God. Not the whole road, but as far as the Weavers. So I can bring back word about what Tenskwatawa says. I hope you'll forgive my presumption, but I crave the chance to be the one as brings the good news to Vigor Church if they're set free. And if they're not? Then they need to learn that too, and from me. Then our plans are laid, such as they are, said Alvin. All except how to get out of Hatrack River alive, with all these thugs and ruffians about, said Verily Cooper. Oh, me and Armor already got that figured out, said Mike Fink. With a grin. And we pretty much won't have to beat nobody to a pulp to do it, neither, if we're lucky. There was such glee in Mike Fink's face when he said it, though, that more than one of the others wondered whether Mike really thought it would be good luck not to have to pulverize somebody. Nor were a few of them altogether sure that they didn't wish to do a little pulp beating themselves, if push came to shove. Fink and Armor of God were about to head downstairs with Horace then, to freshen up from their journey before he put them to bed in his attic, a good clean space but one he never rented out, just in case of late-night sudden visitors like these, when Measure called out, "Mike Fink." Fink turned around. "There's a story I got to tell you before I go to sleep tonight," he said. Fink looked puzzled for a moment. "Measure's under the curse," said Armor of God. "He's got to tell you or he'll go to bed with bloody hands." "I came this close to being under the curse myself," said Fink. "But you? How did you get under it?" "He took it on himself," said Miss Larner. "But that doesn't mean the same rules don't apply." "But I already know the story." "That'll make the telling of it easier," said Measure. "But I got to do it, dot." "I'll come back up when I've peed and eaten," said Fink. "Begging your pardon, ma'am." There they were, then, looking at each other, Alvin and Peggy, but once again with Verily Cooper, Arthur Stewart, and Measure looking on. "Don't the two of you get tired of playing out your scenes in front of an audience?" "There's no scene to play," said Miss Larner. "Too bad," said Alvin. "I thought this was the part of the play where I says to you, 'I'm sorry,' and you says to me, 'I say to you, there is nothing to be sorry for.' And I say to you, 'Is so.' And you say, 'Is not.' 'Is so, is not, is so,' back and forth till we bust out laughing." At which she burst out laughing. "I was right, you didn't need to testify," Alvin said. Her face went stern at once. "Hear me out, for Pete's sake, 'cause you were right too. If it came right down to it, it wasn't my place to tell you whether or not you could testify. It's not my decision whether you get to make this sacrifice or that one, or whether it's worth it. You decide your own sacrifices, and I decide mine. Instead of me bossing you about it, I should have just asked you to hold off and see if I could manage without. And you would have said yes. Wouldn't you?" She looked him in the eye. "Probably not," she said. "But I should have. So maybe we ain't so bullheaded after all. The day after a no, 2 days later that's when we're not so bullheaded. That'll do, if we just stay friends till we soften up a little." "You're not ready for married life, Alvin," said Miss Larner. "You still have many leagues to travel, and until you're ready to build the Crystal City, you have no need of me. I'm not going to sit home and pine for you, and I'm not going to try to tag along with you when the companions you need are men like these. Speak to me when your journey's done. See if we still need each other then, dot. So you admit we need each other now. I'm not debating with you now, Alvin. I concede no points to you, and petty contradictions will not be explained or reconciled. These men are my witnesses, Margaret. I will love you forever. The family we make together, that will be our best making, better than the plow, better than the Crystal City." She shook her head. "Be honest with yourself, Alvin. The Crystal City will stand forever, if you build it right. But our family will be gone in a few lifetimes. So you admit we'll have a family." She grinned. "You should run for office, Alvin. You'd lose, but the debates would be entertaining." She was turning toward the door when it opened without a knock. It was Podogly, his eyes wide. He scanned the room till he saw Alvin. "What are you doing sitting there like that, and not a gun in the room?" "I wasn't robbing any of them, and they wasn't robbing me," said Alvin. "We didn't think to bring guns along, dot." There was a break-in at the jail. A man claiming to be Amy Sum's father riled up the crowd, and about 30 men broke into the courthouse and overpowered Billy Hunter and took away his keys. They hauled every damn prisoner out of there and started beating on them till they told which one of them was you. I got there before they killed anybody and I run them off all right, but they can't get far from town in one night and I don't know but what somebody's going to tell them where you were, so I want you to sleep with guns tonight." "Don't worry about it," said Miss Larner. "They won't come here tonight." Pa looked at her, then at Alvin. "You sure?" "Don't even post a guard, Pa," said Miss Larner. "It will only draw attention to the roadhouse. The men hired to kill Alvin are all cowards, really, so they had to get drunk in order to make the attempt. They'll sleep it off tonight. And go away after that, dot. Make sure the trial is well guarded, and after that if Alvin is acquitted he'll leave Hatrack and your nightmares will be over." "They broke into my jail," said Dogley. "I don't know who your enemies are, boy, but if I was you I'd get rid of that golden plow." "It ain't the plow," said Alvin. "Though some of them probably thinks it is. But plow or no plow, the ones as want me dead would be sending boys like those after me." "And you really don't want my protection?" asked Dogley. Both Alvin and Miss Larner agreed that they did not. When Pa made his goodbyes and was ready to leave, Miss Larner slipped her arm through his. "Take me downstairs, please, and onto the room I'm sharing with my new friend Ramona." She gave not so much as a backward glance at Alvin. Measure hooted once after the door was closed. "Alvin, is she testing you? Just to make sure that you'll never turn wife-beater, no matter what the provocation? I got a feeling I ain't seen provocation yet." But Alvin was smiling when he said it, and the others got the idea he didn't mind the idea of sparring with Miss Larner now and then, sparring with words, that is, words and looks and winks and nasty grins. After the candles were doused and the room was dark and still, with all of them in bed and wishing to sleep, Alvin murmured, "I wonder what they meant to do to me." Nobody asked who he meant, Measure didn't have to. "They meant to kill you, Alvin. Does it matter what method they used? Hanging. Burning alive. A dozen musket balls. Do you really care which way you die? I'd like to have a corpse decent looking enough that the coffin can be open and my children can bear to look at me and say goodbye to me." "You're dreaming then," said Measure. "'Cause even right now I don't know how no wife and children could bear to look at you, though I dare say they'll say goodbye readily enough." "I expect they were going to hang me," said Alvin. "If you ever see folks about to hang me, don't waste your time or risk your life trying to save me. Just come along after they've given up on me so you can get me on home." "So you got no fear of the rope," said Measure. "Nor fear of drowning or suffocation," said Alvin. "Nor falling. I can fix up breaks and make the rocks soft under me. But fire, now. Fire and beheading and too many bullets, those can take me right off. I could use some help if you see them going at me like that." "I'll try to remember that," said Measure. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Monday morning behind the smithy, everyone was gathered by 10 o'clock, but from dawn onward, heavily armed deputies were on guard all around the site. The judge arranged things so the whole jury could see, as well as Marty Laws, Verily Cooper, Alvin Smith, Makepeace Smith, and Hank Dowser. "This court is now in session," said the judge loudly. "Now, Hank Dowser, you show us the exact place you marked." Verily Cooper spoke up. "How do we know he'll mark the same place?" "'Cause I'll douse it again," said Hank Dowser, "and the same spot will still be best." Alvin spoke up then. "There's water everywhere here. There's not a place you can pick where there won't be water if you just go far enough down." Hank Dowser whirled on him and glared. "There it is. He's got no respect for any man's knack except his own. You think I don't know there's water most everywhere? The question is the water pure? Is it close to the surface? That's what I find of the easy dig, the clean water. And I'll tell you, by the use of hickory and willow wands, that the water is purest here, and closest to the surface here, and so I marked this spot, as I would have more 'n a year ago. Tell me, Alvin Journeyman, if you're so clever, is this or is it not the same spot I marked, exactly?" "It is," said Alvin, sounding a little abashed. "And I didn't mean to imply that you weren't a real dowser, sir, but—" "You didn't exactly mean not to imply it either, though, did you?" "I'm sorry," said Alvin. "The water is purest here, and closest to the surface, and you truly found it twice the same, the exact spot." The judge intervened. "So after this unconventional courtroom exchange, which seems appropriate to this unconventional courtroom, you both agree that this is the spot where Alvin says he dug the first well and found nothing but solid impenetrable stone, and where it is Makepeace's contention that there was no such stone, but rather a buried treasure which Alvin stole and converted to his own use while telling a tale of turning iron into gold. For all we know he hid my iron underground here," cried Makepeace. The judge sighed. "Makepeace, please, don't make me send you to jail again." "Sorry," muttered Makepeace. The judge beckoned to the team of workingmen he'd arranged to come do the digging. Paying them would come out of the county budget, but with 4 diggers it couldn't take long to prove one or the other right. They dug and dug, the dirt flying. But it was a dryish dirt, a little moist from the last rain which was only a week ago, but no hint of a watery layer. And then, chink! "The treasure box!" cried Makepeace. A few moments later, after scraping and prying, the foreman of the diggers called out, "Solid stone, Your Honor. Far as we can reach. Not no boulder, neither a feels like bedrock if I ever saw it." Hank Dowser's face went scarlet. He muscled his way to the hole and slid down the steep side. With his own handkerchief he brushed away the soil from the stone. After a few minutes of examination, he stood up. "Your Honor, I apologize to Mr. Smith, as graciously, I hope, as he just apologized to me a moment ago. Not only is this bedrock which I did not see, for I have never found such a sheet of water under solid stone like this, but also I can see old scrape marks against the stone, proving to me that the 'prentice boy did dig in this spot, just as he said he did, and reached stone, just as he said he did." "That don't prove he didn't find gold along the way," cried Makepeace. Summations to the jury. The judge called out. In every particular that we could test, said Verily Cooper, Alvin Smith has proven himself to be truthful and reliable. And all the county has to assail him is the unproven and unprovable speculations of a man whose primary motive seems to be to get his hands upon gold. There are no witnesses but Alvin himself of how the gold came to be shaped like a plow, or the plow came to be made of gold. But we have 8 witnesses, not to mention His Honor, myself, and my respected colleague, not to mention Alvin himself, all swearing to you that this plow is not just gold, but also alive. What possible property interest can Makepeace Smith have in an object which clearly belongs to itself and only keeps company with Alvin Smith for its own protection? You have more than a reasonable doubt, you have a certainty that my client is an honest man who has committed no crime, and that the plow should stay with him. It was Marty Law's turn then. He looked like he'd had sour milk for breakfast. You've heard the witnesses, you've seen the evidence, you're all wise men and you can figure this out just fine without my help, said Laws. May God bless your deliberations. Is that your summing up? Demanded Makepeace. Is that how you administer justice in this county? I'll support your opponent in the next local election, Marty Laws. I swear you haven't heard the end of this. Sheriff, kindly arrest Mr. Makepeace Smith again, 3 days this time, contempt of court, and I'll consider a charge of attempted interference with the course of justice by offering a threat to a sitting judge in order to influence the outcome of a case. You're all ganging up against me. All of you are in this together. What did he do, Your Honor, bribe you? Offer to share some of that gold with you? Quickly, Sheriff Dogley, said the judge, before I get angry with the man. When Makepeace's shouting had died down enough to proceed, the judge asked the jury, do we need to traipse on back to the courtroom for hours of deliberation? Or should we just stand back and let you work things out right here? The foreman whispered to his fellow jurors, they whispered back. We have a unanimous verdict, Your Honor. What say you, etc., etc.? Not guilty of all charges, said the foreman. We're done. I commend both attorneys for fine work in a difficult case. And to the jury, my commendation for cutting through the horse pucky and seeing the truth. Good citizens all. This court stands adjourned until the next time somebody brings a blame fool charge against an innocent man, at least that's what I'm betting on. The judge looked around at the people, who were still standing there. Alvin, you're free to go, he said. Let's all go home. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Of course they didn't all go, nor, strictly speaking, was Alvin free. Right now, surrounded by a crowd and with a dozen deputies on guard, he was safe enough. But as he gripped the sack with the plow inside, he could almost feel the covetings of other men directed toward that plow, that warm and trembling gold. He wasn't thinking of that, however. He was looking over at Margaret Larner, whose arm was around young Ramona's waist. Someone was speaking to Alvin. It was Verily Cooper, he realized, congratulating him or something, but Verily would understand. Alvin put a hand on Verily's shoulder, to let him know that he was a good friend even though Alvin was about to walk away from him. And Alvin headed on over to Miss Larner and Ramona. At the last moment he got shy, and though he had his eyes on Margaret all the way through the crowd, it was Ramona he spoke to when he got there. Miss Ramona, it was brave of you to come forward, and honest too. He shook her hand. Ramona beamed, but she was also a little upset and nervous. That whole thing with Amy was my fault, I think. She was telling me those tales about you, and I was doubting her, which only made her insist more and more. And she stuck to it so much that for a while I believed maybe it was true, and that's when I told my folks, and that's what started all the rumors going. But then when she went with Thatch under the freak show tent and she comes out pregnant but babbling about how it was you got her that way, well, I had my chance then to set things straight, didn't I? And then I didn't get to testify. But you told my friends, said Alvin, so the people who matter most to me know the truth, and in the meantime you didn't have to hurt your friend Amy. In the back of his mind, though, Alvin couldn't shake the bitter certainty that there would always be some who believed her charges, just as he was sure that she would never recant. She would go on telling those lies about him, and some folks at least would go on believing them, and so he would be known for a cad or worse no matter how clean he lived his life. But that was spilled milk. Ramona was shaking her head. I don't reckon she'll be my friend no more. But you're her friend whether she likes it or not. So much of a friend that you'd even hurt her rather than let her hurt someone else. That's something, in my book. At that moment, Mike Fink and Armor of God came up to him. Sing us that song you thought up in jail, Alvin. At once several others clamored for the song. It was that kind of festive occasion. If Alvin won't sing it, Arthur Stewart knows it. Somebody said, and then there was Arthur tugging at his arm and Alvin joined in singing with him. Most of the jury was still there to hear the last verse. I trusted justice not to fail. The jury did me proud. Tomorrow I will hit the trail, and sing my hiking song so loud, it's like to start a gale. Everybody laughed and clapped. Even Miss Larner smiled, and as Alvin looked at her he knew that this was the moment, now or never. I got another verse that I never sung to anybody before, but I want to sing it now, he said. They all hushed up again to hear. Now swiftly from this place I'll fly, and underneath my boots, 1,000 lands will pass me by, until we choose to put down roots, my lady love and I. He looked at Margaret with all the meaning he could put in his face, and everybody hooted and clapped. I love you, Margaret Larner, he said. I asked you before, but I'll say it again now. We're about to journey together for a ways, and I can't think of a good reason why it can't be our honeymoon journey. Let me be your husband, Margaret. Everything good that's in me belongs to you, if you'll have me. She looked flustered. You're embarrassing me, Alvin, she murmured. Alvin leaned close and spoke into her ear. I know we got separate work to do, once we leave the weaver's house. I know we got long journeys apart. She held his face between her hands. You don't know what you might meet on that road. What woman you might meet and love better than me. Alvin felt a stab of dread. Was this something she had seen with her torchy knack? Or merely the worry any woman might feel? Well, it was his future, wasn't it? And even if she saw the possibility of him loving somebody else, that didn't mean he had to let it come true. He wrapped his long arms around her waist and drew her close, and spoke softly. You see things in the future that I can't see. Let me ask you like an ordinary man, and you answer me like a woman that knows only the past and the present. Let my promise to you now keep watch over the future. She was about to raise another objection, when he kissed her lightly on the lips. If you're my wife, then whatever there is in the future, I can bear it, and I'll do my best to help you bear it too. The judge is right here. Let me begin my life of new freedom with you. For a moment, her eyes looked heavy and sad, as if she saw some awful pain and suffering in his future. Or was it in her own? Then she shook it off as if it was just the shadow of a cloud passing over her and now the sun was back. Or as if she had decided to live a certain life, no matter what the cost of it, and now would no longer dread what couldn't be helped. She smiled, and tears ran down her cheeks. You don't know what you're doing, Alvin, but I'm proud and glad to have your love, and I'll be your wife. Alvin turned to face the others, and in a loud voice he cried, she said yes. Judge. Somebody stop the judge from leaving. He's got him one more job to do. While Peggy went off to find her father and drag him back so he could give her away properly, Verily Cooper fetched the judge. On the way over to where Alvin waited, the judge put a kindly arm across Verily's back. My lad, you have a keen mind, a lawyer's mind, and I approve of that. But there's something about you that sets a fellow's teeth on edge. If I knew what it was, sir, you may be sure that I'd stop. Took me a while to figure it out. And I don't know what you can do about it. What makes folks mad at you right from the start is you sound so damnably English and educated and fine. Verily grinned, then answered in the vernacular accent he had grown up with, the one he had spent so many years trying to lose. You mean, sir, that if I talks like a common feller, I'll be more likable? The judge whooped with laughter. That's what I mean, lad, though I don't know as how that accent is much better. And with that they reached the spot where the wedding party was assembled. Horace stood beside his daughter, and Arthur Stewart was there as Alvin's best man. The judge turned to Sheriff Dogley. Do the banns, my good sir. But Dogley at once cried out, Is there a body here so foolish as to claim there's any impediment to the marriage of this pair of good and godly citizens? He turned to the judge. Not a soul as I can see, Judge. So Alvin and Peggy were married, Horace Gester on one side, Arthur Stewart on the other, all standing there in the open on the grounds of the smithy where Alvin had served his prenticehood. Just up the hill was the springhouse where Peggy had lived in disguise as a schoolteacher, the very springhouse where 22 years before, as a 5-year-old girl, she had seen the heart fires of a family struggling across the Hatrack River in flood, and in the womb of the mother of that family there was a baby with a heart fire so bright it dazzled her, the like of which she'd never seen before or since. She ran down this hill, ran to this smithy, got Makepeace Smith and the other men gathered there to race to the river and save the family. All of it began here, within sight of this place. And now she was married to him. Married to the boy whose heart fire shone like the brightest star in her memory, and in all her life since then. There was dancing that night at Horace's roadhouse, you can bet, and Alvin had to sing his song 5 more times, and the last verse thrice each time through. And that night he carried his Margaret his now, and he was hers in those strong blacksmith's arms up the stairs to the room where Margaret herself had been conceived 28 years before. He was awkward and they both were shy, and it didn't help that half the town was charivarying outside the roadhouse halfway till dawn, but they were man and wife, made one flesh as they had so long been one heart, even though she had tried to deny it and he had tried to live without her. Never mind that she had seen his grave in her mind, and herself and their children standing by it, weeping. That scene was possible in every wedding night, and at least there would be children, at least there would be a loving widow to grieve him, at least there would be memory of this night, instead of regretful loneliness. And in the morning, when they awoke, they were not quite so shy, not quite so awkward, and he said such things to her as made her feel more beautiful than anyone who had ever lived before, and more beloved, and I don't know who would dare to say that in that moment it wasn't the pure truth. Chapter 18, Journeys. 2 days later they were ready to light out. They made no secret about the carriage Armor of God hired in Wheelwright, ready to take them off the ferry as soon as they crossed the Ohio. That would be enough to decoy the stupid ones. As for the clever ones, well, Mike Fink had his own plan, and even Margaret allowed as how it might well work. Friends came to the roadhouse all that evening to bid goodbye. Alvin and Peggy and Arthur were well known to them all. Armor of God had a few friends here, from business traveling, and verily had made some new friends, having been the spokesman for the winning side in a highly emotional trial. If Mike Fink had local friends, they weren't the sort to show up in Horace Gester's roadhouse. As Mike confided to Verily Cooper, his friends were most of them the very men Alvin's enemies had hired to kill him and take the plow once he got out on the road tomorrow. When the last soul had left, Horace embraced his daughter and his new son-in-law and the adopted son he had helped to raise, shook hands with Verily, Armor, and Mike, and then went about as he always did, dousing the candles, putting the night log on the fire, checking to make sure all was secure. As he did, Measure helped the travelers make their way, lightly burdened, quietly down the stairs and out the back, finding the path with only the faintest sliver of moon. Even at that, they walked it first toward the privy, so that anyone casually glancing wouldn't think a thing amiss, unless they noticed the satchel or bag each one carried. Meantime, Measure kept watch, in case someone else was thinking to snatch Alvin that night while he was relieving himself. He kept watch even though Peggy Larner, or was it Goody Smith now, assured him that not a soul was watching the back of the house. All my teaching is in your hands now, Measure, Alvin whispered as he was about to step off the back porch into the night. I leave you behind this time again, but you know that we set out on the real journey together as true companions, and always will be to the end. Measure heard him, and wondered if Peggy maybe whispered to him something she had seen in his heartfire, that Measure worried lest Alvin forget how much Measure loved him and wanted to be on this journey by his side. But no, Alvin didn't need Peggy to tell him he had a brother who was more loyal than life and more sure than death. Alvin kissed his brother's cheek and was gone, the last to go. They met up again in the woods behind the privy. Alvin went about among them, calming them with soft words, touching them, and each time he touched them they could hear it just a little clearer, a kind of soft humming, or was it the soughing of the wind, or the call of a far-off bird too faint to hear, or perhaps a distant coyote mumbling in its sleep, or the soft scurry of squirrel feet on a tree on the next rise? It was a kind of music, and finally it didn't matter what it was that produced the sound, they fell into the rhythm of it, all holding each other's hands, and at the head of the line, Alvin. They moved swift and sure, keeping step to the music, sliding easily among the trees, making few sounds, saying nothing, marveling at how they could have walked past these woods before and never guessed that such a clear and well-marked path was here, except when they looked back, there was no path, only the underbrush closed off again, for the path was made by Alvin's progress in the midst of the greensong, and behind his party the forest relaxed back into its ordinary shape. They came to the river, where Podogly waited, watching over 2 boats. Mind you, he whispered, I'm not sheriff tonight. I'm only doing what Horace and I done so many times in the past, long before I had me a badge, helping folks as ought to be free get safe across the river. Pot and Alvin rode one of them and Mike and Verily the other, for though he was unaccustomed to such labor, no wouldn't or would ever leave a blister on Verily's hands. Silently they moved out across the Ohio. Only when they got to the middle did anyone speak. Peggy, controlling the tiller, whispered to Alvin, Can we talk a little now? Soft and low, said Alvin. And no laughing. How had he known she was about to laugh? We passed a dozen of them as we walked through the woods, all of them asleep, waiting for first light. But there's none on the opposite shore, except the heartfire we're looking for. Alvin nodded, and gave a thumbs up to the men in the other boat. They skirted the shore on the Appalachee side for about a quarter mile before coming to the landing site they looked for. Once it had been a putting in place for flatboats, before the red fog on the Mississippi and the new railroad line slowed and then stopped most of the flatboat traffic. Now an elderly couple lived there mostly from fishing and an orchard that still produced, poorly, but enough for their needs. Dr. Whitley Physiker was waiting in the front yard of that house with his carriage and 4 saddled horses. He had insisted on buying or lending them himself, and refused any thought of reimbursement. He also paid the old folks who lived there for the annoyance of having visitors arrive so late at night. He had a man with him. Arthur Stewart recognized him at once and called him by name. John Binder smiled shyly and shook hands all around, as did Whitley Physiker. I'm not much for rowing, at my age, Dr. Physiker explained. So John, being as trustworthy a man as ever there was, agreed to come along, asking no questions. I suppose all the questions he didn't ask are answered now. Binder smiled and chuckled. Reckon so, all but one. I heard about how you was teaching folks about makery away out there in Vigor Church, and I hoped you might teach some of it here. Now you're going. Alvin reassured him. My brother is holed up in the roadhouse. Nobody's to know he's there, but if you go to Horace Gester and tell him I sent you, he'll let you go up and talk to Measure. There's a hard tale he'll have to tell you. I know about the curse. Well, good, said Alvin. 'Cause once that's done, he can teach you just what I was teaching in Vigor Church. But Dodley and John Binder pushed the boats off the shore before the others were even mounted on their horses or properly seated in the carriage. Whitley Physiker waved from Binder's boat. Alvin shook hands with the old couple, who had got up from their beds to see them off. Then he climbed up into the front seat of the carriage with Margaret. Verily and Arthur sat behind. Armour and Mike rode two of the horses. Verily's horse and the horse that Alvin and Arthur would ride together were tied to the back of the carriage. As they were about to leave, Mike brought his horse stamping and fuming, since Mike was a sturdy load and not much of a horseman, beside the carriage, and said to Alvin, "Well, this plan worked too well. I was looking forward to scaring some poor thug half to death before the night was through." Peggy leaned over from the other side of the front seat and said, "You'll get your wish about a mile up the road. There's two fellows there who saw Dr. Physiker's carriage come here this afternoon and wondered what he was doing with 4 horses tied behind. They're just keeping watch on the road, but even if they don't stop us, they'll give the alarm and then we'll be chased instead of getting away clean." "Don't kill them, Mike," said Alvin. "I won't unless they make me," said Mike. "Don't worry, I ain't loose with other folks' lives no more." He rode to Armour, gave him the reins, and said, "Here, bring this girl along with you. I do better on my feet for this kind of work." Then he dismounted and took off running. Near as I can gather from Mike Fink's tale of the event, and you got to understand that a fellow who wants his story to be truthful has to allow for a lot of brag before deciding what's true in a tale of Mike Fink's heroic exploits. Those two smarter than normal thugs was dozing while sitting with their backs to opposite sides of the same stump when all of a sudden they both felt their arms pretty near wrenched right out of their sockets, and then they were dragged around, grabbed by the collars, and smacked together so hard their noses bled and they saw stars. "You're lucky I took me a vow of nonviolence," said Mike Fink, "or you'd be suffering some pain right now." Since they were already suffering something pretty excruciating, they didn't want to find out what this night-wandering fellow thought of his pain. Instead, they obeyed him and held very still as he tied their hands to a couple of lengths of rope, so that the one man's right hand was tied on one end of a rope that held the other man's left, with about 2 feet of rope between them, and the same with their other 2 hands. Then Fink made them kneel, picked up a huge log, and laid it down across the 2 lengths of rope that joined them. What he could lift alone they couldn't lift together. They just knelt there as if they were praying to the log, their hands too far apart even to dream of untying their bonds. "Next time you want gold," said Fink, "you ought to get yourself a pick and shovel and dig for it, instead of lying in wait in the night for some innocent fellow to come by and get himself robbed and killed." "We wasn't going to rob nobody," burbled one of the men. "It's a sure thing you wasn't," said Fink, "'cause any man ever wants to get at Alvin Smith has to go through me, and I make a better wall than window, I'll tell you that right now." Then he jogged back to the road, waved to the others, and waited for them to come alongside so he could mount his horse. In a couple of minutes it was done, and they rode briskly south along a lacework of roads that would completely bypass Wheelwright, including the fancy carriage waiting all day empty by the river, until Horace Gester crossed over, got in the carriage, and used it to shop for groceries in the big city market that was Wheelwright's pride and joy. That's when the ruffians knew they had been fooled. Oh, some of them lit out in search of Alvin's group, but they had a whole day's head start, or nearly so, and not a one of them found anything except a couple of men kneeling before a log with their butts in the air. ****. All the way to the coast, Calvin expected to be accosted by Napoleon's troops, the carriage blown to bits with grapeshot or set afire or some other grisly end. Why he expected Napoleon to be ungrateful he didn't know. Perhaps it was simply a feeling of general unease. Here he was, not yet 20 years old, and already he had moved through the salons of London and Paris, had spent hours alone discussing 1,000 different things with the most powerful man in the world, had learned as many of the secrets of that powerful man as he was likely ever to tell, spoke French if not fluently then competently, and through it all had remained aloof, untouched, his life's dream unchanged. He was a maker, far more so than Alvin, who remained at the rough frontier of a crude upstart country that couldn't properly call itself a nation, who had Alvin known, except other homespun types like himself. Yet Calvin felt vaguely afraid at the thought of going back to America. Something was trying to stop him. Something didn't want him to go. "It is nerves," said Honor. "You will face your brother. You know now that he is a provincial clown, but still he remains your nemesis, the stick against which you must measure yourself. Also you are traveling with me, and you are constantly aware of the need to make a good impression." "And why would I need to impress you, Honor?" "Because I am going to write you into a story someday, my friend. Remember that the ultimate power is mine. You may decide what you will do in this life, up to the point. But I will decide what others think of you, and not just now but long after you're dead." "If anyone still reads your novels," said Calvin. "You don't understand, my dear bumpkin. Whether they read my novels or not, my judgment of your life will stand. These things take on a life of their own. No one remembers the original source, or cares either, but. So people will only remember what you say about me, and you they won't remember at all. Honord chuckled. Oh, I don't know about that, Calvin. I intend to be memorable. But then, do I care whether I'm remembered? I think not. I have lived without the affection of my own mother, why should I crave the affection of strangers not yet born? It's not whether you're remembered, said Calvin. It's whether you changed the world. And the first change I will make is, they must remember me. Honor's voice was so loud that the coachman slid open the panel and inquired whether they wanted something from him. More speed, cried Honor, and softer bumps. Oh, and when the horses relieve themselves, less odor. The coachman growled and closed the panel shut. Don't you intend to change the world? Asked Calvin. Change it? A paltry project, smacking of weak ambition and much self-contempt. Your brother wants to build a city. You want to tear it down before his eyes. I am the one with vision, Calvin. I intend to create a world. A world more fascinating, engrossing, spellbinding, intricate, beautiful, and real than this world. You're going to outdo God? He spent far too much time on geology and botany. For him, Adam was an afterthought. Oh, by the way, is man found upon the earth? I shall not make that mistake. I will concentrate on people, and slip the science into the cracks. The difference is that your people will all be confined to tiny black marks on paper, said Calvin. My people will be more real than these shallow creatures God has made. I, too, will make them in my own image, only taller, and mine will have more palpable reality, more inner life, more connection to the living world around them than these mud-covered peasants or the calculating courtiers of the palace or the swaggering soldiers and bragging businessmen who keep Paris under their thumbs, but. Instead of worrying about the emperor stopping us, perhaps I should worry about lightning striking us, said Calvin. It was meant as a joke, but Honor did not smile. Calvin, if God was going to strike you dead for anything, you'd already be dead by now. I don't pretend to know whether God exists, but I'll tell you this: the old man is doddering now. The old fellow talks rough, but it's all a memory. He hasn't the stuff anymore. He can't stop us. Oh, maybe he can write us out of his will, but we'll make our own fortune and let the old boy stand back lest he be splashed when we hurtle by. Do you ever have even a moment of self-doubt? None, said Honor. I live in the constant certainty of failure, and the constant certainty of genius. It is a species of madness, but greatness is not possible without it. Your problem, Calvin, is that you never really question yourself about anything. However you feel, that's the right way to feel, and so you feel that way and everything else better get out of your way. Whereas I endeavor to change my feelings because my feelings are always wrong. For instance, when approaching a woman you lust after, the foolish man acts out his feelings and clutches at an inviting breast or makes some fell invitation that gets him slapped and keeps him from the best parties for the rest of the year. But the wise man looks the woman in the eye and serenades her about her astonishing beauty and her great wisdom and his own inadequacy to explain to her how much she deserves her place in the exact center of the universe. No woman can resist this, Calvin, or if she can, she's not worth having. The carriage came to a stop. Honor flung open the door. Smell the air. Rotting fish, said Calvin. The coast. I wonder if I shall throw up, and if I do, whether the sea air will have affected the color and consistency of my vomitus, but. Calvin ignored his deliberately crude banter as he reached up for their bags. He well knew that Honor was only crude when he didn't much respect his company, when with aristocrats, Honor never uttered anything but bon mots and epigrams. For the young novelist to speak that way to Calvin was a sign, not so much of intimacy, but of disrespect. When they found an appropriate ship bound for Canada, Calvin showed the captain the letter Napoleon had given him. Contrary to his worst fears, after seeing a production of a newly revised and prettied-up script of Hamlet in London, the letter did not instruct the captain to kill Calvin and Honor at once, though there was no guarantee that the fellow didn't have orders to strangle them and pitch them into the sea when they were out of sight of land. Why am I so afraid? So the emperor's treasurer will reimburse me for all expenses out of the treasury when I come back? That's the plan, said Honor. But here, my friend, I know how ungenerous these imperial officials can be. Take this. He handed the captain a sheaf of franc notes. Calvin was astonished. All these weeks you've pretended to be poor and up to your ears in debt. I am poor. I am in debt. If I didn't know money, why would I ever steel myself to write? No, I simply borrowed the price of my passage from my mother and my father. They never talk, so they'll never find out, and from 2 of my publishers, promising each of them a completely exclusive book about my travels in America. You borrowed to pay our passage, knowing all along that the emperor would pay it? A man has to have spending money, or he's not a man, said Honor. I have a wad of it, with which I have every intention of being generous with you, so I hope you won't condemn my methods. You're not terribly honest, are you? Said Calvin, half appalled, half admiring. You shock me, you hurt me, you offend me. I challenge you to a duel and then take sick with pneumonia so that I can't meet you, but I urge you to go ahead without me. Keep in mind that because I had that money, the captain will now invite us into his cabin for dinner every night of the voyage. And in answer to your question, I am perfectly honest when I am creating something, but otherwise words are mere tools designed to extract what I need from the pockets or bank accounts of those who currently but temporarily possess it. Calvin, you've been too long among the Puritans. And I have been too long among the hypocrites. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It was Peggy who found the turnoff to Chapman Valley, found it easily though there was no sign, and she was coming this time from the other direction. She and Alvin left the others with the carriage under the now leafless oak out in front of the weaver's house. For Peggy, coming to this place now was both thrilling and embarrassing. What would they think of the way things had turned out since they set her on this present road? Then, just as she raised her hand to knock on the door, she remembered something. Alvin, she said. It slipped my mind, but something Becca said when I was here a few months ago. If it slipped your mind, then it was supposed to slip your mind. You and Calvin. You need to reclaim Calvin, find him and reclaim him before he turns completely against the work you're doing. Alvin shook his head. Becca doesn't know everything. And what does that mean? What makes you think Calvin wasn't already the enemy of our work before he was born? That's not possible, said Peggy. Babies are born innocent and pure. Or steeped in original sin. Those are the choices? I can't believe that you of all people believe either idea, you who put your hands on the womb and see the futures in the baby's heart fire. The child is already himself then, the good and bad, ready to step into the world and make of himself whatever he wants most to be. She squinted at Fim. Why is it that when we're alone, talking of something serious, you don't sound so much the country bumpkin? Because maybe I learned everything you taught me, only I also learned that I don't want to lose touch with the common people, said Alvin. They're the ones who are going to build the city with me. Their language is my native language, why should I forget it, just because I learned another? How many educated folks do you think are going to come away from their fine homes and educated friends and roll up their sleeves to make something with their own hands? I don't want to knock on this door, said Peggy. My life changes when I come into this place. You don't have to knock, said Alvin. He reached out and turned the knob. The door opened. When he made as if to step inside, Peggy took his arm. Alvin, you can't just walk in here. If the door wasn't locked, then I can walk in, said Alvin. Don't you understand what this place is? This is the place where things are as they must be. Not like the world out there, the world you see in the heart fires, the world of things that can be. And not like the world inside my head, the world as it might be. And not like the world as it was first conceived in the mind of God, which is the world as it should be. She watched him step over the threshold. There was no alarm in the house, nor even a sound of life. She followed him. Young as he was, this man she had watched over from his infancy, this man whose heart she knew more intimately than her own, he could still surprise her by what he did of a sudden without thought, because he simply knew it was right and had to be this way. The endless cloth still lay folded in piles, linked each to each, winding over furniture, through halls, up and down stairs. They stepped over the spans and reaches of it. No dust, said Peggy. I didn't notice that the first time. There's no dust on the cloth. Good housekeepers here? Asked Alvin. They dust all this cloth? Or maybe there's simply no passage of time within the cloth. Always and forever it exists in that one present moment in which the shuttlecock flew from side to side. As he said these words, they began to hear the shuttlecock. Someone must have opened a door. Becca? Called Peggy. They followed the sound through the house to the ancient cabin at the house's heart, where an open door led into the room with the loom. But to Peggy's surprise, it wasn't Becca seated there. It was the boy. Her nephew, the one who had dreamed of this. With practiced skill he drove the shuttlecock back and forth. Is Becca? Peggy couldn't bring herself to ask about the weaver's death. Nah, said the boy. We changed the rules a little here. No more pointless sacrifice. You done that, you know. Came here as a judge, well, your judgment was heeded. I take my shift for a while, and she can go out a little. So is it you we talk to now? Asked Alvin. Depends on what you want. I don't know nothing about nothing, so if you want answers, I don't think I'm it. I want to use the door that leads to Tecumseh. Who? The boy asked. Your Uncle Isaac, said Peggy. Oh, sure. He nodded with his head. It's that one. Alvin strode toward it. You ever used one of these doors before? Asked the boy. No, said Alvin. Well then ain't you the stupid one, heading right for it like it was some ordinary door. What's different? I know it leads to the Redlands. I know it leads to the house where Tecumseh's daughter weaves the lives of the Reds of the West. Here's the tricky part. When you pass through the door, you can't have no part of yourself touching anything here but air. You can't brush up against the doodam. You can't let a foot linger on the floor. It's not a step through the door, it's a leap. And what happens if some part of me does touch? Then that part of this place drags you down just a little, slows you, lowers you, and so instead of you passing through the door in one smooth motion, you go through in a couple of pieces. Ain't nobody can put you together after that, Mr. Maker. Peggy was appalled. I never realized it was so dangerous. Breathing's dangerous too, said the boy, if you breathe in something to make you sick. He grinned. I saw you two get all twined up together here. Congratulations. Thanks, said Alvin. So what do they call you now, Judge Woman? The boy asked Peggy. Goody Smith? Most still call me Peggy Larner. Only they say Ms. Larner now, and not Mississippi. I call her Margaret, said Alvin. I reckon you'll really be married when she starts to think of herself by the name you call her, instead of the name her parents called her by. He winked at Peggy. Thanks for getting me my job. My sisters are glad, too, they had nightmares, I'll tell you. There ain't no love of the loom in them. He turned back to Alvin. So are you going or what? At that moment the door flew open and a tied-up bundle flew through it. Oh, said the boy. Best turn your back. Becca's coming through, and she travels stark naked, seeing as how women's clothing can't fit through that door without touching. Alvin turned his back, and so did Peggy, though unlike Alvin she cheated and allowed herself to watch anyway. It was not Becca who came through the door first, however. It was Tecumseh, a man Peggy had never met, though she had seen him often enough in Alvin's Heartfire. He was not naked, but rather clothed in buckskins that clung tightly to his body. He saw them standing there and grunted. Boy Renegado comes back to see the most dangerous red man who ever lived. Howdy, Tecumseh, said Alvin. Hi, Isaac, said the boy. I warned him about the door like you said, Dot. Good boy, said Tecumseh. He turned his back on them then, just in time for Becca to leap through the door wearing only thin and clinging underwear. He gathered her at once into his arms. Then together they untied the bundle and unfolded it into a dress, which she drew down over her head. All right, said Tecumseh. She's dressed enough for a white woman now. Alvin turned around and greeted her. There were handshakes, and even a hug between women. They talked about what had happened in Hatrack River over the past few months, and then Alvin explained his errand. Tecumseh showed no emotion. I don't know what my brother will say. He keeps his own counsel. Does he rule there in the West? Asked Alvin. Rule? That's not how we do things. There are many tribes, and in each tribe many wise men. My brother is one of the greatest of them, everyone agrees to that. But he doesn't make law just by deciding what it should be. We don't do anything as foolish as you do, electing one president and concentrating too much power in his hands. It was good enough when good men held the office, but always when you create an office that a man can lay hands on, an evil man will someday lay hands on it. Which is going to happen on New Year's Day when Harrison. Tecumseh glowered. Never say that name, that unbearable name. Not saying it won't make him go away. It will keep his evil out of this house, said Tecumseh. Away from the people I love. In the meantime, Becca had finished dressing. She came to the boy and bumped him with her hip. Move over, stubby fingers. That's my loom you're tangling. Tightest we've ever, the boy retorted. People will always know which spots I wove. Becca settled onto the chair and then began to make the shuttlecock dance. The whole music of the loom changed, the rhythm of it, the song. You came for a purpose, Maker? The door's still open for you. Do what you came to do. For the first time Peggy really looked at the door, trying to see what lay beyond it, and what lay beyond was nothing. Not blackness, but not daylight either. Just nothing. Her eyes couldn't look at it, her gaze kept shifting away. Alvin, she said. Are you sure you want to? He kissed her. I love it when you worry about me. She smiled and kissed him back. As he took off his cap and his boots, and his long coat that might flap against the doodam, he couldn't see how she reached into the small box she kept in a pocket of her skirt, how she held the last scrap of his birth call between her fingers and then watched his heart fire, ready to spring into action the moment he needed her, to use his power to heal him even if he, in some dire extremity, could not or dared not or would not use it himself. He ran for the door, leapt toward it left foot first, his right foot leaving the ground before any part of him broke the plane of the door. He sailed through with his head ducked down. He missed the top of the door by an inch. I don't like it when people leap through all spread out like that, said Tecumseh. Better to spring from both feet at once, and curl up into a ball as you go. You athletic men can do that, said Becca. But I can't see myself hitting the floor like that and rolling. Besides, you leap half the time yourself. I'm not as tall as Alvin, said Tecumseh. He turned to Peggy. He grew to be very tall. But Peggy didn't answer him. She's watching his heart fire, said Becca. Best leave her alone till he comes back. Alvin tumbled and fell when he hit the floor on the other side. He sprawled into a pile of cloth and heard the sound of laughter. He got up and looked around. Another cabin, but a newish one, and the girl at the loom was scarcely older than he was. She was a mix-up like Arthur, only half red instead of half black, and the combination of Tecumseh and Becca was becoming in her. Howdy, Alvin, she said. He had expected her voice to sound like Tecumseh's and Tenskwatawa's, accented when she spoke in English, but she spoke like Becca, a bit old-fashioned sounding but like a native speaker of the tongue. Howdy, he said. You sure came through like a ton of bricks, she said. Made a mess of the piles of cloth here. Don't fret, she said. That's why they're there. Papa always smacks into them when he comes through like a cannonball. With that he ran out of conversation, and so did she, so he stood there watching as she ran her loom. Go find Tenskwatawa. He's waiting for you. Alvin had heard so much about the fog on the Mississippi that he had halfway got it into his head that the whole of the western lands was covered with fog. When he opened the cabin and stepped outside, though, he found that far from being foggy, the sky was so clear it felt like he could see clear into heaven in broad daylight. There were high mountains looming to the east, and he could see them so crisp and clear that he felt as though he could trace the crevices in the bare granite near the top, or count the leaves on the oak trees halfway up their craggy flanks. The cabin stood at the brow of a hill separating two valleys, both of which contained lakes. The one to the north was huge, the far reaches of it invisible because of the curve of the earth, not because of any haze or thickness of the air. The lake to the south was smaller, but it was even more beautiful, shining like a blue jewel in the cold sunlight of late autumn. The snow is late, said a voice behind him. Alvin turned. Shining Man, he said, the name slipping from his lips before he could think. And you are the man who learned how to be a man when he was a boy, said Tenskwatawa. They embraced. The wind whistled around them. When they parted, Alvin glanced around again. This is a pretty exposed place to build a cabin, he said. Had to be here, said Tenskwatawa. The valley to the south is Timpanogos. Holy ground, where there can be no houses and no wars. The valley to the north is grazing land, where the deer can be hunted by families that run out of food in the winter. No houses either. Don't worry. Inside a weaver's house is always warm. He smiled. I'm glad to see you. Alvin wasn't sure if he could remember Tenskwatawa ever smiling before. You're happy here? Happy? Tenskwatawa's face went placid again. I feel as though I stand with one foot on this earth and the other foot in the place where my people wait for me. Not all died that day at Tippecanoe, said Alvin. You still have people here. They also stand with one foot in one place, one foot in the other. He glanced toward a canyon that led up into a gap between the impossibly high mountains. They live in a high mountain valley. The snow is late this year, and they're glad of that, unless it means poor water for next year, and a poor crop. That's our life now, Alvin Maker. We used to live in a place where water leapt out of the ground wherever you struck it with a stick. But the air is clear. You can see forever. Tenskwatawa put his fingers to Alvin's lips. No man sees forever. But some men see farther. Last winter I rode a tower of water into the sky over the holy lake Timpanogos. I saw many things. I saw you come here. I heard the news you told me and the question you asked me. And did you hear your answer? First you must make my vision come true, said Tenskwatawa. So Alvin told him about Harrison being elected president by bragging about his bloody hands, and how they wondered if Tenskwatawa might release the people of Vigor Church from their curse, so they could leave their homes, those as wanted to, and become part of the Crystal City when Alvin started to build it. Was that what you heard me ask you? Yes, said Tenskwatawa. And what was your answer? I didn't see my answer, said Tenskwatawa. So I have had all these months to think of what it was. In all these months, my people who died on that grassy slope have walked before my eyes in my sleep. I have seen their blood again and again flow down the grass and turn the Tippecanoe Creek red. I have seen the faces of the children and babies. I knew them all by name, and I still remember all the names and all the faces. Each one I see in the dream, I ask them, do you forgive these white murderers? Do you understand their rage and will you let me take your blood from their hands? Tenskwatawa paused. Alvin. Waited, too. One did not rush a shaman as he told of his dreams. Every night I have had this dream until finally last night the last of them came before me and I asked my question. Again, a silence. Again, Alvin waited patiently. Not patiently the way a white man waits, showing his patience by looking around or moving his fingers or doing something else to mark the passage of time. Alvin waited with a red man's patience, as if this moment were to be savored in itself, as if the suspense of waiting was in itself an experience to be marked and remembered. If even one of them had said, "I do not forgive them, do not lift the curse," then I would not lift the curse, said Tenskwatawa. If even one baby had said, "I do not forgive them for taking away my days of running like a deer through the meadows," I would not lift the curse. If even one mother had said, "I do not forgive them for the baby that was in my womb when I died, who never saw the light of day with its beautiful eyes," I would not lift the curse. If even one father had said, "The anger still runs hot in my heart, and if you lift the curse I will still have some hatred left unavenged," then I would not lift the curse. Tears flowed down Alvin's face, for he knew the answer now, and he could not imagine himself ever being so good that even in death he could forgive those who had done such a terrible thing to him and his family. I also asked the living, said Tenskwatawa. Those who lost father and mother, brother and sister, uncle and aunt, child and friend, teacher and helper, hunting companion, and wife, and husband. If even one of these living ones had said, "I cannot forgive them yet, Tenskwatawa," I would not lift the curse. Then he fell silent one last time. This time the silence lasted and lasted. The sun had been at noon when Alvin arrived, it was touching the tops of the mountains to the west when at last Tenskwatawa moved again, nodding his head. Like Alvin, he, too, had wept, and then had waited long enough for the tears to dry, and then had wept again, all without changing the expression on his face, all without moving a muscle of his body as the two of them sat facing each other in the tall dry autumn grass, in the cold dry autumn wind. Now he opened his mouth and spoke again. "I have lifted the curse," he said. Alvin embraced his old teacher. It was not what a red man would have done, but Alvin had acted red all afternoon, and so Tenskwatawa accepted the gesture and even returned it. Touched by the red prophet's hands, his cheek against the old man's hair, the old man's face against his shoulder, Alvin remembered that once he had thought of asking Tenskwatawa to strengthen the curse on Harrison, to stop him from misusing his bloody hands. It made him ashamed. If the dead could forgive, should not the living? Harrison would find his own way through life, and his own path to death. Judgment would have to come, if it came at all, from someone wiser than Alvin. When they arose from the grass, Tenskwatawa looked north toward the larger lake. "Look, a man is coming." Alvin saw where he was looking. Not far off, a man was jogging lightly along a path through the head-high grass. Not running in the red man's way, but like a white man, and not a young one. His hatless bald head glinted momentarily in the sunset. "That ain't Tailswapper, is it?" asked Alvin. The Shoshone invited him to come and trade stories with them, said Tenskwatawa. Instead of asking more questions, Alvin waited with Tenskwatawa until Tailswapper came up the long steep path. He was out of breath when he arrived, as might have been expected. But as Alvin sent his doodlebug through Tailswapper's body, he was surprised at the old man's excellent health. They greeted each other warmly, and Alvin told him the news. Tailswapper smiled at Tenskwatawa. "Your people are better than you thought they were," he said. "Or more forgetful," said Tenskwatawa ruefully. "I'm glad I happened to be here, to hear this news," said Tailswapper. "If you're going back through the weaver's house, I'd like to go with you." *****. When Alvin and Tailswapper returned to Becca's cabin within the heart of the weaver's house, it had been dark for 2 hours. Tecumseh had gone outside and invited Peggy's and Alvin's friends to come in and eat with his family. Becca's sister and her daughters and her son joined them. They ate a stew of bison meat, red man's food cooked the white man's way, a compromise like so much else in this house. Tecumseh had introduced himself by the name of Isaac Weaver, and Peggy was careful to call him by no other name. Alvin and Tailswapper found them all lying on their bedrolls on the floor of the parlor, except for Peggy, who was sitting on a chair, listening as Verily Cooper told them tales of his life in England, and all the subterfuges he had gone through in order to conceal his knack from everyone. She turned to face the door before her husband and their old friend came through it. The others also turned, so all eyes were on them. They knew at once from the joy on Alvin's face what Tenskwatawa's answer had been. "I want to ride out tonight and tell them," said Armor of God. "I want them to know the good news right now." "Too dark," said Tecumseh, who came in from the kitchen where he had been helping his sister-in-law wash the dishes from supper. "There's no more rules, now, the curse is lifted free and clear," said Alvin. "But he asks that we do something all the same. That everyone who used to be under the curse gather their family together once a year, on the anniversary of the massacre at Tippecanoe, and on that day eat no food, but instead tell the story as it used to be told to all strangers who came through Vigor Church. Once a year, our children and our children's children, forever. He asks that we do that, but there'll be no punishment if we don't. No punishment except that our children will forget, and when they forget, there's always the chance that it might happen again. I'll tell them that too, said Armor. They'll all take a vow to do that, you can be sure, Alvin. He turned to Tecumseh. You can tell your brother that for me when next you see him, that they'll all take that vow. Tecumseh grunted. So much for calling myself Isaac in order to conceal from you who I really am. We've met before, said Armor, and even if we hadn't, I know a great leader when I see one, and I knew who it was Alvin came to see, but... You talk too much, Armor of God, like all white men, said Tecumseh. But at least what you say isn't always stupid. Armor nodded and smiled to acknowledge the compliment. Alvin and Peggy were given a bedroom and a fine bed, which Peggy suspected was Tecumseh's and Becca's own. The others slept on the floor and the parlor slept as best they could, which wasn't what with all the excitement and the way Mike Fink snored so loud and the way Armor had to get up to pee about 3 times an hour it seemed like, till Peggy heard the activity, woke Alvin up, and Alvin did something with his doodlebug inside Armor's body so he didn't feel like his bladder was about to bust all the time. When morning came the men in the parlor slept a little late, and woke to the smell of a country breakfast, with biscuits and gravy and slabs of salted ham fried with potatoes. Then it was time for parting. Armor of God was like an eager horse himself, stamping and snorting till they finally told him to go on. He mounted and rode out of Chapman Valley, waving his hat and whooping like those damn fools on election night the week before. Alvin's and Peggy's parting was harder. She and Tailswapper would take Whitley Phiziker's carriage and drive it to the next town of any size, where she'd hire another carriage and Tailswapper would drive this one north to Hatrack River to return it to the good doctor. From there Peggy intended to go to Philadelphia for a while. I hope that I might turn some hearts against Harrison's plans, if I'm there where Congress meets. He's only going to be president, not king, not emperor. He has to win the consent of Congress to do anything, and perhaps there's still hope. But Alvin knew from her voice that she had little hope, that she knew already along what dark roads Harrison would lead the country. Alvin felt nearly as bleak about his own prospects. Tenskwatawa couldn't tell me a thing about how to make the Crystal City, except to say a thing I already knew: the maker is a part of what he makes. So, you will search, said Peggy, and I will search. What neither of them said, because both of them knew that they both knew, was that there was a child growing already in Margaret's womb, a girl. Each of them could calculate 9 months as well as the other. Where will you be next August? Asked Alvin. Wherever I am, I'll make quite sure you know about it. And wherever you are, I'll make quite sure I'm there. I think the name should be Becca, said Peggy. I was thinking to call her after you. Call her Little Peggy. Peggy smiled. Becca Margaret, then? Alvin smiled back and kissed her. People talk about fools counting chickens before they hatch. That's nothing. We named them. He helped her up into the carriage, beside Tailswapper, who already had the reins in hand. Arthur Stewart led Alvin's horse to him, and as he mounted, the boy said, "We made up a song about us last night, while you two was upstairs." "A song?" said Alvin. "Let's hear it then." "We made it up like as if it was you singing it," said Arthur Stewart. "Come on, you all got to sing." "And at the end I made up a chorus all by myself. I made up the last part alone without no help from nobody." Alvin reached down and hauled the boy up behind him. Arthur Stewart's arms went around his middle. "Come on," the boy shouted. "Let's all sing." As they began the song, Alvin reached down and took hold of the harness of the carriage's lead horse, starting the parade up the road leading out of Chapman Valley. A young man startin' on his own must leave his home so fair. Better not go wanderin' all alone, or you might get eaten by a bear. I'm wise enough to heed that song, but who'll make up my pair? If I choose my boon companion wrong, then I might get eaten by a bear, but I'll take a certain mix-up lad. He's small, but does his share, and I'll watch him close, 'cause I'd be sad if the boy got eaten by a bear. I'll take along this barrister, with lofty learned air, and I'll make of him a forester, so he won't get eaten by a bear. Behold this noble river rat, with brag so fine and rare. He's as dangerous as a mountain cat, he will not get eaten by a bear. Now off we go, where'er we please. We're heroes, so we dare to defy mosquitoes, wasps, and fleas, and we won't get eaten by a bear. They reached the main road and Peggy turned right, heading north, while the men took their horses south. She waved from the driver's seat, but did not look back. Alvin stopped to watch her, just for a moment, just for a lingering moment, as Arthur Stewart behind him shouted, "Now I get to sing the last part that I made up all by myself." "I get to." "So sing it," said Alvin. So Arthur Stewart sang. Grizzly bear, run and hide, you sizzly bear. We'll take away your coat of hair, and roast you in your underwear." Alvin laughed till tears streamed down his face. Chapter 19, Philadelphia. When Calvin's and Honor's ship arrived in New Amsterdam, the newspapers were full of chat about the inauguration, which was only a week away in Philadelphia. Calvin remembered Harrison's name at once. How many times had he listened to the tale of the massacre at Tippecanoe? He remembered meeting the bloody-handed bum on the streets of New Amsterdam, and told the tale to Honor. So you created him. I helped him make the best of his limited possibilities, said Calvin. No, said Honor. You are too modest. This man created himself as a monster who killed people for political gain. Then this red prophet destroyed him with a curse. Then, from the hopeless ruin of his life, you turned his path upward again. Calvin, you finally impress me. You have achieved, in life, that infinite power which is usually reserved to the novelist. The power to use up enormous amounts of paper and ink to no avail? The power to make people's lives take the most illogical turns. Parents, for instance, have no such power. They can help their children along, or, more likely, shatter their lives as someone's mother once did with her casual adultery even as she abandoned her child to the tender mercies of the boarding school. But such parents have no power then to heal the child they have injured. Having brought the child low, they cannot raise the child up. But I can bring a man low, then raise him up, then bring him low again, all with a stroke of the pen. And so can I, said Calvin thoughtfully. Well, to a degree, said Honord. To be honest, however, you did not bring him low, and now, having raised him up, I doubt you can bring him low again. The man has been elected president, even if his domain consists primarily of trees and tree-dwelling beasts. There's several million people in the United States, said Calvin. It was to them that I referred, said Honor. The challenge was too much for Calvin to resist. Could he bring down the President of the United States? How would he do it? This time there could be no scornful words that would provoke him into self-destruction, as Calvin's words had helped the man resurrect himself from shameful oblivion. But then, Calvin had learned to do much more subtle things than mere talk in the many months since then. It would be a challenge. It was almost a dare. Let's go to Philadelphia, said Calvin. For the inauguration. Honor was perfectly happy to board the train and go along. He was amused by the size and newness of the tiny towns that Americans referred to as cities, and Calvin constantly had to watch out for him as he practiced his feeble English with the kind of rough American who was likely to pick up the little Frenchman and toss him into a river. Honor, armed only with an ornate cane he had purchased from a fellow voyager, had fearlessly walked through the most wretched immigrant districts of New Amsterdam and now of Philadelphia. These men aren't characters in novels, said Calvin, more than once. If they break your neck, it'll really be broken. Then you'll have to fix me, my talented knackish friend. He said the word knackish in English, though truth to tell no one would have understood the word but Calvin himself. There's no such word as knackish in the English language, Calvin said. There is now, said Honor, because I put it there. As Calvin awaited the inauguration, he considered many possible plans. Nothing with mere words would do the job. Harrison's election had been so openly based on lies that it was hard to imagine how anything could now be revealed about Harrison that would shock or disappoint anyone. When the people elected a president like this one, who ran a campaign like the one he ran, it was hard to imagine what kind of scandal might bring him down. Besides, Calvin's knack was now way beyond words. He wanted to get inside Harrison's body and do some mischief. He remembered Napoleon and how he suffered from the gout. He toyed with the idea of giving Harrison some debilitating condition. Regretfully he concluded that this was beyond his power, to fine-tune such a thing so that it would cause pain without killing. No doubt Calvin would have to wait around to watch to make sure that whatever he did wasn't cured. And besides, pain wouldn't bring Harrison low any more than gout had stopped Napoleon from fulfilling all his ambitions. Pain without killing. Why had he put such a ridiculous limitation on himself? There was no reason not to kill Harrison. Hadn't the man ordered the death of Calvin's own brother Measure? Hadn't he slaughtered all those Reds and caused all of Calvin's family and neighbors to be under a curse for most of Calvin's life? Nothing brought a man lower than dying. 6 feet under the ground, that was as low as a body ever got. The day of the inauguration, the first day of the new year, was bitterly cold, and as Harrison walked through the streets of Philadelphia to the temporary stand where he would take the oath in front of several thousand spectators, it began to snow. Proudly he refused even to put on a hat. What was cold weather to a man from the West? And when he reached the platform to give his speech, Calvin was delighted to see that the now president's throat was already sore, his chest already somewhat congested. It was really a simple matter of Calvin to send his doodling bug inside the chest of white murderer Harrison and encourage the little animals inside his lungs to grow, to multiply, to spread throughout his body. Harrison, you're going to be one very, very sick man. The speech lasted an hour, and Harrison didn't cut out a single word, though by the end he was coughing thickly into his handkerchief after every sentence. Philadelphia is colder to hell, Honor said in his feeble English as they finally left the square. And your president, he is one damn it long talker. Then, in French, Honord asked, did I say it right? Did I swear properly? Like a stevedore, said Calvin. Like a river rat. I was proud of you. I was proud of you too, said Honor. You looked so serious, I thought maybe you were paying attention to his speech. Then I thought, no, the lad is using his powers. So I hoped you might sever his head as he stood there and make it roll down splat on his speech. Let him put his hands on that to take his oath of office. That would have been a memorable inauguration, said Calvin. But it wouldn't be good for you to take another man's life, said Honor. All joking aside, my friend, it isn't good for a man to get a taste for blood. My brother Alvin killed a man, said Calvin. He killed a man who needed killing, and nobody said boo to him about it. Dangerous for him, but perhaps more dangerous for you, said Honor. Because you are already filled with hate. I say this not as criticism, it's one of the things I find most attractive about you. You are filled with hate, and so it is dangerous for you to open the faucet of murder. That is a stream you may not be able to damp. Not to worry, said Calvin. They lingered in Philadelphia for several more weeks, as Harrison's bad cold turned into pneumonia. He struggled on, being something of a tough old nut, but in the end he died, scarcely a month after his inauguration, having never been healthy enough even to name a cabinet. This being the first time a president of the United States had died in office, there was some unresolved ambiguity in the Constitution about whether the vice president merely acted as president or actually took the office. Andrew Jackson neatly resolved the issue by walking into Congress and placing his hand on the Bible they kept there as a reminder of all the virtues they worked so hard to get the voters to believe they possessed. In a loud voice he took the oath of office in front of all of them, daring them to deny him the right to do so. There were jokes about His Excellency the President for a while, but Jackson wasn't a man to be trifled with. All of Harrison's cronies found themselves with sore backsides from bouncing down the steps of the George Washington Building where the executive branch of the government had its offices. Whatever Harrison had planned for America would never happen now, or at least not in the way that he had planned it. Jackson was in nobody's pocket but his own. Calvin and Honor agreed that they had done a great service for the nation. Though my part of it was very small, said Honor. A mere word. A suggestion. Calvin knew, however, that in his own heart Honor undoubtedly took credit for the whole thing, or at least for everything beneficial that resulted from it. That knowledge scarcely bothered Calvin, though. Nothing really bothered him now, for his power had been confirmed in his own heart. I brought down a president and no one knew that I did it. Nothing messy or awkward like Alvin's killing of that finder with his own bare hands. I learned more than the honing of my knack on the continent. I acquired finesse. Alvin will never have that, crude frontiersman that he is and always will be. How easy it had been. Easy and free of risk. There was a man who needed to die, and all it took was a little maneuvering in his lungs and it was done. Well, that plus a few adjustments as the man lay in his sickbed in the presidential mansion. It wouldn't do to have his body fight off the infection and recover, would it? But I never had to touch him, never even had to speak to him. Didn't even have to get ink on my fingers, like poor Honor, whose characters never really breathe despite all his skill, and so never really die. Calvin allowed himself, on the last night he and Honor spent in Philadelphia, to lie in bed imagining Alvin's death. A slow agonizing death from some miserable disease like lockjaw. I could do that, thought Calvin. Then he thought, no I couldn't, and went to sleep.